happening, gang? What's going on? Appreciate you joining me for another episode. Today, it's Wednesday, August 5th, 2026, and we got a bunch to talk about. But before we do that, I just want to make sure to thank you guys in the chat there for making this possible. Everybody that gives and donates and contributes and signs up for memberships and at the Patreon and gets merch from the merch site. I really do appreciate every single thing that you guys do. So we got a lot to talk about. What do you say we bring in the chat before I get into all the nonsense, all the craziness that we have to talk about, because you guys deserve some screen time as always. What's happening, gang? What's going on, Ian? I see you over there on Facebook. What's going on, Oliver? What's up, Tamara? What's up, Jamie? Chris, how are you guys? Hope you guys are having a fabulous day, wonderful day. We're going to try to get through all of the news we can possibly get through today in about an hour. We're going to speak about, obviously, Abdul El Sayed's victory in Michigan over Haley Stevens. We got Trump continuing his delusions. I think he spoke with Trace Gallagher, I think his name is, over there on Fox News. So I think Aaron Rupar put together like a super cut so you don't have to go through all of the nonsense, all of the craziness. So we'll take a look at that. We also have the U.S. weapons stockpile problem is even worse than we thought. We have some people within the military now speaking up, I think, under conditions of anonymity. We have a CNN, I think it's a CNN report detailing a little bit more on that story. We also have a Jesse Waters clip that we want to call out with his Iran propaganda. Another one of these, there's a deal going to be done today, deal going to be done tomorrow. Everybody should go back to normal type of things. We have the Republican Max Miller's history of abuse. I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with the Max Miller debacle and the Bernie Moreno situation. We'll have hopefully a little bit to just kind of get everybody up to speed on that. And then obviously some problems we've been talking about with Ukraine running out of the missile interceptors, and they are now feeling it on a nightly basis. So we have a report coming from some of the Russian strikes into Kyiv, and obviously the lack of the Ukrainians' ability to shoot these missiles down. So if you could hit that like button, if you could subscribe to the channel, that would be fantastically appreciated. We're trying to get to 25,000 subscribers by the time midterm elections come rolling around. So if you could help us get there, that would be fantastic. So thank you guys, as always. Tamara, Chris, Ian, Crystal, El Rondo. Thank you, No Money G, Julie. Thank you, Tina. Everybody, make sure you hit that like button. Corrine, how are you? I see you over there on Twitch. You can't hide from me. Nobody can hide from me. I appreciate everybody on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, the whole 9 yards. Twitch, don't want to forget Twitch. Can't forget Twitch. What's up, Leron? What's happening? Nick, thank you so much for kicking it off in the right direction. The pre-swear jar edition. Let's go. Already, I haven't even sworn yet, and he's already donating. They know me. The chat knows me. What can I say? So, all right, what do you say we dive into it? A little bit of the nonsense. You know what I mean? We only got an hour, so not too much time to waste here. So let me throw this on the screen. I'm going to take this off for just a second. Throw this on, throw this in there. So I just want to take a look at, like I said, we're going to touch base with a little bit of the Abdul El Sayed victory in Michigan. He had a little bit of his victory speech, as it were. And I just wanted to touch base if we could dive into just a couple minutes of that. And then, like I said, we get a couple articles and clips that I want to go through. One here from the Daily Beast. Trump fumes at his humiliating poll numbers in bonkers rant. That's the Trace Gallagher interview that we'll be taking a look at. But this is a day after he put on Truth Social that he said he had the best poll numbers ever. So clearly, it's a guy that puts one thing out for the internet to see, for the world to see, and knows exactly what's going on behind the scenes. As demented, as deluded, as dementia-riddled as the guy is, like, he still recognizes when he looks like an asshole. Like when he knows when the country is not on his side, not behind him, doesn't believe a word that he says. Like, it's still like he still has enough to recognize that. So we get that from the Daily Beast, and that kind of leads into this story of more waste, fraud, and abuse. Donald Trump spending, wrecking the $5 million that was spent on this White House helipad. He's now asking the contractors to demolish that. Much like we've seen with the reflecting pool, much like we've seen with anything that Donald Trump touches, absolutely turns to shit. So we got a lot to go through. A couple of his Truth Social posts, like I said, that interview with Trace Gallagher, and then some updates about Iran, the Strait of Hormuz. Hopefully we can squeeze this all into the hour or so that we have. But I did want to just start here with the Abdul El Sayed victory. He had a speech, his victory speech, and I just wanted to see, like I said, a couple minutes of that because we're kind of compressed on time. Obviously, we can't get through the whole thing, but just to let everybody know, in case you were wondering, in case anybody stayed up late but not late enough, I think it was about 2:30ish, maybe a little later than that, Eastern time. I think NBC was the first one to kind of call it. But yeah, it was definitely late. A lot of people stayed up to try to catch the announcement, but didn't quite make it. So if you're just getting up, if you're just making it to the television or the computer or the phone, Abdul El Sayed did take down the victory in Michigan. And like I said, this is a little bit of his victory speech. So I just wanted to touch base with just a couple minutes of this. If you could hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Very much appreciate you guys being here. Let's see if we can check out a couple minutes.
Be more proud.
And just to let you know, for some reason, the sound isn't that great. I'm hoping this is from, I think this is another video posted. Yeah, this is from CNN. So I'm hoping they kind of boosted the sound up a little bit. It was an outdoor speech. Apparently, the mics weren't working too great. So hopefully you guys can hear that. If you have to, you can turn it up now just a little bit, and I'll let it play for a little bit.
Now, officially, the Democratic nominee to become the next United States Senator from the great state of Michigan. Please join me in welcoming Abdul El Sayed.
I just want to say how grateful I am to my colleague, Senator McMorrow, Chairman Hertel, to all of our incredible supporters here. What a race. In the words of Muhammad Ali, we shook up the world. And I want to say, just first and foremost, how grateful I am for the opportunity to participate in democracy. Now, my family immigrated to this country from a place where there is not democracy. You cannot just put your hand up and run. And the ability to do this, to have our voices heard, to select our leaders, it is a gift that sometimes we take for granted. So to have participated means so much. And to my fellow participants, I just want to say how grateful I am to you. Senator McMorrow, you ran an incredible race. You fought to end the corporate corruption in our politics. You took on the power of AIPAC. You were willing to speak truth to a level of power that sometimes is unbeatable. And I just want to say thank you and how grateful I am to have your support here today. I cannot wait to see what you do next. And I hope that for as long as I'm in this work, that we can be in this work together. Thank you. To my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, we shared a great conversation this morning. And I know that it was a bitter end to this very long primary, but I also know that Haley brings the best of herself to her work. She is one of the most committed public servants that you'll ever meet. She loves democracy like I love democracy. And whatever differences that we might have had in the primary, they pale in comparison to what unifies us. A recognition that so long as we want to keep our democracy, that democracy better be working for people, and that all of us have to come together to make sure that we never let Mike Rogers see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So, Congresswoman, thank you for your race.
Come on, Graphene. You should know better than that. Asking me if I can drop my gain to match day. I don't have that much control. I wouldn't know where the gain was if it punched me in the face. But I appreciate the confidence that you have that I do have that sort of control. I really do. I appreciate that.
And I have to say a few more thank yous before we talk about where we're going.
What's up,
next.
Trina?
First,
Appreciate you.
My wife, Sarah. I really, when we decided to jump into this race, I knew that it was going to be tough for me, but I also knew that it was going to be particularly tough on our family. And the fact that she held it down alongside her medical practice, alongside making sure that our daughters didn't experience this without thinking life was just normal, that takes just an extraordinary amount of effort and sacrifice. So I just want to say how grateful I am to you, love, and I'm so honored and thankful that we get to continue this 20 years on. It's been a hell of a ride. I owe her a 20th anniversary on our 21st anniversary because we definitely didn't get one
like
of
I
those.
said, because we're short on time, I'm going to just dodge ahead here, see if we can catch kind of the gist, maybe the beginning, the middle, and the end of his victory speech here.
Now we can always point and say, no, this is the people's democracy, and we will always own it. This would not have been possible without the incredible efforts of so many allies and allied organizations. I gotta give a special thank you to my first endorsers.
And again, this is on the backs and, in the face of, I should say, millions, tens of millions of dollars of PAC money against him. Over $40 million spent in attack ad after attack ad after attack ad after attack ad. Like that's pretty much the basis of where they spent their money in this. And it was we're talking about a Democratic primary. Right? We're not talking about a general election. We're not talking about the presidential election. We're not talking about the actual Senate race or a House race. Like, we're talking about the Democratic primary and some 40 to 50, between 40 and $50 million, if not more. I'm sure, if you put other things together that are widely known and publicly known out there, it's probably even more than that. But, just conservatively, some $40 million spent against Abdul El Sayed in this, and he prevailed. I know it was a close race. I know everybody was kind of sweating it out all night, but when you think about the amount of money that was spent against him, like, it really puts it into, it really makes it clear, even as close as the race was, how difficult it would be to overcome that. And the fact that he did should show you a lot about where the voters lie, about what they want to see, about the policies that they believe in, and kind of, the charisma behind Abdul El Sayed here. So again, like I said, we're kind of crunched on time here in the short show, in the early show. So I just want to go through just a few minutes. Like I said, some of the beginning, some of the middle, some of the end here, if we could.
To make an automobile, and that is because of the Fighting UAW, but it's also the best place in the world to build a family because of the Fighting UAW. And our work is about making sure that the folks who want to sell our democracy off the corporations and special interests don't get to take that away. And I stand in lockstep with our UAW sisters and brothers. To the AFT, the National Nurses United, the AFGE.
Was it that high? Was it 70 million? That's wild. I mean, think about that amount of money, people, in a Democratic primary. And then how much that they want to stop somehow the momentum that is seen and has been seen for the last several months now, whether it's, the special elections, basically any other thing that's come to the ballot. The people have spoken. The people have, rightly come out and said, we've been lied to. If you were propagandized by Donald Trump and followed him, a lot of people recognizing that they were bullshitted. If you never believed in Donald Trump, if you never were propagandized by him, then you recognized it from the onset. So, a lot of people are and sentiment goes into those special election results, the Zohran Mamdanis, the victories in Colorado, the Abdul El Sayeds, right? I mean, it's not just, and it clearly shows that, a lot of people say that voting is broken or democracy is dead. Well, I think this is, again, examples in, checks in the box against saying that democracy is totally dead. Is it injured? Is it wounded? Absolutely, you can make a very heavy case to suggest that. But the fact that we're now seeing this momentum with these types of candidates espousing these types of policies, I think it kind of lends a little credibility to the fact that, there's still a turning point out there. There's still some light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak.
So much for your work to all of the advocacy organizations who made this possible on the ground. Folks like the PCCC and Move On.
And that's why you're here, Jen. And that's why you're here. And I very much appreciate the fact that, again, I try to give you guys as much credit for your passion, your aggression, your ability to sustain through all the bullshit. So everybody that's in this camp and watching this channel, I'm sure the vast majority have never been propagandized, have never believed a word out of that scumbag's mouth. And I thank you for that. I congratulate you for that. You found yourself on the correct side of history from the beginning. You knew to join the opposition. You knew to link arm in arm with the resistance from the beginning. And I think that's why we have such a fantastic community, because such like-minded people with such vigor and aggression and passion for these subjects, for these topics. It lends itself to a good and strong community, I think. And we're not the biggest by any stretch of the imagination, but I do continue to say that we punch well above our weight class here. So if you haven't yet, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. If you're just finding yourself, popping on, if you just stumbled on the show, give us a couple minutes. You might like what you hear. You might like what you see. You might like the chat. That's the family that we've created here. So give us a couple minutes. If not, hit that like button now, subscribe to the channel now. And then, like I said, we're just going to go through just another minute of this, and we'll go on to some of the other stories I have to cover and jam into this first hour. So thank you so much, Jen. And thank you so much to everybody else in the chat as well. Who's that? Oh, Jeff, thank you so much. Jeff sent in 10. He said, compared to Mr. El Sayed's million war chest compared to Mr. Els. Oh yeah, so on the other end of it, what you're saying, yeah. So comparative, so 70 million to the barely 6 on the other end. So much appreciated, Jeff. Thank you for the 10, and thank you, Jen, as well for your contributions.
Like the Working Families Party, all of the constituency organizations who knocked on doors and made phone calls, thank you so much for putting your shoulder into the work. I also have to thank all of our endorsers, 300 strong.
So let's see. We'll just go on just a little bit.
This medicine has been well documented by all of you. But I hope that I get to practice that part of things. And I've been able to practice it, but it requires people being willing to share their pain with you so that you can do something about it.
And there's a very good moment in this that I hope I can catch without trying to flub through it too much, where he goes on to reassure the Jewish community out there that, he will go on to treat them and their kids and their needs and their worries and their concerns just like he would treat his own daughter's concerns and worries and needs. Right. So a lot has been made about the fact that, Haley had taken millions and millions and millions of dollars of AIPAC money without recognizing that there have been several and a bunch of Jewish communities out there that have stood side by side with Abdul. And he goes on to thank some of the partners and programs that he was affiliated with, and to reassure, again, the Jewish community, where the Republicans have been out there time and time again trying to throw mud on his name, trying to make him sound like an anti-Semite, trying to make it seem like, he doesn't care about Jewish people and that he wants them all gone. Like you've heard the ridiculous Republican propaganda. So I thought it was very, very good of him. And it was very well said in the moment where he did address that in his victory speech. But like I said, I don't know if I'll actually be able to capture that.
Corporations, the special interests, who would rather get to decide who our elected officials are than let us decide who our elected officials are. They spent an unprecedented amount of money to beat us. Attack ad after attack ad after attack ad after attack ad. Wall-to-wall ads. But it turns out that the commercials are the part of the television show most people don't want to watch.
Banging right there. Throw it up on the wall. That is a banger, ladies and gentlemen. Turns out the attack ads, the commercial part of the television, is not what people want to watch, because you can spend 50, 60, 70, allegedly $1 million against us on attack ads, but apparently it's not going to work. People are turning off that part, turning off that section of the TV when the commercials come in. So a banger line there by Abdul. Let me get that one more time from him.
Attack ad after attack ad after attack ad after attack ad. Wall-to-wall ads. But it turns out that the commercials are the part of the television show most people don't want to watch.
Banger.
It turns out that you can spend as much money as you want on lies, but it doesn't make them true. It turns out that when you're able to
you can spend as much money as you want on lies, but it doesn't make them true. Come on now.
And dignify somebody's pain, people remember that a lot more than a 30-second ad played on a loop on television. And it turns out that when the people want something in this democracy of ours, the people can get that thing if we're willing to do the work of that. And that's exactly what Michiganders up and down the state showed. 12,000 volunteers knocking nearly 10,000 doors a day to defeat an unprecedented amount of outside money, $70 million.
Yep, like you said, thank you, chat, for bringing that up. $70 million in the Democratic primary is absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. And you wonder why people are like, I don't know what you mean by get money out of politics. It's like, this is what we mean. And you still didn't come out on top.
But right now, as bitter and as divisive and as cynical as the campaign against us might have been, I want us to realize that there is so much more that unites us now. Because the campaign that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and their GOP MAGA allies are launching is already more bitter. All you got to do is look at the ads you're already watching on TV. Started today. They think that you want to use my whole name against me. Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth.
Another one. And I would suggest, like I said, if you have the time to go and check out the rest of Abdul El Sayed's victory speech there. Very well done, very well spoken, eloquent. You can see exactly why he has the charisma behind him and kind of that aura, if you will, and why he ultimately, achieved victory in this race. So I would definitely, let me throw I'll throw the link in the chat here for you guys, just in case anybody wants to pop it in there. Save it anywhere and pop it in there for later. You can check this one out. And like I said, you can probably just go to CNN or any one of the major networks and just type in Abdul El Sayed victory speech and it'll pop up anyway. All right, let's get into a couple of these ridiculous articles that we have to dive through as well. I appreciate you guys joining me. Thank you guys. I'm Boston Brian. This is Blunt Politics. If you could hit that like button, that would be fantastic. There's a Venmo up in the corner. Typically the quickest and easiest way to get your contribution of $1 or $2. All we ask for here, if you feel like we're deserving of more than that, certainly not going to stand in any way, as I say. But typically, all we ask for is $1 or $2 from people in the chat to support this community. We try to do it the independent route. We have no financial backers, no corporate sponsors. We don't play ads during the podcast. We don't charge for the Substack. We have nothing hidden behind a paywall. All of the things that we try to do to keep this independent, to make sure that people don't have sway over what I can and cannot talk about. But it's with your help and generosity that we can continue to fund this channel, continue to keep the lights on and the microphone working, so to speak. So thank you guys for everybody that keeps this ball rolling. Thank you to the YouTube members. Thank you to the Patreon members. You guys are fantastic. Head over to patreon.com/Boston Brian if you want to check out the 3 great tiers on there. And then somewhere in this general vicinity underneath me should be a button where you can click and either donate memberships to the fantastic people in the chat that are very well deserving of it, or you can sign up yourself for a membership. But all right, let's check out this Daily Beast article here saying Trump fumes at humiliating poll numbers in bonkers rant. And like I said, we'll take a look at the super clip, the super, what the hell they call it? I don't know what it is. We'll take a look at the clip that Aaron Upah put together of all the ridiculous moments, or some of the ridiculous moments, I should say, coming from this interview between Donald Trump and Trace Gallagher. But I just wanted to show you, because yesterday on the show, we put on Donald Trump's True Social post where he's trying to tell everybody that he had the best poll numbers that he's ever had. But really what's going on behind the scenes is Donald Trump has imploded over polling that suggests he's failing on the economy. The president, 80, was speaking to Fox News when he flew off the handle about his shoddy poll numbers. Like I said, we'll take a look at this. We'll take a look at a couple clips from this, which have tumbled consistently during his second term. He returned to the White House on the promise of making everyday Americans better off. Since then, he has started a war and overseen a cost of living crisis that has caused the price of groceries and gas to skyrocket, among many, many other things. He complained to Fox that his work on the economy wasn't getting the media attention it deserved, saying, quote, "People don't know." And then the press say, in the economy, Trump is at 42%. I shouldn't be, Donald Trump said. We have the greatest economy, maybe in the history of the world. I mean, again, the word delusional continues to come to mind. Like he's just not living in the same reality. He's not on the same planet. Not that he ever was, right? Again, it's tough to put it in perspective of just how mad he's become based on where he was not that long ago. Like the man's been a psycho his entire life. Okay, he's a lunatic. He's a psychopath. He's a degenerate. He's got multiple social problems. He's a rapist. I mean, the whole 9 yards of things that we could list as far as Donald Trump. And it's so much worse now that it's tough to put it in perspective. But he's just gone. Okay, it's over as far as living on this planet. He's living in his little coddled bubble that he lives in with the people in his administration and who's the blonde chick? What's the blonde chick's name that carries his diaper bag and wipes up his shit? What's her name? Fuck, I should know that off the top of my head, but she's just not that important. A lot of these people are just not that important to remember. What's the idiot's name that follows him around everywhere? The young blonde. Come on, you guys know it in the chat. I know you're a couple seconds, but Natalie something. Natalie, no, not KKK Caroline. That's the other one. Yeah, Diaper Donna. Natalie, what is it? Natalie Hott or something? Is it Hop? Yeah. Thank you. Natalie Hop. Appreciate that. Thank you, Rox. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. So, it's just, I think we have like a Natalie Hott wannabe too coming up in one of the clips. But it says, an AP NORC poll on Sunday found that just 32% of voters approve of how Trump is handling the economy, 10 points lower than the president thought. In mid-July, CNBC reported that 61% of voters had a pessimistic outlook on the economy. Meanwhile, Reuters Ipsos found that for the first time in almost a decade, voters trusted Democrats with the economy more than Republicans. In a Fox News poll in June, found that just 31% of Americans approve of this handling of the economy. His approval rate isn't much to shout about either. CNN's latest approval rating has him at 35%, the same as Ipsos and YouGov. Quinnipiac is at 32%. The Fox poll in June had him at 39%. Quote, our trade deficit is way down, Trump told Fox News. A night correspondent, Trace Gallagher, having said that the Republicans needed to talk more about how well the government is doing. There's never been anything, he said. It's never gone down in history as it is during the little bit more than a year Trump has been in power for roughly 19 months. And you can see here some of the Fox News polling here. Condition of the economy, 24% said it was excellent or good. 76% said it was only fair or poor as far as the condition of the economy. And then he goes on to say, a couple more clips we'll take a look at here. But that was the first one. And before we get into the interview here, or the clips from the interview with Trace Gallagher, just want to throw this story on as well, because this is, right in line with and right up the alley of Donald Trump's inability, complete and total inability to get a construction project done the first time correctly. Like this guy that's supposed to be this majestic builder and he built the New York City skyline. If you ask him, right? If you ask the people surrounding him, built this, doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Doesn't know a girder from a screw. Doesn't know he doesn't know his ass from his elbow when it comes to a construction site here. But latest example is this helipad, because this is reported by headquarters on Twitter. It says, Trump just ordered the contractors building his $5 million White House helipad to demolish weeks of work because he decided he didn't like the way it looked. Right. So we're just spending money hand and fist, fucking million after million after million after million on these vanity projects. We're going to have to tear these all down, by the way. I hope everybody understands that. I just want, can we just little powwow? Can we come in here? Everybody in? Everybody's here? We're going to have to tear all this shit down. I mean, not just because Donald Trump built it, not just because it's going to be in any way associated with his name, his presidency, and all the bullshit he put us through, but because it's going to have to be torn down because he's not hiring people that are qualified to do this work, right? This is not good work. This is not work that's going to last forever. This is hey, how much can we milk the system? How much can we jack up the cost of this estimate of this quote so that we could rake in millions, if not billions of dollars as a company, and we could just, we'll give you the fucking Home Depot shit, right? We'll charge you for the gold shit, but meanwhile, we'll give you the Home Depot stuff. We'll actually put that down. We're going to have to tear down everything. Just that it's going to be a thing. And like I said, it's not just because it's got Donald Trump's stank on it, but because the work is shoddy, because nothing is going to work correctly. It's all going to start falling apart. You can't trust it. We can't have people going under Trump's arch. You know how much concrete will be over people's heads you think that's going to fucking last? You want to be driving under a big fucking pile of concrete that Donald Trump was responsible for building? No, thank you. I'll walk around that sumbitch. You shitting me? Fucking arch over my head. You're out of your tree. Come on. I learned from the Big Dig here in Boston. I've seen, a tunnel or two, the roof of a tunnel or two come down on a car or two. So I know what can happen. And that ain't going to be me if I ever visit DC. I ain't going under that fucking thing if they get that thing built. No way, no how. But yeah, powwow over. But I just let everybody know it's all going to have to be rebuilt. We're going to have to spend millions, if not billions of dollars demolishing the shit that Donald Trump is now trying to build or attempting to build or is building or is reconstructing or whatever he's doing. And we're going to have to really do it correctly. So that's, again, we're talking about triple, maybe quadruple the costs of everything that Donald Trump's responsible for, from the arch to the ballroom to Dulles Airport to, list all the vanity projects, the golden horses or whatever the fuck that he put on the other day, all of these things, and then add in this $5 million helipad, which we're going to spend another, $5 million, $10 million to do it correctly, or what Donald Trump thinks is correctly, or to his liking, so it looks good to his eye. We're just going to keep redoing it, throwing taxpayer money at it. Come on now. But yeah, this is what's going on as you're paying an exorbitant amount for gas. And I hope to reiterate to everybody, like I said on, my interview with Philip Bittner on The Edge. If you haven't checked that out, you definitely have to check that interview out. I would appreciate it if you did so. But like I said on there, wait till we get to winter. Okay, wait till we get to winter. Right now, it's the summer months. Everybody's, desperate for AC. Everybody wants AC, and right now the big problem is, the gas to your vehicle. right? That's the big problem right now. And if you got, gas appliances and all that, if you run some, stuff off of oil, you're worried about it as well. But wait till we get to the winter where people are reliant upon heating oil and they're paying exorbitant amounts because this fucking war in Iran still hasn't been settled. We're still dealing with the Strait of Hormuz being closed. We're still dealing with the Houthis striking into the Red Sea or closing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Like, wait till it becomes life or death when it's -3 in New England or fucking in Michigan or wherever the hell, Minnesota, and where it gets really cold. Wisconsin. Like, I mean, think of all the places that are reliant upon some of these things to heat their homes, to stay alive in the winter. And it's not just, oh shit, I have to pay an extra $40, $50 to fill my tank to get from A to B. You know what I mean? We're talking about life and death. And when it comes to heating oil and the price of oil and it fluctuating that much, it's going to play havoc with people's finances, especially the people that live paycheck to paycheck. You know what I mean? The people that are literally robbing Peter to pay Paul to try to get by just to, okay, this month we can't pay cable, but we can pay our phone bills. Next month we can't pay the phone bills, but we'll be able to pay cable. Or, you know what I mean? Like the way that you've seen people live, or you live like that yourself. So you should be, pissed off about the amount of reckless spending that this government is doing right in front of your faces, and how like gleeful and joyful and how much time and attention the president is spending on these ridiculous vanity projects, as we have, I don't know, hugely important issues to deal with as far as, homelessness, hunger, people not having the ability to afford, raising a family. Like we've talked about, putting food on the table, childcare, healthcare, all of the problems that everybody's now facing. But Donald Trump's way more worried about, the vanity projects and the ballroom and shit. So, but all right, let's see if we can dive into. I know I'm short on time. I'm always talking long here, but let's see if we can dive into this little supercut that Aaron Rupar put together. It's not that long. It's only about 4 minutes, 50 seconds, and we probably won't even make it through that much. But this is, and we'll put here, during a Fox News interview, this is posted, like I said, by Aaron Rupar. It says, during a Fox News interview and subsequent comments to reporters, Trump insisted the U.S. controls the Strait of Hormuz, which we don't, said that they're taking hundreds of billions of dollars out of Venezuela, which is near impossible considering the GDP of Venezuela is right around the amount that Donald Trump said that they're making almost every single day or month or whatever he says, which is crazy. That he deserves an A+ on the economy, that everything is good in the communities around data centers. Tariffs have been incredible. It says that the tape shows that vandals did, in fact, damage the reflecting pool. We went over that in depth yesterday. If you missed yesterday's show, go back and we actually bring up and show the tape that Donald Trump refused to show in the White House when he was shitting on Jeanine Pirro, saying that what did he say? She dropped the umbrella or whatever the fuck that whatever nonsense that he came up with yesterday when he was reaming Jeanine Pirro a new asshole. But yeah, that's the tape that he didn't show everybody. We showed it yesterday on the show. When Jesse Waters said that he had people caught in the acts, when you could just see blurriness and people literally sticking their hand in the water. You can't tell a goddamn thing about what they're doing. But anyway, let's see here. This is this supercut posted by Aaron Rupar of a couple of the crazy moments with Trace Gallagher here with Donald Trump.
If they back out again, are they done? Well, if they back out again, they're going to get hit.
What does that mean? What does that mean right off the bat? If they back out again, are they done? Like, what does that mean? What does being done mean as far as an entire country? You know what I mean? As far as an entire civilization. Buddy, how can you be done? Does that mean we're just going to kill them all, Trace? Is that what you mean by that? Are they done? What the fuck does that mean? But anyway, right off the bat.
They know that. They understand that. I have no choice. They can't have a nuclear weapons first. In the economy, Trump is at 42%. I shouldn't be at 40. We have the greatest economy maybe in the history of the world for any country. We have $19.2 trillion being invested in the United States.
Which, again, his own White House won't even back up that ridiculous, ludicrous number. Like, even the White House tries to lie and I think is calling it like, what, 9 or 10 trillion dollars. And even that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Come on. It's just the promises here of different, corporate CEOs and buddies of Donald Trump. They're like, yeah, we promised we'll throw in, call it $1 trillion. How about that? Call it maybe 2. We'll make it $2 trillion and we'll call me in 4 years. You know what I mean? And he's out there like, oh, okay, we're gonna invest in what is it? $1 million trillion dillion. We got $1 billion trillion rillion invested.
And if I wouldn't have won, you would have had 10 trillion being taken out of the United States.
Fuck.
And your welfare would have doubled and tripled, and we would have had a bankrupt. People were so opposed to what I did in Venezuela. it lasted one day, and now they look, we're making hundreds of billions of dollars, and so are they. They're getting, Venezuela's like a different place.
Yeah, it's a totally different place now, totally redone. It's been refurbished by Donald Trump. Is it all gold now or what? How is it different? And again, I'm curious how they could be making hundreds of billions of dollars when I'm pretty sure the GDP of Venezuela is somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 billion. Right? Am I wrong? Let me know in the chat. Am I crazy? Or is it somewhere in that general vicinity of what Donald Trump thinks they're making on almost a daily basis from their oil revenue, even though somehow we're now stealing it and making hundreds of billions of dollars off it ourselves. But that somehow, again, leaves enough for Venezuela to also be profiting almost as much as their GDP is. So again, if somebody in the chat looks that up, let me know what the GDP. Oh, I could probably just do it. I don't know why I'm asking the chat. Hold on. GDP. God damn it. Venezuela. There we go. It is, about 111 billion, right? So it says their GDP is estimated about 111.3 billion for 2026. So it's going to be difficult for them to profit hundreds of billions of dollars with the GDP roughly the same amount. I'm just going out on a limb. You know what I mean?
Out hundreds of billions of dollars. They're taking out hundreds of billions of dollars. It's a different place. It's actually become, I mean, they had the tragedy the other day with the problem, as you know, but that was a terrible.
The tragedy the other day he's talking about is the major earthquake that Venezuela experienced. What was it, about a month ago or so? So not the other day, like Donald Trump said. But yeah, that little earthquake. And I think he goes on to be like, I think it was an earthquake. I think you could call it no, it was an earthquake, if not multiple earthquakes, if I'm not mistaken.
No problem. The earthquake, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah, I guess that's what you'd call it, when the ground shakes, when the tectonic layers of the planet, when they shift, and then it creates that, that vibrating effect, and buildings fall and people die. I guess you could call that an earthquake, right? I think we could. I don't think anybody would get mad at you. That's what it is, you fucking moron. That's quite literally what happened. It's not, you can call it. That's what you have to call it, because that's what the fuck it is. Jesus H. Christ.
But outside of that, I mean, they have a country that is a very happy country again.
Yeah, they're happy to go through that fucking, incredibly big earthquake with zero help there from the United States.
Down the oil companies have to,
not zero help, but Donald Trump wasn't he wasn't jumping at the opportunity. I know we had different organizations and people go on there and try to help their best, but as far as the White House and the government was concerned.
Start going, they're making too much money and they've got to start lowering it. But we're going to be down into the 3s and maybe the 2s pretty soon per gallon. And we'll see what happens with the war.
The 3s and the 2s. We're in the 3s. We're in the fucking 3s. God damn it. All right, here we go. What? Right now. Oh, no, we're not. My apologies. Jesus Christ, the fluctuation, right? So he's trying to get us down into the 3s. National average right now is 408. Last time I checked, it was about 368 or 378 across the street. So I think that's why I thought it was lower than that. But national average back up to 408. Good grief. What's it now? 563 California, 465 in Oregon. Washington, 513. Arizona, 440. Utah, 436. Illinois, 432. What do you got in Hawaii? That's Alaska. 475. Where's Hawaii? There we go. 545. Sorry. But yeah. So Donald Trump now begging and pleading with people to give him some time so he could bring it down into the 3s, which again is nothing to shake a stick at there because of where the gas prices were before this war. A year ago, average, let's see here. Regular 316. Mid-grade was 364. Premium was 4 a year ago for the average. Now we're at 408. And you can see even from a week ago, 409. A month ago was 380. So again, just the continued fluctuation. Highest recorded average for regular unleaded was 501, 614.22. But yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy because Massachusetts, we're here at about 409 is the average. Is that how is that? Oh yeah, so just over the national average. So I'm guessing it fluctuates obviously per the gas station that you're looking at. So I'll have to check out what it is across the street now, depending on the fluctuations. But yeah, that was the chief idiot in Commander and Moron there, Donald Trump, in his latest Trace Gallagher interview. Like I said, I think we only made it about 1 minute and 20 seconds through that. So I don't want to subject you to too much more of that. We also have what I talked about is the Natalie Harp wannabe. Oh, where'd it go? She's right here. This is the one. Let me see. Throw this one on real quick. Check this
For
out.
incredibly good reason, Trace. Look, as has already been said several times tonight, this is the most consequential leader that we've ever seen, not just in the United States of America, but I think worldwide. And I think that's why he faced.
How fucking delusional do you have to be? How much of a sycophant, right? How much of a robot, right? How much like a Stepford wife robot do you need to be to go on national television on Fox News and to say that Donald Trump is the most important and most consequential leader of all time? Like, come on. What demented, warped reality do you have to be living in? Like, what good are you getting behind the scenes? What proximity to power are you getting? Like, how much are you getting paid is I guess what it boils down to here. She's the former GOP national spokeswoman, Elizabeth Pipko. No, Pipko, don't do it. You're in the cult. You know what I mean? Young, pretty. Like, why do you have to pretend or to, unfortunately, maybe possibly be this stupid? I don't understand.
Faces as much opposition as he does. And with that, that's why he's loved the way that he is. And I think...
Jesus Christ, the cults. Like I said, we got to separate the fact that MAGA as a movement is dead, but the cults will be strong for some time. I mean, you don't get to the point where Magda and Joseph Goebbels took out their entire bloodline, killed all of their children, unless you're severely wrapped up in the cult and there's some psychological issues that, you know, are basically almost unexplainable at that point in time. So I think that's kind of the level that we're at now.
For someone like him, I like to imagine myself back on that campaign in 2016, the few times I got to either interact with him.
When you were what, 6? What? How old were you 10 years ago? I'm sorry. Were you 11 yet? Well, that makes sense, actually. Makes sense. Okay. Makes sense. Under 18. You know what I mean? Donald Trump's campaign, 20. It makes sense. I'm just saying.
Or see him come and talk to our team. It's
That's
almost
an
like
AI picture. That I don't know. What is happening? What is going on at Melania's face? What do they do to her? Oh, no, Melania. Oh, Jesus Christ. She looks like the fucking crypt keeper if they just threw skin and a wig on her. That's got to be AI. That can't be real. What is that?
he was prepared back then, over 10 years ago, knowing this is exactly what was going to happen, knowing he was not going to be another leader that went in and did absolutely nothing, and knowing that with those strong...
Honestly, if he did nothing, would be better. If he came in and did fucking nothing but golf and just sat his fat, orange, decrepit, wrinkled, dementia-filled ass on the golf course, would be better off. If he just stayed the fuck away from the military, stayed the fuck away from our allies, stayed the fuck away from everything, the economy, all of it. If he just stayed the fuck away, keep him on the golf course, we'd be better off, right? Because not only were the lies so egregious that he told as far as what he was going to come in and do, no more wars, no foreign wars, release the Epstein files, it's all Democrats on there, we're going to do all these things, we're going to kill, your energy costs are going to be down 50% in 2 days, we're going to end the Ukraine war, the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Doesn't even have to be when I get into the White House. That's 24 hours after I get elected. The war in Ukraine is going to be finished. All of the things that he promised, and we've seen the complete and total opposite. He's utilized the U.S. military like his personal Gestapo, like the SA in the early days of the Nazis, right? That's basically what he's doing to project his own maniacal power, his own tiny dick energy around the world. He's utilizing and wasting the lives, sacrificing the lives of our U.S. military service members to do so. Right, ruining our trade, partners, ruining allies all over the fucking world, making it more difficult for the world economy to function. Obviously, with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb, I mean, the list continues. But to me, why we have to fucking sit here and be like, he's done everything. They're trying to make it seem like he's come in and done so much. What the fuck has he done? What's he done? Like, what are we talking about here? We would have been better off if he just stayed mute in the corner. Play.
And with that courage, unfortunately, would come some really dark days, but also some incredibly bright ones as well.
Yeah. You want to talk about some bright days? Let's take a look at some bright days, because we've heard about this, possible deal that was going to be done any second now from today, tomorrow. Scott Besson said, well, let's take a look at what's actually being reported here. This is by the Hormuz letter. This is 17 hours ago. It is now revealed that Trump has canceled his planned massive attack, like we had talked about, explicitly because the U.S. military has exhausted 80% of its THAAD interceptors and 50% of Patriot interceptors, which we also talked about yesterday, in which we will cover in the CNN clip if I leave myself enough time. So let's see here if we can talk about. This is also 17 hours ago. Yemen's Houthis have struck the industrial area of Jebel Ali in Dubai, UAE, per initial reports. Widespread fires and plumes of smoke over the area and multiple explosions in Dubai in the past few minutes. And here's kind of some video footage coming out of that situation. So you can see what looks to be heavy plumes of smoke going over the sky there. Allegedly being reported as a Houthi attack, a Yemeni Houthi attack on the area of Jebel Ali in Dubai, UAE. That was the Hormuz letter 17 hours ago. This is a third vessel. This is 16 hours ago. A third vessel is on fire within 24 hours in the U.S.-backed southern corridor of the Strait of Hormuz, in the same area where two vessels were struck yesterday by Iran, per NASA firm's satellite imagery. This comes as Trump's deadline for Iran to finalize a Strait of Hormuz agreement with Oman or face, quote, devastating airstrikes before, quote, decapitation has expired. There is no deal, no announcement. The Strait of Hormuz remains fully closed, and Iran continues to strike ships attempting to pass through the U.S.-backed southern route. So in case you're heard otherwise by Donald Trump or Marco Rubio, who consistently says that the Strait of Hormuz is wide open, it's not, okay? And this continues here. This says 15 hours ago, Axios now claims that the U.S., Iran, and Oman are near a Hormuz deal, aiming for a Wednesday announcement, obviously today, setting up a 60-day interim where outbound traffic still goes through the Omani U.S.-backed southern lane. No fees are charged and naval mines cleared from the middle lane within 30 days. This directly contradicts Iran's explicitly stated position that the negotiations are between the two coastal states and have nothing to do with others. So basically between Iran and Oman, including the United States, and Iran's newly added demands requiring an explicit U.S. acknowledgement of Iran's right to collect maritime fees, an immediate end to the U.S. naval blockade, the lifting of the U.S. sanctions on Iranian oil, petrochemical, and gas, and the permanent end of all attacks on Iran. Iran also rejects any traffic through the U.S.-backed southern lane. This claim also comes as Iran continues to actively strike ships in the U.S.-backed southern corridor, with a third vessel confirmed on fire under NASA firm's satellite imagery just captured within the past hours. And this persisted because this also says Iran directly rejects the Axios claim that U.S., Iran, Oman have a deal opening the Strait of Hormuz today via U.S. announcement, declaring the strait remains closed in the Iran-Oman agreement, hereby postponed over U.S. interference. Trump's threats and false characterization per CEPA News. Iran adds that Trump is, quote, trying to claim credit for an agreement that is purely with Oman, and that Iran will not conclude any agreement under the shadow of threats, with Iran State TV adding Trump is trying to claim credit for something he has no involvement in. Much like he was trying to say when he announced the fact that they were going to like some World War II levels, or they would, how they got calls from all of our Gulf partners, all of the nations that have, taken Iranian missiles as a result of the United States and Israeli strikes. Like, they called, right? They absolutely did call. And it's because they know that Iran, if again, the United States decides to go fucking hell-bent for leather and decide to go full scale on these attacks for a 2-week escalatory period, who's going to get the brunt of the retaliatory strikes by Iran? It's going to be the Gulf partners, okay? It's going to be Qatar. It's going to be Dubai. It's going to be UAE. It's going to the same people that we've seen time and time again, and the same U.S. bases that we've seen time and time again get struck and hit and people killed. Like, they understand that. And the interceptor problem that has been a problem is why they're fucking calling. Because they said, hey, dickhead, if you fucking strike them, they're going to launch a shitload of missiles. And you know what? We don't have shit to shoot those missiles down, fuck brain. Like, that's the issue. That's why I'm calling. I'm not calling because you're a great leader. I'm calling because you're a fucking moron. Yes, a fucking moron. They're going to hit us with missiles and we can't shoot them down because you're a fucking psychopath. Yes. Hello? A psychopath, I said. Turn up your hearing aid, Gramps. Jesus, fuck. But yes, you're a lunatic. Please don't do this. You know what I mean? Talk to you later, dickhead. But, it's like, it's ridiculous on this, on so many levels, where he's like, yeah, we got calls from Qatar and we got calls from UAE. It's like, yeah, because they're trying to stop you, you fucking idiot. So this was 5 hours ago. Iran announces its Strait of Hormuz agreement with Oman is hereby postponed, like it said in the last one. 5 hours ago, Houthis have struck a vessel directly inside the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which we've warned about since the beginning of this conflict, with the ship now sunk to the bottom of the sea. That's per UK MTO. This is the first sunken vessel inside the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, since the start of the Iran war. And again, it continues. It says, as far as a Walter Bloomberg post, it says, U.S. removes Iran-related sanctions. Treasury website. The Hormuz letter says this is false and does not meet Iran's demand that the U.S. should lift all sanctions on Iranian oil, petrochemicals, products, and gas. OFAC today delisted one Iraqi carrier, Fly Baghdad Airlines, and its 2 aircraft. The interstate sanctions. Let's see here. OFAC re-anchored his listing directly to the IRGC Quds Force. This ran under EO 1322.4, counterterrorism, Iranian oil, petrochemicals, and gas sit under EO 1384.6, and the ITSR untouched. That might as well be in fucking Mandarin. Iran has launched a ballistic missile attack on Bahrain. Initial reports from FARS. This is the first attack on Bahrain in nearly 2 weeks. In case you're wondering how this whole situation's going. Yemen's Houthis have just targeted an oil tanker 95 nautical miles southeast of Aden, Yemen, with a loud explosion reported in close proximity to the vessel. This is the 4th such attack within 24 hours. So a deal any second, guys, as you can tell by the reporting here. A deal is going to come any second now. Iran rejects the reports that Oman and Iran agreement is final, adding that even if it is finalized, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz is separate and contingent on the U.S. implementing the following commitments. A source close to the negotiating team tells FARS, it says, 1, lifting its naval blockade. 2, lifting sanctions on Iranian oil, petrochemicals, products, and gas exports. 3, releasing all of Iran's blocked funds. 4, ending the war in Lebanon. 5, accepting Iran's right to collect maritime fees on every ship. It seems like the same wish list, guys, right? We talked about this yesterday, how the Iranian wish list seems to be pretty consistent throughout this entire time of the war. Well, that seems to be, again, the same, at least 5 wishes that they've been talking about this entire time. It says Iran states that once the U.S. implements these commitments, the Strait of Hormuz will open under full Iranian sovereign control. Iran adds that the U.S. violated the original Islamabad MOU, disrupting the established traffic flow in the strait through military attacks, a naval blockade, and preventing access to Iran's blocked funds. They also have a little, let me see here. You can take a look at the traffic. This is posted by Marine Traffic. This is looking at the Red Sea and the Strait of Hormuz, so the Bab el-Mandeb and the Strait of Hormuz. And it says, data highlights how headline volumes can obscure underlying maritime risks. Strait of Hormuz crossings fell from 10 to 8 on 4 August, so being yesterday, with 7 vessels exiting the Middle East Gulf and only 1 entering. 5 of the 8 movements used the Iranian unilateral scheme, while no Hormuz traffic separation scheme crossings were recorded. Bab el-Mandeb traffic rose from 25 to 34, including 18 vessels entering the Red Sea and 16 exiting, yet 4 dock transits, 2 sanctioned crossings, and 6 shadow fleet movements indicate that visibility, routing concentration, and compliance exposure remain central concerns. And you can see here, I don't know if I can make this a little bigger on your screen, kind of the detailing of the ships. This top one, obviously going to be the Strait of Hormuz. Bottom one is going to be the Bab el-Mandeb. And you can see pretty clearly any ships that have been or are traversing the Strait of Hormuz are going on the Iranian corridor. So this inner, I don't know what you'd want to call it, highway, if you will, that you can see these 2 routes that you're looking at. Well, that inner route is the Iranian. So it takes you closer to the Iranian coastline where they have direct access and control. You report to them, tell me what you're carrying, this is that, and the other thing, depending on how it goes, depending on what the situation is. But you can see here the vast majority of these ships that are going in and out are taking that route. Not so much the Omani route, which is this, would be this kind of route closer to, obviously, the Omani sector of the Strait of Hormuz. And then, obviously, the bottom one being the Bab el-Mandeb. You'd have to see what the total amount of ships are that are typically flowing through there and see what the, see what the degradation has been. But it's gone up from 24, I think, to 34 as far as ships going through there. But this was before. So this was yesterday. So this is before a few of these recent ships that have been struck. So it'd be It'll be crazy to see what the shipping traffic looks like after a lot of these strikes have now taken place and after the Houthis are, again, trying to show their control over this area and this waterway. So unfortunately, I only got 5 minutes left. I didn't leave myself a ton of time. So let's see. We could probably do this one. Let's call out Jesse Waters for the last, 4 or so minutes as I get you guys out of here. And then we'll save the U.S. stockpile. I know I have a CNN clip, a video talking about the U.S. stockpile and how bad that's gotten. We'll save that for tonight. So we get the 2-hour show tonight at 8:30. So check back in with us on that show this evening. And that way we can give a little bit more time to this huge story, obviously, of the U.S. stockpile problem being even worse than we thought. Right. So even above and beyond the Patriots and Thads and the interceptors, we're talking about attackums, and even the percentage of the long-range precision missiles that were down is more and worse than we expected. So we'll take a look at that in depth tonight, and we'll just kind of we'll get out of here on a little bit of Jesse Waters stupidity, if you will, because we have a lot more from Ukraine as well, talking about the strikes that they endured overnight, some 17 plus that were killed, and 0. I repeat, 0 of the ballistic or hypersonic missiles that were shot into Kyiv were intercepted. So you can see what a dire situation that is for the people of Kyiv, just days after leaving the city for weeks and enduring Russian missile attack myself. It's sad to see that they have pretty much officially thrown up and put up their last a Pac 2 or Pac 3 Patriot missile interceptor, and that they're done. It's they don't seem to have the ability to shoot down and take down any of these Russian missiles anymore. So an answer needs to be found and found quickly. So we'll dedicate the necessary time to that this evening as well. So let's take a look at a couple minutes of this moron here. Jesse Waters on Fox News. We only got a couple minutes anyway, and I'll get you guys out of here. Much appreciated.
Fox News alert: the gay Ayatollah's back at the table. Sources say it could be surrendering the strait.
The gay Ayatollah? Is he talking about Scott Bessent as the gay Ayatollah? I'm curious. That's just an odd way, even for Jesse Waters and Fox News, to start their little report that they're doing here. I'm assuming he's talking about Scott Bessent as being the gay Ayatollah. I'm just throwing that out there.
In talks with the Iranians, and I think there is a chance we may have a deal today or tomorrow to open the strait and move towards a more normal.
And again, this was their latest attempt, or at least Scott Bessent's latest attempt at market manipulation to try to quell the drastic rise in oil prices and obviously the subsequent price at the pump that we're paying for gas. But this was, again, like we talked about yesterday, their attempts at trying to lie once again for, what is it, the 48th time now that they said a deal was just around the corner, something like that.
Position in this conflict.
Qatar confirmed talks are moving, and so did Rubio.
Yeah, talks because they don't want their asses bombed to death. That's the talks that are happening. Hey, this is Qatar. Hey, this is Qatar again. Yep, just reminding you, if you fucking hit Iran, they're going to hit us, and we have no way to stop that, just to let you know. So those are the talks that are happening. And then the other talks are between Iran and Oman. Like, hey, how much do you think we should charge per ship? What do you think? What do you think, $1 million per ship? Trump can't do shit anyway. Look at how much of their stockpile they've wasted trying to fucking beat us. No, we still have full control. How much should we charge? You let me know. We'll get a deal done. And then Donald Trump somehow behind the scenes trying to take credit, I guess, for the deal that has nothing to do with the United States to begin with.
I think the immediate deal, the one that you see a lot of focus on, is the Straits. The Straits, there are ships moving through the Straits. There's oil moving right now through the Straits.
Yeah, there's ships going through about 8. About 8 ships. I think it went from 10 to 8 from the report that we just read. So technically, he's right. Technically, there are ships anywhere near the number of ships that were typically traveling through the Strait of Hormuz to deliver their goods, their oil, whatever it may be that they're transporting. No, not even remotely. We're talking about fucking fractions. But, we're talking about semantics. Technically, Marco Rubio is correct. There have been ships that have traversed the Strait of Hormuz. Just about, like I said, 8 of them.
Are open. Nonetheless, I think that there's a conversation and a negotiation that we are involved in between Oman and Iran on how more ships can be able to go through there safely in the short term as we move towards these longer term talks about denuclearization. And
maybe we'll pick this up later this evening tonight, because I think there's a lot more from Jesse Waters that I'd like to call out. But unfortunately, only have an hour on the early Wednesday show. We try to cram as much as humanly possible. But my big yapper, you know, and I get a lot of opinions. That's why I started the show. A lot to talk about, a lot to say, and a lot of these things. So typically, you know, we don't get through as much as I'd like to. But that's why we get the second show on Wednesday. That's we got the 2-hour Tonight Show, 8:30 p.m. So check that out. I'm going to kick it over to the next great creator on this space. Very much appreciate you guys for taking the time out of your day. Please hit that like button on the way out and subscribe on the way out. Much appreciated. Shout it out and throw it over to this space. Make sure you stick around here on Blunt Politics so I can thank everybody that sent in a Venmo or Super Chat or something like that. So much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am Jeff Waldorf, the Logical Leftist, and I've got a lot of news to go through today. So we had a kind of a big day yesterday, and so I'm going to talk about a little bit of that. I've, of course, got the normal mix of Trump administration sycophants getting owned, self-owned, gotta love those. And also we have a little bit of news. We're going to start out with Fetterman. Awesome. So yeah, Fetterman feeling the heat. So with that said, please like and share. Very important that you do so. Help out the channel, of course. This space. Thank you all for watching. With that said, let's get logical. All right. Let's start out with the ogre. Republican John Fetterman, Democrat John Fetterman, just lost a poll to someone else by about 18 points in Pennsylvania. That's right. He lost to the blank option, which means anybody but him. 58% of Pennsylvania voters said, please, somebody, anyone else. And 40%, shockingly, said Fetterman. I don't know how many Republicans were involved in this poll. Now, in the same week that this number dropped, the progressive, who had called him an ogre and said that he should be put on a proverbial spike, not a real spike, as a warning to the rest of the Democratic Party, won his Senate primary in Michigan. So this poll comes from Penn Live and Bravo Group's Morning Scrapple, whatever that is. That came out in late July. And they asked Pennsylvania voters if they wanted John Fetterman or somebody else. And somebody else was the clear winner. Oops. 30% said that they would definitely pick blank. Only 12% said that they would definitely stick with Fetterman. His job approval numbers are underwater as well, but not quite Ocean Gate submersible yet. But not great either. 47% of voters disapprove. 45% approve, which is a hell of a place to sit when you're not even on the ballot until 2028. But there's more. I talked about previously a Quinnipiac poll earlier last month, which had 57% of Democrats in the party saying they want him out, gone, get. Republicans, by contrast, have been treating him like a pet exhibit. Hey, he's the Democrat who shows up when the caucus needs a lone no on reining in Donald Trump's disastrous wars in the Middle East. Yes, I'm talking about the Iran war powers vote, where Fetterman has been the deciding Democratic vote against the resolutions to try to restrain Donald Trump's warmongering. And he's done so more than once. Same thing with Cuba, by the way, which is currently being blockaded. I don't know if you know that. We are starving this island so that what? Corporations can later on come in and exploit the very people who live there? Probably. So now what's more interesting about this is the fact that Israel is a major issue here. It's not a side issue. It's actually become Fetterman's brand, what he is known for, just standing by Israel. It's not, he's no longer, on the side of Medicare for all, okay? He is on the side of all of our money for Israel so that they can do a genocide. Oh, lovely. Now, Netanyahu's office recently praised him as a stellar patriot. And Fetterman said that standing with Israel, the right-wing government of Israel, is a supreme honor. Great. Then Fetterman took a swing at other Democrats for how the party continues to behave on this issue. Ah, yes, their behavior, very bad. How dare you be against ethnic cleansing? I mean, regardless of who's doing it, right? In this case, it's Israel. So apparently there are a lot of Democrats that are like, that's the okay kind. Oh, okay. Sure. Look, I don't think you need me to relitigate 2022. You know who John Fetterman ran as. And you know exactly who and what he has become. And probably why. Who knew a head injury would make somebody more conservative? That's just my guess. But what this new number does is translate his betrayal of his base into something not even a Democratic consultant can spin. The man loses the air. So let's go and compare and contrast that to Michigan. You see, before the August 4th primary, Abdul al-Sayed was slammed in establishment media for a leaked Zoom line about putting, quote, one ogre on a pike so that everybody else gets the message. Now, critics tried to hang it on his primary opponent, Haley Stevens. In the debate, however, al-Sayed clarified that he was not talking about Haley Stevens, wasn't calling her an ogre. No, he was clearly talking about John Fetterman. He said, quote, a guy named John Fetterman who got elected on a set of values and is now completely throwing those values in the mud. That was his quote. There you go. Al-Sayed then went on to win the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan. The race Stevens and the establishment, including a mountain of pro-Israel outside money, were supposed to be able to lock down, but they didn't. The timeline here, I mean, it's not subtle. John Fetterman becomes the national shorthand for the Democrat who ran to the left and then governed to the right, and as the Israeli lobby's favorite caucus mascot. And what happened after that ain't an accident. He cast his lonely votes and did his Netanyahu photo ops and even floated leaving the party over, criticism of the right-wing government of Israel. And he did that rather than reckon with a base that is tired of funding genocide. In Pennsylvania, small dollar donors have already voted with their wallets. Months ago, they're gone. The Quinnipiac Democrats already said, show yourself out the door. Bye. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord splits you. And now the broader electorate is saying that they would rather take a random substitute over the incumbent. Now, the cruel little joke here, if you still have a sense of humor left after all of this, is that the party's consultant class spent years telling progressives to sit down and shut up and accept Fetterman's centrist pivot as him being the adult in the room. Well, turns out this adult politics that they were talking about is losing to someone else. The ogre is on the pike. Okay. Oh, I love it. So let's move on here. And we're going to go to Republicans having some issues. Ohio's Republican senator just said that his former son-in-law should not be serving in the House of Representatives. So this is some nice Republican on Republican crime here. Now, that former son-in-law is Congressman Max Miller. And the president of the United States says, oh, no, he's a good person. Of course, behind closed doors, that same White House started hoping that Max Miller would quit the race before his withdrawal deadline. This whole situation illustrates a party with a couple of different standards, right? And one big, fat, orange loyalty problem. So Max Miller, of course, is a Trump-backed Republican from Ohio. He was endorsed by Trump, and he rode that to the GOP nomination for the November ballot. And for weeks, the public record has been filling up with allegations from his ex-wife, Emily Moreno, that Miller had abused her and their 2-year-old daughter. Miller, of course, denies it. He says he's innocent. I don't really know. Some of the child injury claims in this cycle have also been disputed in the reporting, including a broken collarbone story that child welfare authorities had previously marked as unsubstantiated in earlier coverage. Whether or not the allegations are true isn't really the focus here on this story. The focus here is the fact that the Republican Party is now fighting itself in public over whether this man should keep running to keep his seat. Now, Emily's father happens to be Senator Bernie Moreno. He is the Republican senator from Ohio. And on Sunday, Moreno put out a, pretty tough statement. He said that Miller should not serve in the House and that he needs some serious psychological help. But that's not all. By Tuesday, Moreno was also accusing Miller of holding the toddler's favorite stuffed bunny hostage, as part of this whole mess. I mean, I never thought I'd have to talk about something, or somebody using a stuffed animal as leverage, but here we are in the middle of a custody war that has already spilled over into national politics. Now, Miller's response was that he would file his own paperwork for a House ethics investigation into himself, which is always fun. Now, in order to clear his name, of course, from what he had characterized as horrific attacks. Shortly after that, the House Ethics Committee then announced it was opening their own investigation. So, congratulations, I guess. Hey, self-referring to the Ethics Committee while your campaign is on fire could mean some different things. It could mean that you have confidence that you will, get away with it. It could mean that you just want to, flood the airwaves with your document theater. It can mean that you want a process that you can point to while refusing to leave the ballot. I don't know. But what it isn't by itself is a finding. I think it's Miller trying to control the framing. The whole, I asked for an investigation. I've got nothing to hide. Okay. We'll see. But let's talk Trump. Now, on Monday in the Oval Office, Donald Trump told reporters that it was a very sad thing. Very, very sad. I know, Max. I think he's a very good person. And that he's going to let the families figure it out. The accusations. Is going to let them figure all that out. Okay, well, that's a public statement. CBS then reported what happened off camera, which was different. Donald Trump called Max Miller on Monday and raised some concerns about his reelection bid. Miller told him, "I'm not dropping out." Multiple officials said Donald Trump and some of the White House people hope Miller makes an exit immediately. Semaphore reported on that private push first, which, by the way, comes with a timer. Miller had until 4 p.m. on Wednesday to withdraw and give Ohio Republicans a chance to replace him on the November ballot. We'll see if that happens. Now, here's the hypocrisy of this whole thing. This is a party that sells law and order. It also sells family and protecting children as their identity, like every single election cycle. And yet, when the heat's on one of their own, oh no, the guy's apparently a very good person, and refuses to drop out, despite the fact that the same man's a Republican for their former father-in-law says he is a danger to their household and should not hold power. I mean, if it's a danger to the household, then seems like he would be a danger to the country. But since Trump had endorsed him, obviously the president's first instinct is to publicly defend him, even while he hopes that in private that the guy's gone. That's less of a defense and more of electoral damage control. I think Donald Trump, he needs that seat. That's his dog in the fight. And as long as the Republican voters will back Miller, Trump will too. I don't think we'll be seeing this guy pulling a Graham Plattner and dropping out. That is unless Donald Trump and the rest of these folks see him losing. And by the way, Miller's statement to CBS said that if he did drop out, the nation would have fallen from American values by validating false claims in the court of public opinion. Yes, values, everybody. We're talking about values. I mean, values would be a party that could say out loud that serious allegations of abuse would disqualify you from power. Values would not be holding a bunny hostage, okay, or having these allegations from a sitting senator on one side and having a presidential character reference from like the president with the worst character on the other side. I'm not saying Max Miller is guilty of any of the allegations. I'm just asking you all to kind of notice what's going on here. You got one faction of the Ohio MAGA power base attempting to exile this guy because he may end up costing them a seat. Now, the White House, of course, wants the seat problem to just go away before the deadline. And if he's gone by the time you hear this, then the story got its own material ending. End of story. Well, problem solved. But if he is still on the ballot, well, then this is going to get a lot uglier. Because it means the soft shield held long enough to keep a terrible nominee in a must-win political race. Then again, this is what family values looks like when you're a Republican candidate. Definitely lost the stuff bunny vote. There you go. Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the Abdul Al-Sayed win. Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of money. It is the most expensive Senate Democratic primary I think we've ever had. And that is really, really, it's extremely messed up how expensive things have gotten. And the Supreme Court's not helping it at all by allowing even more corporate PAC money to flow into our politics. All right, let's move on here. Get some serious news about healthcare. Everybody already knows that congressional Republicans had killed the Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies, which caused enrollment to fall by about 3 million people. Now, hospital executives are showing up on earnings calls saying, uh-oh, uninsured people are showing up because, sick people don't disappear when you get rid of somewhat affordable insurance. Look, we said this was going to happen under Republicans, and unfortunately, we were right once again. So at the end of 2025, the extra help that made marketplace plans at least somewhat affordable to working people was allowed to die, which was a political choice made by the Republican-controlled Congress. As a result of that choice, about 3 million fewer people have ACA coverage compared with last year. And they didn't just transfer to other coverage. They don't have any at all. So I want to, show you what the hospital CEOs said when newly uninsured people started showing up at their hospitals anyway. HCA Healthcare, the largest for-profit hospital chain in this country, told investors that the uninsured surge tied to those who lost their subsidies is on track to hit their income by $1 to $1.2 billion this year. Oops. That's up from an earlier projection of $600 to $900 million. Stat reported that raise after a worse than expected second quarter mix of uninsured patients. HCA CEO Sam Hazen did not pretend to be shocked by this. He said that the effects were as expected and that many people became uninsured but still needed that emergency care. As they looked at the first half of the year, the expectation, of course, was right, but the impact was far bigger than their estimates. And think about that for a second. These companies modeled human damage as a line item. They lowballed it and still, had to revise the pain upward. That's the reality here. Over at Universal Health Services, CFO Steve Filton had told investors that they had hoped some people who had lost exchange coverage would land somewhere else. Where are they going to go, Filton? Huh? Where are they going to go, Steve? What, are they going to magically get health insurance somewhere? You dipshit. This is why we need Medicare for all, okay? This is why we need actual universal health care instead of what we have now. Now, Filton said that it felt like virtually everyone who lost their exchange coverage became an uninsured patient. No shit. No freaking duh. I swear these CEOs are the dumbest people imaginable. Okay? Dumb as a freaking dumber than a brick. Okay? I'm trying not to swear. Okay? I mean, what did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen, guys? Did these people actually understand how expensive healthcare is in this country? Because I don't think they do. I don't think they do. And it's because their paycheck demands that they don't understand. Look, what happened here is the opposite of the cute little Republican and establishment Democrat bedtime story, where the invisible hand of the free market will gently catch you and kind of push you towards something that you can afford. The reality is the so-called invisible hand is choking people thanks to the Republicans. And of course, you can go back, years and years and years ago when we had a chance to have universal health care and it didn't happen. Mainly because of corporate Democrats and Republicans. But anyway, it's not only the for-profit hospitals that are doing these spreadsheet confessions. Laura Kaiser, CEO of SSM Health, a Catholic nonprofit hospital, told the New York Times what the unpaid bills look like from the other side of the desk. Patients completely unable to pay. They are crushing people who are desperately trying to pay their bill. So this is not a story about, poor hospital CEOs are not getting a bonus. Get the violins, everybody. No. Some of these systems are actually enormous. And they're very, very profitable. Now, the point here is more simple than that. You see, when you strip the coverage, emergency rooms and hospital balance sheets become a backstop. Patients delay their care until they are sicker, and sicker people cost more to treat. They're also more likely to land in the hospital emergency room for problems that could have been avoided. And of course, when you're hospitalized, you get less care and die at higher rates than insured patients. This is how being uninsured kills people. And you know what? When you can't afford to pay, that cost does not vanish. It gets spread around to everybody else. Now, if you've been watching this channel for a while, in these videos, you probably already know all this. The warnings here were not subtle. You kick millions towards higher premiums and crappier coverage, and you don't get a nation of newly thrifty consumers to fill in the gap. No, you get a nation of people that are one ER visit away from medical bankruptcy, and a hospital sector going from hundreds of millions in unpaid bills to bleeding over $1 billion because people have been stripped of their ability to somewhat afford insurance. Look, the villain here isn't exactly the ER or the hospital chains. Yes, there are serious problems with the way hospitals bill insurance companies and their patients. So they're definitely part of this. But the real problem here is more systemic. As I mentioned, we need single-payer healthcare. We need healthcare that does not have a profit motive attached to it. That's the only way to go. But the villain here in this particular story are the people who not only defend this for-profit system, but also work to take away what few government supports there were and that they counted on. That helped make their insurance somewhat affordable. The enhanced subsidies were a bridge. And Republicans, they shot a missile at it and then called that missile fiscal responsibility. And that's not all. There's another healthcare wreck waiting in the pipeline. Well, several, actually. For one, the Medicaid work requirements. They're set to do some real damage, especially to rural hospitals. Look, Republicans ran on lies, protecting Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. They couldn't sell that we're going to take your insurance away and expected to win an election. But understand that that was always the plan. It was right there. Project 2025, letting those subsidies expire and the ACA fall apart with absolutely no replacement. It's no surprise that they refused to do this extension and then waited for the plan year to turn and let the people who need that insurance, need those subsidies, fall through the gaps. The people who kept coverage, paid more, or scraped harder, and the people who fell off, well, they didn't stop needing their insulin stitches or cardiac workups. They just stopped being covered and started being an uncompensated care problem for the hospitals. Look, there are now hundreds of millions of dollars in lost hospital revenue across all these different systems, and $1 billion plus at HCA alone on the subsidy-linked uninsured hit. 3 million are no longer covered, just as expected. And this is not an accident. It was always the GOP healthcare plan, which is don't get sick. And if you do, die quickly. Okay. Moving on here. Alrighty. Turns out hurting Kash Patel's little fifis ain't worth a payout of millions of dollars. Who knew? Oh, and of course, because the universe does seem to have a sense of humor here, the dismissal order on that case had quoted the phrase, you're going to love this, googly-eyed Kremlin bitch in a footnote. That is now part of the permanent record. Hey, Kash, you asked for it, and you got it. So the blogger I'm talking about is Jim Stewartson, a California-based writer who runs a Substack called Mind War. He covers authoritarianism. Well, he must be really busy these days. He spent years calling out people that are playing footsie with the fash, which is most of the Republican Party at this point, and some Democrats. Now, in 2023, Stewartson, he went after Patel hard. Called him a chud, which is fun. Kremlin asked that. He also tied him to January 6th rhetoric. Now, Patel's response, of course, wasn't to push back, to have a, war of ideas. Oh, no, he immediately went to lawfare, of course. In June 2023, Patel filed in federal court in Nevada, and he asked for $10 million over some mean blog posts. Hey, whatever happened to the First Amendment, guys? Do you even believe in that? Have you ever believed in that? At the time, Kash Patel was not the FBI director. He was just a professional Trump world operative with a brand built on bootlicking, grievance, as well as suing people who hurt his delicate little feelings. Now, according to reporting on the, record, this fits a pattern. I mean, he's had about 6 defamation suits filed in the last 7 years. How dare you say mean things about me? I'm going to sue. Now, obviously, Stewartson don't live in Nevada. He lives in California. He writes California blog posts. So, but Patel, in his infinite wisdom, sued him in Nevada court. And, for a while, it actually looked like Stewartson might have been cooked. Not because he didn't have a good defense, but because he didn't show up. He didn't have the money. He didn't have the bandwidth to sit there and fight a federal case the same way a billionaire's lawyer would be able to. In fact, back in August of 2025, Patel scored a default judgment against him for $250,000. Stewartson wasn't even properly in the fight. That was then. Stewartson has since hit back. He got counsel, he got his ass into court, and he asked the judge to vacate that default and kill the case for lack of personal jurisdiction, which is lawyer speak for, hey, you sued the wrong guy in the wrong state. This court does not get to drag a California blogger across the desert because Kash Patel was big mad. So on July 29th, 2026, Chief U.S. District Judge Andrew P. Gordon in the District of Nevada had vacated the default judgment and dismissed the case for lack of personal jurisdiction. So Patel, he don't get his $10 million. He don't get to keep the $250,000. He gets a closed file and a lesson in civil procedure. Oopsie. So now for the footnote. In the same order that ends Patel's lawsuit, the court quotes the insult language in the case, including when he called Patel a googly-eyed Kremlin bitch. That's as part of laying out what was actually said in the blog post. Stewartson's public reaction was basically a public service announcement. You're free to say that. It's like your opinion, man. Look, obviously the judge did not hold a real trial and declare Patel a Kremlin asset. This ruling was simply about jurisdiction or lack thereof. Kash Patel picked Nevada, and the court said Nevada doesn't get Stewartson. That's enough. Gone. At the end of the day, he tried chasing money. Won a default when the other side couldn't fight. And then when the process actually got real, his whole case collapsed because he wasn't even able to haul the blogger into the very courthouse that he had chose. Oopsie. Sad baby. At the end of the day, he tried to use a federal docket as a reputation laundering service and got his ass bounced right out of the courthouse. Now, if you've been watching Patel's other defamation adventure, when he tried to sue The Atlantic, you'd see that he really doesn't seem to have the stomach for a real First Amendment fight where, you'd actually have to go through discovery. He prefers to go after those who won't fight back or can't. in this case, in this guy's case with the default judgment and all. But as soon as they start pushing back, cash crumbles like a googly-eyed little bitch. Turns out, having rich, connected political enforcers that treat defamation filings like attacks on critics only win if the critic cannot afford counsel. At the end of the day, their default gets vacated, and there can, and there isn't a jurisdiction ruling in their favor. So Stewartson eventually fought back. So the tax failed, and it failed absolutely hard. Those blog posts, they're still up. I got some reading later. The $10 million, it ain't going to Patel. And the FBI director's prior lawsuit is now a punchline with a docket number. The party that cries about lawfare every time a Trump ally gets subpoenaed seems to be remarkably comfortable watching their own guys attempt to use the civil system as a club. Right up until, of course, the judge says, I don't frickin' think so. Hey, Cash Patel, he started this lawsuit, he picked the forum, and he demanded that his enemies pay. But then he lost. The lesson here is if you're going to sue somebody for hurting your delicate little feelings online, here's a tip for you. Don't. Alrighty. I mean, I think it's pretty good advice. But anyway, let's move on here to a fail by Trump's Justice Department. Which one? It's weird that you got to ask that these days, but such is the times we live in. All right. So Donald Trump's Justice Department went to court to try to seize the state's sensitive voter files. We're talking dates of birth, driver's license numbers, partial social security numbers. Now, they sold the whole thing as election integrity. But 20 courts have now told them no. Over half of those judges, by the way, were appointed by Republicans. And 8 of them were appointed by Trump himself. And after all this theater, they still have not been able to produce the mountain of fraud evidence that this crusade pretends that it's about. So Monday in Colorado, U.S. District Judge Philip Brimmer had dismissed the DOJ's lawsuit for Colorado's non-public statewide voter registration database. This isn't a temporary pause. This was dismissed with prejudice. They can't get a do-over in the courtroom. Not on that claim. Brimmer, he ain't some deep state mascot from a Republican campaign ad. The man was appointed by George W. Bush. Colorado's Secretary of State Janet Griswold had already given them the public version of their voter rolls and had refused to give them the unredacted file, packed with identifiers that state law treats as sensitive. So the DOJ sued. Brimmer's ruling tracks what court after court has already told the DOJ. The Civil Rights Act provision that they're waving around was written for records election officials receive from voters, applications, papers, that kind of crap. Not a live statewide database the state builds and updates on its own. He found that their December 2025 demand letter had failed the basic statutory job of starting up a real basis and purpose for their fishing trips. Now let's zoom out here because Colorado is not the only one facing this. It's not a one-off moment. According to tracking cited across the reporting, the DOJ has actually sued about 30 states, plus DC, in their voter file campaign. David Becker, the former DOJ voting section lawyer, now working at the Center for Election Innovation and Research, told Newsweek that the scoreboard here ain't great. 20-0 against the seizure so far. And again, over half of the judges that ruled against the DOJ were Republican appointed. 8 of them were appointed by Donald Trump. So when the press release comes out and Fox News, claims activist liberal judges. Obviously, they're trying to paint a picture of like a pink-haired justice, you know? But the reality here is that you have Trump judges, Bush judges, Obama and Biden judges. All of them are agreeing that this dragnet is illegal. Former Attorney General Pam Bondi had rolled this out as a cornerstone of election integrity, while Harmeet Dillon had framed the states handing over their unredacted files, you know, as not handing over their files as being obstructionist. Oh, these states, they love fraud. Really? Well, if your story is that the rolls here are basically a crime scene stuffed with fraudulent voters, then at some point you'd have to present evidence, right? Facts, video evidence, name conspirators, you know, documentation, something. The kind of stuff that you would need to win in an actual courtroom. But what they have instead here is a demand for the most sensitive fields in the file and a civil rights statute from 1960 doing some gymnastics that it was never really built to do. A lot of states did comply, by the way, by handing over their public lists. But they drew the line at Social Security fragments, full birth dates, and driver's license numbers because those are identifiers. These states actually protected the privacy of their voters, which is what they are supposed to do. Look, at the end of the day here, the federal government hasn't historically run a national voter registration dossier because it's none of their goddamn business. They do not run the elections in the states. And the Constitution is very clear about whose job that really is. Look, these rulings, by the way, are about statutory reach and the limits of making a compulsory records demand. They are not each a mini trial proving every local election was run completely perfectly. We know that there are issues. And we know that, you know, yes, we need to fix those issues. But none of those issues, by the way, is the alleged mass voter fraud and non-citizens being shipped over the border to steal our elections. That's not actually happening. All they have is that conspiracy narrative. And they've attached a subpoena to it with no evidence to back up any of those claims. Because it never happened. And we all know that it never happened. And when judges appointed by their own party keep writing that these seizures are unlawful, you don't get to call that a George Soros op unless you're willing to put Donald Trump's name on the bench that blocked you. Now, what gets me is how empty all of this really was. Yet people still keep buying into this, you know, elections are rigged bullshit theater. Okay. Donald Trump literally claimed that in Michigan, after Abdul al-Sayed won his primary against Haley Stevens, that there was election fraud. He posted this on True Social. Wayne County, Detroit, in Michigan is one of the most corrupt voting areas in the United States, if not the world. It is strictly third world. Miracles happen in Wayne County, including more votes being cast than there are voters by a lot. Now, his evidence, of course, is just trust me, bro. He added, the radical left socialist has a real shot, and don't discount all of those fake mail-in ballots that will surprisingly show up at the last moment. Get ready for another rigged election. Well, like yours. Hey, man, look, there are legit questions about Donald Trump's 2024 win involving, you know, Elon Musk, Starlink, disqualified ballots, you know, voter suppression, bomb threats at polling places, etc. Just saying. The amount that Trump cries about rigged elections really kind of makes a person think, are you projecting? Because it sounds like you might be projecting there. Well, the only thing I want to project right now is vomit. But anyway, maybe that's why Trump wants the state voter files. Maybe so he can ensure that he can rig the midterms and stay out of prison or something. But anyway, Becker's line to Newsweek contains a nice little bureaucratic jab. Okay. Very, very subtle. But he said the DOJ, which was once the most experienced election lawyers in the building, or had the most, experienced election lawyers, now looks like it's on pace to lose more voting cases in under 2 years than it lost in the previous 50. That's a statement of fact here. And you know why? It's because all of the competent people have already left the building. All that's left there now is bootlickers and incompetent morons who will continue to lose and lose and lose. And they're going to keep losing and losing, making a mockery of not only themselves, but their departments, as well as their boss. Yeah, sure, they'll appeal Colorado, and they'll keep swinging for the fences in these cases that are still pending. That is allowed, but what isn't allowed is pretending that a 0 for 20 dragnet is a winning war on fraud. When, of course, the fraud case still and never will be able to show up with the goods. Hey, if your conspiracy theory needs everybody's social security numbers before it can produce any of that evidence, then it was never actually an investigation. It was more of a shopping list. And like many Americans right now, their carts, well, they're still empty. All right. Like the clown, get a circus. Indeed. 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 All right. So let's move on to another embarrassment. I'm talking Jeanine Pirro. President Donald Trump spent $14.7 million of our money on a no-bid paint job for the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. He then blamed vandals when the liner peeled off, and then tried to hang a felony on a former Olympian to try to protect his story. However, his own U.S. attorney tanked the case, put the botched contractor work in a court filing, and had to walk a box of physical evidence into the White House because the president still wouldn't accept reality. Oops. He had handpicked his prosecutor, picked the myth that he was going to use, and now is eating both. So you know the story by now. Donald Trump wanted the reflecting pool looking camera ready for the America 250th pageant, around Independence Day. He had this thing drained, recoated, and painted with American flag blue, which immediately turned sickly green. The Interior Department handed Virginia-based Atlantic Industrial Coatings a no-bid contract that, with supplements, hit about $14.7 million. The contractor had previously done some work on Trump properties, including a golf course in Northern Virginia. So they got the job, and almost immediately after the work was done, the new liner peeled off. Now, a normal administration might look at that and ask for a refund or something. But this one, obviously they couldn't. Donald Trump started talking about knives and box cutters and a 300-foot slit and thugs and shady left-wing Antifa vandals. Oh, my God. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum went on CNN and said he was 100% sure that it was vandalism, and mocked anybody asking about, what if this company just fucked up? By July 2nd, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, Donald Trump's handpicked top prosecutor for D.C., the former Fox News host that he installed to run the Capitol's federal cases, and I still can't believe that that's a thing. She was at a press conference talking about a violent effort to rip up the sealant and having tremendous evidence against former Olympic canoeist David Hearn. Hearn had been looking at a felony destruction of property charge, up to 10 years in prison. 3 other people got pulled into this whole narrative as well, which turned out to be complete and utter bullshit. No, here's what the government's own papers actually said. On July 31st, Pirro's office had moved to dismiss the Hearn case. The motion runs about 20 pages, and it doesn't read like a normal conspiracy theory podcast. It actually reads like a contractor autopsy. Additional interior documents, prosecutors wrote, showed the damage was from a rushed, botched installation by the contractor, Atlantic Industrial Coatings, and the scramble to finish before the America 250th event. This was not vandalism. Peeling showed up almost immediately along the perimeter. A National Park Service engineer's June 11th email had blamed contractor error via overspray. This was weeks before Doug Burgum's on-air vandal certainty tour. A July 20th inspection pointed again to overspray and delamination. Visual inspection found damage right out in the middle of the pool, where the guy with the box cutter fan fiction gets pretty hard to stage. Just saying. Piro's filing also says the Interior gave less than fulsome information at the start, and that if the DOI had been straight with what it already had, the government would not have gone to a grand jury. So basically, they rushed a almost $15 million coating job. The liner failed, like a bad home improvement weekend. And the cover story was that it was the Trump haters that did it. Oh, okay. Well, and look, this matters because here we have the DOJ admitting that we can't prove this. We can't prove vandalism beyond a reasonable doubt on the record we actually have, on the facts that we had on the ground. And putting contractor failure in a public court filing while Donald Trump was still yelling about vandals on social media. Okay? Hearn's lawyers had been saying the renovation was the problem the whole time. Trump's response to his own prosecutor being forced to do a reality check wasn't, thank you, for, you're teaching me what actually happened and showing me what actually happened. And, oh my goodness, we almost destroyed a man's life over this peeled sealant. Oh, thank goodness we didn't do that. It was, she choked. She folded like an umbrella. I disagree 100%. He kept pointing at tape and witnesses like the motion didn't exist. Then, of course, came the part that really should be hung in a museum of self-owns at this point. See, according to reporting on CBS Leaks discussed this week, Piro had to go to the White House with a box of physical evidence, the evidence that undercut the Trump vandal story. She had the receipts right there and had to go in person to try to walk Trump through why the case was dumb and had to die. Gee, I wonder if, she had to do use hand puppets or something, okay, Donnie, this is why the case isn't going so well. But as old Mike Pillow likes to say, just forget about the evidence. And that's exactly what Trump did. The meeting, it was not a calm meeting. It got pretty heated, apparently. But his handpicked U.S. attorney literally had to go and try to do a show and tell with the exculpatory physical evidence. Simply because the boss preferred to keep his demented fan fiction. And hasn't changed. Now, here's the thing. I'm a taxpayer, okay? And my money went to fund this bullshit no-bid rush job. And it funded the case against an innocent man. I'm not thrilled about this, about all this lawfare that's happening on my dime, and you shouldn't be either. And even though there's clear evidence of what happened, Trump and Burgum are out there insisting that it was vandalism. They did it. Look, this whole reflecting pool drama is nothing more than a failed vanity project that, needed a scapegoat. And then they lost their scapegoat. Somebody's got to eat the loss here. It could be the contractor on warranty. It could be the officials who greenlit this rush job. Or it could be a random guy who touched a floating flap of failed coating after the pool was already considered a national joke. And we know what option they picked, option 3. And when they failed, Trump did what he always does when reality slaps him upside the head. He turned on the person that showed him the proof. Pretty sure Janine is going to need a pretty stiff drink now after all of this is over with. Because I'm starting to think that she's not going to have that job much longer. Drink up, Janine. You're going to need it. All right. Okay. So that's all I got for y'all today. Hopefully you enjoyed this show. All the self-owns, the fails, all that stuff. Gotta love it. Please, if you haven't already, like the stream, subscribe to the space, as well as my own channel, Logical Leftist, over on YouTube. Much appreciated for all these videos. So yeah, I put out videos every single day. So go check those out. Now, everybody, thank you so much for watching. Coming up next, of course, is Andrea Rovenski, who is going to walk us through, apparently, Fville. So, which is where we're at. She's going to talk about the news, just like I was. So, hopefully, stick around for that show. Thank you again. And, well, we'll see you next week.
Are we live? Are we live? Live on stream? Are we live? Can anyone hear me? Are we streaming? Is my mic on? Hi, Mike. Are we on? Are we live? Hello and welcome to another showgram. I'd like to say thank you to Jeff for giving me the microphone a little early this week. Typically, Jeff is he's show. He likes to go over 5-10 minutes every once in a while, which I don't mind. But today he's gone under, leaving me on my toes. I was still getting ready here. I was still shuffling my papers, and so thank you, Jeff, for that show. And I will try my best with my reclaimed time to do a showgram, hopefully as decent as yours. And thank you to Boston Brian for showing up and doing his show about he was talking about Ukraine and stuff. So shout out to Ukraine, except for when they bombed Iran. That was kind of lame of them. But anyway, and shout outs to the rest of this space astronauts. And we're cosmonautic individuals here on the spatial stations. There was an election yesterday. Let's talk about elections. Abdul El Sayed allegedly has won the primary. According to reports, he has won the primary for the Michigan Senate race against Haley Stevens. Now, I like to shit on elections. Let's just put it that way. Let's start there. I love shitting on elections. But when I heard that motherfucking bitch say, Israel comes to me in my dreams, I could not help myself but keep my eyes peeled, okay, for this one. Israel comes to me in my dreams. Now, if I had done any preparation, I would have brought that clip to you so that we could all laugh at it together. But I'm sure you've seen it. You've seen it. I've seen it. Israel comes to me in my dreams. Now, that shit's fucking weird. That's just strange, very strange stuff. So, but she's gonzo. She's sacrificed her seat in the House of Reps to run for Senate, and then she lost the primary. So now she's just like, what is she doing? Nothing, I guess. I guess she's going to get a lot more nap time. She's going to hang out with Israel a little bit more. You know, when I do lucid dreaming, I don't, you know, when other people do lucid dreaming, they do like flying around, like superpowers, you know, they save the world. When I do lucid dreaming, I like to go to Israel, just walk around, you know, so, but Abdul El Sayed has won the primary in Michigan, and that's big news, I guess. I guess it's big news. All right, sure. You know what? Let's live out a little bit. Let's allow it. Let's, you know, let's let ourselves have fun here. But it's not, you know, he's not the senator yet. We still got to go through Mike Rogers, who is a pretty bad senator. He's the Republican from Michigan, and Michigan has been trending blue. Whatever that means, I guess. I don't know what that means. I mean, like, you know, kind of, we live in a little bit of a kind of a strange world when it comes to elections, you know, over the course of years. Even though Donald Trump has been basically raping and pillaging, people are still at the point where, like, I don't know about the Republicans. I don't know. Sure, the Republicans are raping, pillaging. There was that fucking diarrhea parasite that started in Michigan, by the way. Well, at least that was the epicenter when that started. You know, it was in all kinds of states, but it was mostly in Michigan. And then you still have these Michiganders. By the way, they call themselves Michiganders. What the fuck? So we have these Michiganders that are like, I don't know. Child rapist is the spearhead of the Republican Party. I don't know. Hey, we could have somebody who was a doctor and cut medical debt. I think it was like millions of dollars of medical debt to people that lived in Detroit versus the guy who sucks the child rapist little child rape dick. I don't know. Hey, I'm just a little Michigander. I don't know. So he's not in there yet. Still got to go through Mike Rogers. But I think most people are under the impression that this is going to be a blue tsunami. We're going through a blue tsunami this year. You know, provided the Republicans just don't cheat. Provided the Republicans, you know, don't just say, hey, we're not going to let you into the Senate. You won the election. But what if they just don't seat them? That's what fucking the other Mike, what's his name? Not Mike Rogers, the other one. Johnson. They all have the same fucking name. Okay. Mike Johnson was out there not seating somebody, a Democrat who won a special election for like a month or whatever that was. So who knows, right? Who knows? Anything could happen. We're in like the penultimate season of the fall of the Republic here. So we might not actually even get a Senator Abdul El Sayed. But either way, he won the primary. The establishment Democrats are freaking out. They're freaking out. Because I think that now I'm a little bit of an irony-drenched individual. I find it hard to take some of this stuff seriously. But let's just try to take it seriously for a moment here. The more centrist-y, Bill Clintonite Democrats, their time in the sun is up. Provided they don't do any fuckery, right? Like now, again, they've done fuckery before. Jim Clyburn was out there campaigning for Haley Stevens, didn't work. You had Gretchen Whitmer, who is the governor of Michigan. I just want to say what a complete and total failure of a politician Gretchen Whitmer is. The only decent thing she's ever done in her entire political career is she uploaded this video of like she was like feeding a Dorito to like some cosplayer at like an anime convention. Look it up. It's a real video. That was the only good thing she produced in her entire political career. So she was lining up behind Haley Stevens. And these are people that hold a grudge. All right. Jim Clyburns of the world. These are people that hold a grudge. So I wouldn't put it past them to do anything in their power to flatten the tires of the El Sayed campaign going up against Mike Rogers, because the thing that centrists, these Bill Clintonite type of Democrats, they care more about their entrenchment within the party infrastructure than they do about anything else. Do you think Jim Clyburn or Gretchen Whitmer or any of these fucking morons, do you think they give a fuck about your grocery bills? You know, do you think they give a fuck about your energy bills? Gretchen Whitmer, who endorsed Haley Stevens, was recently caught. She's the governor of Michigan. She was caught on a hot mic talking about data centers, saying that it doesn't, you know, we get a lot of pushback, but we just kind of ignore the pushback. You know, we're used to I think the exact quote that Gretchen Whitmer said on a hot mic was, we're used to doing things regardless of what people say. We're used to doing it. We're used to just pushing things through, even if the public says no, even if they vote down every step of the way. So Gretchen Whitmer, again, she's in the pocket of big data center, whereas Abdul El Sayed is against these data center companies. He's against all this stuff. So I wouldn't put it past them to do some fuckery within the machinations of the Democratic Party. This is one of the reasons why I'm skeptical of the Democratic Party. Even if you do win the nomination, they will still try to fuck you over. Look at Zohran Mamdani. He won the nomination for New York City mayor. And then the rapist who was running against him, he was running against a rapist. I think his name is Cuomo or something. So he's running against a rapist. He beats the rapist for the Democratic primary. Then the rapist is like, I'm going to run as an independent. What the fuck? And then you had the leadership of the Democratic Party, like Chuck Schumer et al., say, hey, we're just not going to weigh into the primary. What the fuck? The Democrat versus a rapist. Like, you're not going to wade in the primary? Like, what the fuck? Right. So again, these are people that hold a grudge. So I don't think we've seen the end of Haley, Israel comes to me in my dreams, Stevens. I don't think we've seen the end of, you know, the Gretchen Whitmer type of politicians in Michigan, or the Jim Clyburn type of politicians at a national Democratic level. I think that these guys are going to try desperately to fuck everything up before they're kicked out of office. All right. I think Chuck Schumer is going to go down kicking and screaming. You think if Chuck Schumer has a significant primary challenger and then he lost the primary, but he's still the senator and he's still the leader for like another 6 months, you don't think he's going to use everything in his toolkit to fuck everything up? I think these are vindictive, evil sons of bitches, right? So I hope Abdul has a good campaign. I hope it goes well. I hope he wins the Senate. But I'm a little scared. I got to be honest. And that doesn't even go into the fact that Michigan is also ground zero for Republican election stealing and cheating. In the 2024 election, they threw out hundreds of thousands of ballots in Michigan because of some other, you didn't fucking sign this envelope correctly. Your fucking pen was running out of ink on the last stroke of the signature. So they were doing all kinds of bullshit to steal the election in 2024 for the Republicans. Ever since, again, we need to also, whenever we're talking about elections, everyone else ignores this. I'm not going to ignore it. Whenever we talk about elections, we need to talk about ever since 2020, ever since Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, he has been installing MAGA loyalists at election, infrastructure in swing states. County, election counters, polling places, the county clerks, a lot of places in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, states like these. You ever think it's weird that Donald Trump won every swing state in the 2024 election? The whole thing was a scam. The whole thing was theatrics, okay? So again, I'm worried about what these guys are going to do. I'm worried also about how close Haley Stevens got to beating Abdul. For those of you that don't know, There was no primary on the Republican side. So I wonder how many Republicans voted for Haley Stevens in the Democratic primary of Michigan, just so that they would have an easy layup election. Even then, I think Haley Stevens would still beat Mike Rogers. Again, free and fair elections. If we have one of those, I think she's still going to I mean, Mike Rogers, come on. Again, pedophile party. Like, hello, pedophile party. Pedophile party. This is the party of pedophiles. Like, you should be beating these guys by 50 points. But either way, okay. Either way, very worried about Republican election interference. It's only gotten worse since 2024. They successfully stole the 2024 election. So these guys are emboldened. They stole the last election. They're probably going to try and do everything they can to steal the next election, as well as the 2028 election. Donald Trump has already started his campaign for, as he calls it, a fourth term. He's already started the campaign. This is one thing, we're still talking about Abdul a little bit here, but Donald Trump literally announced he was running for election again in 2028. This is 2 weeks ago. Everyone is just like, did they just fucking ignore that? He was at this like White House event or whatever, some dinner or whatever with some fucking journalist. I don't know, whatever it is. And he announces he's running for a third term. Where is everyone talking about this? That ship has sailed. He's doing it already, right? So again, I'm worried about what these guys are going to do in the general election, both in the midterms and in the next presidential election. I'm worried about what these vindictive, grudge-holding, AIPAC fucking endorsed and gobbled up, consumed super soldiers of AIPAC. I'm wondering what these Democrats are going to do against people like Abdul al-Sayed and some of the other Democratic, the DSA guys and all the other places. Worried, very worried. But either way, we got some good news here, I guess, maybe. But again, AIPAC spent like $50 million or $40 million on this race and lost. You don't spend $40 million and then take your ball and go home, all right? Let's just put it that way. Nobody, I don't care how wealthy you are, nobody spends $40 million and then fails and then goes, well, I guess we'll do something else with our lives. Maybe we'll go start a restaurant. No, these motherfuckers are going to come back. They're going to come back swinging, and it's not going to be pretty. All right. So, but Abdul al-Sayed, he's pretty good. Even though he did that thing where he self-ID'd as a capitalist. Did anyone remember that? Like, he's like, oh, I'm a capitalist. What the fuck was that thing about? I don't know. Whatever. Vote for Abdul. Do it again if you have to. Do it twice. In the primary and in the general. Or do it twice in the general. I don't know. I mean, whatever you got to do. I love voter fraud. Yeah. Anyway, that's that. That's the show for that moment in time. We're going to be switching to another moment in time. I'm on heavy duty stimulants today. This is like my 15th cup of coffee. So bear with me as I probably will enter the last segment around 25 minutes before my show is over, and then we're going to have a lot of dead space. I prefer the original over the remake, just in general. I haven't played the remake. I haven't even seen any screenshots or gameplay, but I just always going to prefer the original. Just generally speaking. What am I talking about? I don't know. Anyway, we're going to be talking about there's a new study that came out. Now, I want to let everyone in on a little bit of scientific literacy, all right? So there was a study that came out that says, if you look at it here, this is the study. This is just like the top line of the study. In order to achieve a sustainable planet, we need to have the population. We need 4 billion humans by 2200. Now, this was a study that came out, okay? The way that the news media interprets studies, you have to be very skeptical of, okay? Now, I'm not going to sit here and read to you the whole study. You can do that if you want. But a lot of news media has picked this up, saying headlines like scientists say we need to have the Earth's population. Now, the study itself says we need to have the Earth's population by 2200, okay? That's what the study says. Nowhere in the news media are they going to say 2200. Maybe they'll say it in like the 15th paragraph, but no one's going to read that far. So I've been seeing a lot of motherfuckers freak the fuck out about how climate scientists are saying we need to have the population, not knowing that this is by 2200. They're thinking like, oh, we got to kill 4 billion people. That's not exactly what the study says. Now, all of that withstanding, we probably actually, if we do want to take care of climate change, we're probably going to actually have to kill 4 billion people on this planet right now that are alive. But we don't have to do anything because that's already happening. That's called capitalism. That's called status quo. What is already happening is what this study is recommending, is the fever dream interpretation of what the study says. This study is saying we need to slow reproduction over the course of the next 2 centuries. All right. That is what the study is recommending. Slow reproduction, have less children. Okay. But what is actually happening on the planet is the billionaire class are killing everybody. The Middle East, if whatever that means, North Africa, West Asia, that kind of area, Southern Europe, is going to be uninhabitable in like 20 years from now. All right. 20 years from now, that whole thing is going to be basically, you cannot live there unless you're living in like a biodome. Like the Saudi fucking royal family, they're probably going to have a couple biodomes. If you're lucky, if you want to live there, you're going to have to be a slave for like the Saudi royal family or like the Qatari slave owner class or whatever, right? That's going to be your, if you want to live in that region. How many billions of people live in that region? Think about that for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, just about 3 to 4 billion people live in that region. You know, we're talking about now, you know, going into Africa as well. A lot of Africa is going to be uninhabitable. Now, some of Africa might even hit like a nice tropical situation, you know, more similar to Brazil. That's another possible outcome of climate change. But either way, we're going to have at least 2 to 3 billion displaced motherfuckers in the next 20 so years, okay? Do you think Europe is going to allow in 2 billion brown-skinned refugees? Do you think North or even South America has the room capacity infrastructure for 2-3 billion brown-skinned refugees? Maybe China? You think China has the capacity? Probably. You know what? I'm going to say China has the capacity for like probably 1 to 2 billion. I think China will probably brunt a lot of this. You think Russia, yeah, you think Russia is going to take in 2 billion Russia can barely take care of its own people, all right? Where are these billions of refugees going to go when this area of the planet becomes uninhabitable? They're going to go to the ash bin of nuclear hellfire. You think a pedophile rape cult with nuclear weapons is going to deal with a refugee crisis, right? Fuck no. The refugee crisis that is coming down the tunnel here is the Bronze Age collapse on fucking crack cocaine cooked up by Hunter Biden in a fucking goddamn bathroom in a DC 7-Eleven, okay? That's the level of refugee crisis we're dealing with. You think Europeans, right? Europeans are on a whole different level of racism, right? They don't have like the weird slavery stuff that America had. I mean, they had slavery, but it's America never really dealt with the slavery thing, and we kind of just pretended it's not a thing. And then, you know, whereas America or Europe, they have a different level of racism, right? They're really racist in Europe. I mean, Europe kind of invented racism. Like, let's be honest, right? They're the original gangsters of fucking racism, but their racism is like, it's a different level of racism. They hate the outside world, right, more than they hate the inside world. Whereas American racism is like, they look everywhere around them and it's like, I hate everyone, my neighbors, I hate. European racism is more of like, I hate the world around me, right? They've constructed a little, I mean, I don't know, they've been getting a little bit more heterogenized, I guess you could say. But either way, you think Europe is probably the best chance at halting like a nuclear war when it comes to this climate refugee crisis. You think Europe is going to take in like 1 billion refugees? You think Europe is down to just like triple their population with refugees? It's not going to happen. Okay. These are racist motherfuckers. So you're seeing in the news media a lot well, I don't know, maybe you're not, maybe you don't follow news media when it comes to this kind of stuff, but I do. I'm a little bit of a science nut. I read the science news. You're seeing a lot of people circulate this study saying that, you know, we're going to have the population, we're going to kill 1 billion people, we're going to kill 4 billion people today. That's not what this study recommends, because scientific studies are conservative by their nature. Science is a fundamentally conservative field, okay? The scientific method is like the blueprint for conservatism, okay? The scientific method means you need to be absolutely 100%, 150% sure about everything before you call it a fact, all right? You need to triple check, quadruple check, quintuple check, sextuple check, right? You need to check everything 9,000,015 times before you can call it a fact. And even then you can't call it a fact, you call it a theory, all right? So when scientists publish a study that says we need to have our population by 2200, what that really means is we need to have our population by 1900. That means we need to invent a time machine as soon as fucking possible, go back in time and solve this fucking problem. Because guess what, okay? This study is irrelevant. Nobody is going to read this study and decide, hey, let's do government policy to ban procreation. That's what we need, all right? That's what we need. If we want to avoid a scenario with 4 billion climate refugees in the next 30 or so years, what we need to do is we need a complete and total ban on all 100%, a complete and total shutdown of all reproduction, not just in this country, but on the planet. That is step one. If we want to avoid dealing, if you think the genocide in Gaza is bad, all right, 700,000 people estimated dead. You see a lot of dumb motherfuckers go out there and say 60,000, 60,000. That shit was 60,000 3 years ago, and then they killed the people counting, right? That shit is maybe even close to 1 million dead motherfuckers in Gaza, all right? Where do I get those numbers from? I get it from the IDF. When they release their battle maps or whatever in the background of their like little images that they do, sometimes they have these battle maps, you know? And they have like, even one time Netanyahu just said it out loud on an interview, you know, that they killed 500,000. And that was like 1.5 years ago, right? So again, you think that's bad. You think that fucking shit is bad. We're talking about billions of people in the crosshairs here, all right? And the only way to avoid it is to have you filthy, straight motherfuckers stop fucking breeding. Keep that shit in your pants, cut it off, put a cork in it, whatever you need to do. We need a complete and total shutdown of all reproduction. I personally, now again, we're getting into my opinion here. Everything I've said up until now is a fact. I'm willing to defend it as such, but now we're getting into my opinion, okay? My opinion is I think parents are bad people. I think having a child makes you a morally compromised individual. All right, that's what I think. You have made a disgusting, reprehensible, grotesque action that has placed another human being, right, in harm's way for your own narcissistic reasons. Oh, I was promised the American dream, and the American dream involves torturing babies in a concentration camp called the United States. And so I deserve that right. I deserve the right to have a child. Me. Everything's about me. I want to have a kid, right? That's the only reason anyone would ever have a kid. Really, think about it. Would you bring a child into the United States of America right now? Really? Let's say you have a 5-year-old right now. Forget about how that happened. You're an adoptive parent, all right? You adopted a 5-year-old. Would you really bring a fucking 5-year-old? Let's say that 5-year-old doesn't have pearly white skin. Would you really bring that fucking 5-year-old to human trafficking, fucking the capital of human trafficking in the American hemisphere? That might not be true, but we're getting there. We're getting there, motherfucker. Really? Would you feel comfortable bringing a 5-year-old to America with school shootings every 15 fucking seconds? But when it comes to popping out a fucking child the natural way, people don't think about it. I need people to stop having children. That's what I need you to do. If you're planning a family, guess what? It's not going to happen. And if you do have a family, if we're already, I know I have listeners out there that are Nazi concentration camp guards Because that's really what you are when you have a child. You are the guard of the concentration camp. You are the interface between the wider concentration camp and that particular cellmate, that particular cell, right, that your child inhabits. You are that interface, right? So, but let's say, hey, people make mistakes all the time. What do you do in this instance if you've already got kids? You got to take fucking care of them. You got to teach them how to survive in a climate apocalypse, all right? You got to teach them how to desalinate water. You got to teach them how to fucking find their own food supply. You got to teach them how to navigate dealing with unruly mobs of lunatics, all right? Make your children watch zombie movies. Make your children watch the Of the Dead series, because that's where we're going. Most human beings are fucking stupid animals. They're fucking animals. They have a sub 50 IQ, most human beings on this planet, right? So it doesn't matter if your kid knows how to desalinate water if they don't know how to navigate a social situation where a mob is looking to kill someone for human sacrifice or whatever the fuck. I know it sounds like I'm a crazy person, but I don't know. We're looking at a fucking apocalypse here that most people seem to be ignoring. So if you have a child, you need to make sure your child is an expert at navigating a social situation where a mob is involved. Angry mobs are scary. They can turn just like that. Anyone can be a target of an angry mob. You're going to need to teach your child, again, how to find water when all the water in the world is contaminated, how to desalinate water. You're going to need to teach your kid how to fucking, I don't know, hibernate if necessary, how to stockpile food if necessary. You're going to need to teach your kid how to grow food if necessary. Now, again, growing food is kind of hard to do when you're in an apocalyptic scenario. Are we going to be entering an apocalypse? Probably, because the rest of you motherfuckers won't stop having fucking kids. You won't stop having kids because a fucking fascist Nazi fucking cocksucker promised you when you were 5 years old that one day you're going to grow up and have a family too. And for whatever reason, you haven't realized that's a scam yet. And now you're dead set on having a family of your own because you have no other personality. You have no hobbies. You get bored too easily and you're like, well, shit, I guess I'll have a kid now, whatever. Again, there is no moral case, ethical case to have a child in 2026. If you are having a child, you are an evil person. But guess what? Evil people can change. At least I believe so. I believe that people who have committed murder are capable of changing for the better. Does that mean I'm going to put all my eggs in that basket? Hell fucking no. I'm not going to put all my eggs in that fucking basket, all right? But I believe it's possible. I have to believe it's possible. Otherwise, I'm going to get really fucking depressed, all right? So if you have had a child, I'm not going to say I'm going to throw you out. You're an evil son of a bitch forever. I think you're kind of suspect. I think you're kind of gross. Like, you know, like when someone shows up to an event and they're like, you know, they got mud all over them. They haven't showered in 17 days. And it's like, you know, they got like grease all over their face. That's what I feel internally when I look at parents, when I'm around parents. I might not say that, because I'm not trying to rock the boat here, but like, really, you're going to have a kid in a pandemic? We're 7 years into a pandemic. You're having a child. There's fucking an energy crisis. No one can afford heating or cooling in half the fucking planet. You're going to have a kid in those conditions. There's an economic depression where the pedophile class is stealing all the money and you're too much of a pussy to do anything about it. You're going to bring a kid into that world. Again, that thing is just disgusting. It's like you need to take a shower that showers your fucking moral code. That's what I feel like. A fucking soap and a fucking hot water supply is not going to do enough when it comes to cleaning that fucking repugnant stain on your fucking personal well-being, whatever. But again, this all goes back to, how do we deal with a billionaire pedophile class that is actively killing everyone? How do we deal with that? I don't know. I don't know how we deal with that. But I do know that one of the best ways that we can figure this out is if we don't waste all of our lives having our own little children in our private little fiefdoms. Yeah, we get to play Lego with our 4-year-old, and then in 10 years, everyone dies in nuclear hellfire. I'm glad I played Lego with the 4-year-old while I still could, instead of doing anything to prevent the nuclear hellfire. I don't know, man. We are facing down the barrel of a nuke, and a pedophile rape cult is the one that is pointing it at us, all right? Maybe having a family isn't the most prioritized thing that we can deal with right now. Because, again, just think about it. What the fuck? If you are going to have a child in this country and you send that child to school when there's school shootings every 15 minutes, you are disgusting. You're disgusting. So take all of that energy that you spend worrying about your child. Oh, how is my child going to survive the school shooting tomorrow? Take that energy and spend it on, I don't know, getting us out of the school shooting situation, getting us out of the pandemic, getting us out of the climate apocalypse, getting us out of the pedophile rape cult having kidnapped our government. I don't know. These are more pressing concerns over having a fucking kid. I don't know. Maybe take one for the team. Maybe you're not going to have a kid. Guess what? There's plenty of orphans. Do you really need to have your kid look like you? I hate to say it. Maybe I'm a little too woke, but why don't you just adopt? To all these people that need to be parents, and they're convincing me it's not a sexual fetish, bro. It's not a sexual fetish. I do not have a disgusting sexual fetish, but I need my child to look like me. It's not a sexual fetish, but I need my kid to have my nose. It's not a sexual fetish, but I need my kid to have my wife's eyeballs, my husband's shoulders. It's not a sexual fetish, bro. What the fuck? You sound like a freak. There are millions and millions of orphans out there. So if you are somebody who needs to be a parent, guess what? We got you covered. You don't need to involve any children in your kink pucking parties, in your fetish cults, known as nuclear family, heterosexual families, right? 2 parents, that's a fetish cult. I wouldn't want to be raised in a fetish cult, right? Kids are better off raised in generational households where you have the grandparents right next door, where you have the fucking aunts and uncles right next door, where you have several different kinds of families in the same proximity. You have one family that's just a man and a woman. That's called a sex cult. That is a fetish. That is creepy. That is weird. I don't want my kids near that. You think I'm joking. I am not joking. Everything I'm saying right now is sincere, okay? I do not think straight people are even qualified to have children just from the political standpoint. If you're straight, I don't know, man. You're gonna need to convince me that you're not a psycho before you have kids. And again, we've got millions of orphans out there, and you need your kid to look like your wife or your husband. That's fucking weird. That's a sex cult. That's a fetish. Get the fuck away from kids with that fucking shit. So again, how do we deal with the climate apocalypse? You need to stop having children. You need to stop having fucking children. Put a cork in that bitch, okay, motherfucker? Jesus goddamn motherfucking Christ. I fucking hate breeders. I think they're the most disgusting, grotesque, painful to look at, painful to be around. You ever around a breeder? Everything's about their fucking kid that you know they don't actually give a fuck about, because if they gave a fuck about that kid, they wouldn't be fucking working a minimum wage job. You ever meet these fucking people that are like, I can't afford to pay attention to politics. I gotta work 3 jobs to feed my kids. Fucking morons. If you are working minimum wage, I'm sorry, you don't deserve to have a kid. I'm sorry. If you are rich and you have a trust fund, you don't deserve to have a kid because you can't properly raise a kid. You ever see how rich people raise kids? They fucking have nannies do all the parenting for them. That shit's fucking crazy. Rich people should not be around kids either. Kids being raised by rich people are going to grow up to be psychopaths. Kids being raised by impoverished people are also going to grow up to be psychopaths. How do I know? Look at me. I'm a fucking psychopath, and I was raised by an impoverished fucking morons, okay? So again, I'm just saying, we need to stop having kids, all right? This scientific study says we need to stop it by 2200. We need to really have several generations of chilling the fuck out on that shit. I'm going to say we need to put a cork in that shit ASAP, as soon as fucking possible. If you want to be a good leftist, if you want to be a climate activist, guess what? Put a cork in that bitch. That is the #1 method to being a climate activist. All right, it doesn't matter how many fucking, trees you plant, how many whatevers. If you're popping out kids, you're a son of a bitch. I'll let you decide what to do with this information. You're a free agent. You're a thinking, rational person. You can decide what to do and how to feel with all of that information. And if my opinions offend you, cry about it. I'm sure you got millions of fucking support groups. You're not allowed to have support groups for children because then you have Republicans legislate them away. Like, if children of abused parents try to meet with each other online to discuss their abused parents, they get social media age restriction. But parents are allowed to have support groups so they whine and cry about how to kill and punish their children. That's fine. But children are allowed to have support groups when dealing with abusive morons. You know, you ever think about that? I don't know, a little strange. So anyway, next time you hear a parent fucking cry and bitch and moan about how hard their life is, you know, tell them to pop a cork in that bitch. I don't know, man. We need a complete and total absolute shutdown on all reproduction starting yesterday. Oh. All right, commercial break. Hi. Welcome to Fville's commercial intermission. What am I selling to you if this is a commercial? Well, you should subscribe to this space. This space, it's a pretty good space. It's free, monetarily speaking. However, you will end up paying with your attention because we're posting clips. We're posting live streams. We're posting it all. And you won't be able to keep your eyeballs away if you fucking subscribe today to this space. We could really use your help. We could really use your help. We're bleeding right now. I'm running out of blood. Subscribe. All right, thanks. Okay. During the commercial intermission, I was reading the chat room. Can you give me permission to clip that? You can clip anything. You don't need my permission. Everything I do is Creative Commons. Every video I produce. Unless I later on decide I don't want you to clip that. But don't worry about that. I should also mention how much I hate surrogacy. Just a minor amendment to my previous thing. I think in vitro surrogacy, embryonic stuff like that, it's disgusting. It's grotesque. It's like Silent Hill, Jacob's Ladder style body horror. It's just fucking nasty. The idea that anyone would spend $10,000 or more on artificially inseminating themselves instead of giving $10,000 to an orphanage, give me a fucking break. That's called narcissism. That's a sexual fetish, and those people are disgusting. Gay people often turn to surrogates to get children. That's disgusting. It's a sexual fetish. I don't care if you're gay or straight. If you are going to a surrogate to pop out a child for you to raise, that's disgusting. I don't give a fuck. It's grotesque. Surrogates should not exist. The whole thing is nasty. In vitro fertilization is disgusting and nasty. The whole thing is fucking nasty. We need to stop having kids. So just in case anyone was curious, I think the whole thing is gross. All right. Everybody, put on your caps. Put on your gowns. Many people have asked me this question: where is the letter hack? As if I would know. As if I have like a fucking goddamn little lantern on the roof of my dwelling that projects an image, a silhouetted light image into the sky with the letter hack's face on it, as if I would have speed dial on the letter hack. People have been asking me for many, many months, where is the letter hack? Well, he's gone, everybody. Go on down to Letter Hack's YouTube channel. Go watch the Letter Hack's YouTube videos. Oh, right. You can't because he deleted his fucking channel. He's gone. Now, many people, myself included, were shocked last Thursday when the letter hack came back from his, 6-month fucking break. He came back on this space and he did a little broadcast. All right. He did a so-called final broadcast on this space. And then he fucked off forever. His YouTube channel is gone. To my understanding, it's not coming back. All right. Do not ask me about the letter. Well, I mean, I guess you could if you want. I mean, but I'm telling you right now, this is my reply to all. Anyone who's asked me about the letter hack, how is he doing? What's going on? What's his deal? This is my reply. All right. If you send me a message, don't be offended if I just send you a link back to whatever this video is, whatever this is my reply. So, letter hack. We started this space on June 10th of 2025. We, being myself and a few others, including but not limited to the letter hack. All right. The letter hack, also known as Matt, helped a lot with starting this space, with getting the large quantity of wonderful, diverse opinions. The letter hack was instrumental in doing that. He helped us start off this space. All right. That's great. That's wonderful. Thank you, letter hack. He is no longer here. He is not in an administrative role over at This Space Industries. That is, I wish he was, but he's not. So if you are emailing me or someone else about the letter hack said this or the letter hack said that or whatever, doesn't matter anymore. He's gone. So if you had a pre-existing conversation with the letter hack, that is over. He is not coming back. He might reply to your email if you're lucky. He doesn't reply to my fucking emails, that son of a gun. All right, he's deleted his channel. He's not coming back. If he does come back, wouldn't that be wonderful? Don't count on it, all right? So I'm just saying, all right? Left past 10, we had a show. I had a show with Letterhack for many years with Sandee and Jake. Sandee's in the chat right now. Jake is, I don't know what's going on. I think he got buried alive somewhere. I don't know where he is. All right. Left past 10 is over. It is done. All right. I hate to say it, but it's true. All right. So, I know people are worried about Letterhack. I can assure you he's fine physically and well, mentally. I mean, just look at him. Just look at this picture. Does he look mentally fine? Now, this picture was taken, like, I think years ago. I just took a random screenshot from, I have a Letterhack folder with random screenshots that I take, and this was just a random screenshot. So don't read too much into it. This is like 3 years ago. But does he look fine? He doesn't look fine. Mentally, he's estranged from his own soul. Maybe that's why he quit the internet. But either way, he's fine. He is not suicidal. He is not angry at anyone in particular, at least to my understanding. So please just chill out. He's not coming back, folks. Similar to Jesus Christ, there is no resurrection. Similar to the Bible, all right? It's not going to happen, all right? It's just a bunch of load up hooey, all right? So thank you to Letterhack. We salute his service here at this space. But he has retired. He has retired. So, hopefully I've answered every question, but he is fine. He is going to continue living at least for another couple years until, I don't know, he drops dead from a heart attack or something. He gets his 15th COVID infection and that finally does it. He's up there in years, who knows, but He is still alive. He is just no longer here. So, as this space, he was again instrumental in getting us to where we are, but he's not here anymore. So what are you gonna do? I'm here. I'm still here. I'm holding the hot potato. This hot potato is really hot. It's burning my skin. Right? I mean, does that inspire confidence? I don't know. But yeah, he's not coming back. Don't ask questions. I mean, you can ask anything you want. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying I don't know anything else. I am not a magic oracle. I don't have him on speed dial. And if I did, I wouldn't even dial him. I wouldn't even dial because I don't want to be perceived as annoying. But anyway, there you go. The space letter hack is gone forever. Probably. Who knows? Once again, I was talking too fast today. What else is in the news today? What do we got? Let's talk about Donald Trump. It's always a good time to talk about Donald Trump. When in doubt, Donald Trump is like the free space on the bingo board. You don't know what to do. Whatever, man. Donald Trump. All right. So has anyone been following this armada, I think, that Donald Trump has been allegedly building around Iran? Like, over the last week, we have gone from, like, there's definitely going to be a ground invasion to it's going to be a sea invasion to we're going to take over Karg Island and the Strait of Hormuz to actually we're not going to do anything to everyone go home to actually we're all on the Iraq-Iran border to, like, I don't know what the fuck's been going on. Over the last weekend, I've been in a little bit of a haze, all right? And a little bit of, I'm a little bit of a haze. I check my internet news feed. Oh, we're going to war. Oh, we're about to nuke Iran. Right? And then I go eat like a grilled cheese sandwich made of coconut oil. And cashews. And then I check my phone again. Oh, actually everything's fine. Oh, the market's up. The S&P 500 is at an all-time high. What the fuck? The stock market is booming. Everybody, is that great? So total war and total destruction of Iran gets delayed one more week. One more week. Maybe next week, the nukes will drop down. Maybe next week, the nukes will drop down again on another school. Look at this dog. Look at this dog. Look at this guy. You see this dog? Maybe the week after that, we get some more nuclear hellfire. Who knows what's going on? As the Iranians said, everything Donald Trump says is a part of the war. It's psychological warfare. And I got to be honest with you. My psychology is affected. Waking up every goddamn day from the comfort of my bedroom and reading about a country that's several 100,000 million centimeters away from me, saved it, and about whether or not their children are going to get blown to smithereens, it's affecting my psychology. I gotta say, it's affecting the psychology of everyone on the earth. Did anyone see over the weekend, like, the Japanese economy just totally tanked? In there was an economic depression that hit Japan. Everything fucking went to zero. But then they hit like a break glass in case of emergency button and then brought it back up. But then it went back down to 0 just like an hour later. So everyone in the world is being held hostage by an orange-faced pedophile rape cult with nuclear weapons. Every single human being on this planet. I do not believe in borders. I do not believe in sovereignty. I do not believe in countries. I don't give a fuck if you're in Manitoba. I don't give a fuck if you're in Beijing. We are all being held hostage by an orange-faced pedophile rape cult with nuclear weapons that is dead set on destroying our fucking economy, that is dead set on destroying our way of life. And I gotta say, I don't actually enjoy our way of life that much. I'm not a huge fan of our way of life. This thing of ours, if you will, I think it's not so good. In fact, if you watched my previous segments, you think I'm a hater. All right? But every single person alive is currently being held hostage by an orange-faced diabetic, right? He's hooked up to fucking machines like 23 hours of the day just to stay alive. Pedophile rape cult with nuclear weapons. It doesn't matter where the fuck you live. We are all under hellfire from an orange-faced fucking pedophile child rapist son of a gun, all right? And guess what? People are still having kids. Imagine a pedophile is in charge of your government and you're deciding to have a child. And I'm the weird one. I'm weird for thinking maybe let's not raise a family in the country controlled by a pedophile rape cult. I'm the weird one. Isn't that funny how that works? Isn't it funny how that fucking shit works? I'm the weird one for suggesting don't bring your kids around pedophile rape country, you know? Like, what the fuck? But again, this is an international war, not just against the Iranian people, but it's a war against the entire world's economy. It is a war against the entire world's way of life. This energy crisis, right, that is affecting Japan, is affecting the rest of the fucking world. Imagine being in Australia, now having to like fucking sell your blood, or maybe they don't do that in Australia, I don't know, but having to like sell your old collectibles just to afford to keep your fucking air conditioner on because maybe they've got data centers over there too, I'm not sure, but energy prices are just going through the roof because of the fucking Strait of Hormuz, all right? This is the entire fucking world's population is being held hostage by this orange-faced fucking freak, okay? It's enough with the having children thing. You're not going to have a nice picket fence. It's not going to happen. You are not going to have a nice, happy, healthy family. It's not going to happen. And it's certainly not going to happen if you let a pedophile rape cult control the world's economy. A lot of people are saying Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz. How is Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz? Explain that to me, right? The United States bombs their fucking country. And yet, Iran retaliating. Oh, now Iran's to blame. When Europe runs out of energy, right? Are they going to go to war with Iran to open the strait? Think about this. I want people to really think about this. As we're running out of our strategic reserves, is there going to be an alliance between Canada, Europe, Australia, Japan, South Korea to go to war with Iran to open the strait? Is that really what we're doing? Really? You think that the populations of these countries are willing to go to war to die for oil? What is the end? How do we get out of here, motherfucker? Does anyone know? Does anyone have a road out? Motherfucker here, okay? This is, the fucking oils, like the oil infrastructure. First of all, the fact that we're still on oil. But we are. The Europe, Australia, right? They're not going to be able to just mass fund all of their green renewable energy overnight like China did. China's sitting pretty right now. But I'm just saying the whole world is under the thumb of a pedophile fucking rapist with nuclear weapons, all right? And we're all just sitting here waiting for, like, what's the end? The nuclear devastation of Tehran? How does this war end? A ground invasion of Iran? That's not, the US can't pull that off by itself. Europe, we're going to need to get Europeans involved. Israel's going to have to do something for a fucking change. If we're going to do a ground invasion of Iran, what the fuck? Is Donald Trump just going to say, whoops, my bad? Whoops. Let's just pretend it never happened. Even then, the global economy is not going to go back to what it was 7 months ago. What the fuck? And yet people are having kids. People are procreating right now in this uncertain future. This is a perfect time to have a couple kids. Don't you think so? Jesus fucking Christ. We're fucked. And before anyone gets me confused, it is not in the good dick way, all right? This is not, we're going to blowjob city, okay? We are fucked in this world. Your 401k ain't gonna save you. Your fucking pantry full of beans, which I have multiple pantries full of beans, they're not gonna save me. We're all fucked. Because people, just think about this, 70 million people voted for a fucking pedophile rapist. There's 8 billion motherfuckers on the planet. 8 billion motherfuckers on the planet. Like less than 1% of those people voted. Think about democracy in a global context. Less than 1% of people voted for a pedophile rapist, and now he runs the world. Now he's got the global economic system under his boot. Under his motherfucking goddamn swollen ankles, all right? As you look up, as the boot is on your neck, all you can see is a sock and like a muffin top, all right? On the sock called his ankles as you die and cry out. Less than 1% of our entire planet voted for a pedophile rapist. And now he's got nuclear weapons and he's killing us all. All 8 billion of us are going to be in the crosshairs because 70 million motherfuckers on some random country voted for a pedophile rapist. How fucked up is that shit, man? We are fucked. We are fucked. We are fucked and not in the good dick way. Thank you for watching my show. I will see you all another time.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Oh, right, I gotta do that. Forgot that for a second. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left to the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. I'm having a couple days here. Welcome everyone to this space. I'm gonna be upfront with all of you. I'm a little discombobulated, and I know I say that regularly, but hello, Will Sylvan. And Wes Webb, looks like you wanted to stick around to say hi, so hi. I'm about to give you the ultimate fucking teaser for my TYT essays. I am currently still in an autistic overload. Like, just absolutely overwhelmed right now. Hello, reference frame. During my research into stuff for my essay, I stumbled across something that I'm still in the midst of looking into, which is why I'm having troubles, because I can't focus because I don't know what the outcome of this is yet, and I'm like all over the place, and so I'm at this like high ramp area type thing, but I can't say anything publicly right now because I kid you not, there could be legal consequences to what I came across. Like, I am absolutely utterly blown away. I hope I am wrong. But that's whew, I'm still, again, I'm working with some people to figure this out. If I'm right, I'm just like that's the thing. I don't know how to feel yet. I'm overwhelmed because signs are pointing to me being right now, which is just horrifying. But I don't know what to feel. But like I'm not joking when I say I can't say anything, because once we figure things out, it could be nothing. It could be nothing. I could be a little, autistically overreacting to something. So it could be nothing. In which case, I'll look silly later on. But there's still stuff around said issue that I can still kind of comment on. If I'm right, I don't know how I'm going to find out if I'm right, but if I'm right, I can feel like this rage bubbling inside of me. But like, that's the thing. I have to be dead certain I'm right if I'm to say anything about this. Again, for actual legal consequences, reasons, I have to be dead certain I'm right. And I don't even know how that will happen. So but I'm working through it right now. I'm working through it, trying to figure it out, trying to see if I'm correct or not, but it is just totally draining me. Like I'm at like hyperdrive all the time. Did I sleep last night? I think for moments, but Lanier actually had to stop sleeping on the foot of my bed where he normally sleeps, and he had to go up in like the pillow by my head because I was just like tossing and turning and over, like just turning around and all that sort of stuff. Like I couldn't sleep. Wes Webb saying so many outrageous stories that are only half true. You know what? Maybe that's the thing. Maybe I'm partially right, partially wrong on this. That's why I need to find out before anything is said. If I'm right, then next steps will have to happen. And it could be something where I have to come out earlier than my TYT essays with it for moral reasons. But I'm still having a hard time believing that I could be right. I'm hoping I'm not right, because it is just no. No. I really, 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 really hope it's nothing. And that you're going to look back at this and laugh at me, because I was just like in an autistic overload drive, and it turns out like, it was nothing, totally easy solution, easy thing. I was overreacting, and I'm trying to convince myself of that too, because, it's weird being on this high and then, to have it all crashing down, because it turns out simple answer. Yeah. So I'm a little right now, because it just started yesterday. This little thing. I'm like, I got to get to the docket, I promise, because on Sunday I was doing my news live stream and I did a teaser for today. We're going to talk about a Canadian billionaire. I have the docket out and presented, but I'm still just kind of very, very revved up. Again, I don't know if this is just the autistic in me, like the autism in me, causing me to overreact, be overload, that sort of thing. And I really hope I am wrong. I really do. But that's the thing. I want to be proven wrong. I don't want to just hope I'm wrong. I want to be proven wrong. Anyway, with that teaser out of the way, why don't we go for something interesting, but nowhere near to the level of like, and like Wes said, maybe half right, half wrong. I hope. Okay, here we go. So this is from BlogTO. Ontario billionaire under fire for arguing poor people shouldn't be able to vote. Now, who is this billionaire? Toby Lukey, I think is how you, like, I'm thinking Loki, but it's not Loki, because, that would have been a little bit cool. He's the CEO of Shopify. Now, some of you have probably heard of Shopify because there are ad reads on a very beloved channel for Shopify, which we should probably reach out to and say, not a good idea to be doing ad reads for Shopify. But the thing is that a lot of people are using Shopify. They don't even know that they're using Shopify. Like it is what it is, But the owner of Shopify is a billionaire. And so it turns out he's a bit of an asshole. Shocking news. A billionaire is asshole. Absolute asshole. And it was one thing when they used to have any level of shame, but now they're just out there. They're out there saying it all the time, not holding back. They're showing their evilness. They're showing it. So let's get to the article here. That's the billionaire there. So controversial German-Canadian billionaire Tobias or Toby Lukey. You know what I mean? Is under fire once again for online comments suggesting that people who don't earn an income should not be eligible to vote in elections, and that high earners should have more electoral power than middle and lower income voters. Yeah, I can't say I'm shocked. You see, if anything, the people with lower income should have more votes because obviously the system isn't working. And therefore, we need more say in it in order to fix that system. That's my philosophy on that one. It's not that they shouldn't have any. They should have more because they are living the consequences of a bad system. And so they should be listening to us more. That would be like a real democracy where they actually care about people. So yeah, the Ottawa-based founder and CEO of Shopify, one of the biggest companies in the country, commented on a post shared on X, and we'll get to that. But first, I was kind of curious, so I clicked on that link because I'm like, oh, what are the biggest companies in Canada? And it's all banks, pretty much. It's mostly banks and Shopify. So they have the thingy here. So Times Canada best company in 2026. And when they say the best company, they're not talking about for the people or for the employees. They're talking about for the CEOs. How much of the ching-ching is the CEOs making? That is what they're talking about. It's not that it's the best company. It's the best for billionaire company. So we have a bank. Then it's Lululemon. They do like clothing and stuff. And then insurance, healthcare, and social services. Because believe it or not, we do need extra health insurance in Canada because not everything is covered under our universal health care. So if you need counseling, rehabilitation, like rehab for muscles and stuff like that, it's not covered. Certain expenses and stuff, like if you get out of work and like you want certain types of things in your hospital room, like it's just not everything is covered. And so there is a need for health insurance in Canada. Not to mention like hearing and vision and all that sort of stuff, but generally speaking isn't covered under our universal health care. So then another banking and financial service bank. Then there's Shopify at number 6. Then Stantec, which is just professional services. Then we got bank. The banks are banking in. Oh, fuck. You guys got to wake me up. You got to wake me up. Because like I said, I'm severely discombobulated right now. This is the list here. You got to make sure that you're seeing what I'm seeing because, yeah. I know like half of you disappeared now that I'm on, but it is what it is. Okay, back to the article. There, proper tab. So this is the tweet. Somebody said, interesting. What about weighted voting proportional to the level of income tax you pay? No income tax paid, 0 votes. 1 to 1K, 1 vote. 100 to 200K, 2 votes, and so on. Cap it at 5 votes for 500K. For those that are constantly complaining about the wealthy not paying tax fair share, they'd have nothing to worry about, right? Why not reward representation of taxation and build a democracy around those that foot the bill? And Toby Lukey is like, that's a good system. That is a good system. That is not a good system. Like I said, it should be the reverse. Billionaires, you know what? They already have it good. The system's working for them just fine. They shouldn't be able to vote. It's doing all it's supposed to for them. And somebody was just saying, like quote tweeted this out saying, I don't know, it feels like it should be front page news that the CEO of Canada's largest non-banking company thinks that poor people shouldn't be allowed to vote. And there's more to it than that. So Lukey also made comments referring to politically engaged Toronto residents as unemployed. Well, it's this comment here. So we have somebody who tweeted out, who quote tweeted this person saying, who said, why can't we have good things like this monstrosity of a building? And then these are the people who went to the city hall meeting. And then these are the people who went to the city hall meeting. So this is the monstrosity there. This is the people at the city hall meeting. You know, I gotta make sure that I'm sharing the right tab. And so this guy is like, why we can't have nice things is because of people who showing up at City Hall or city council meetings and stuff. And then this person is just saying community input just means obese old people never letting young people have anything forever. And then, oh, no, back. And then, oh, it's on this article here. Share this tab instead. And then Toby Lukey had quote tweeted that out saying exactly what just happened in Toronto. Retired, unemployed, unemployable, and useful idiots are the only people who go to these town hall sessions. You know what, Mr. Billionaire? There's nothing stopping you from going to these town hall sessions. Do you know that? You could go. It's just you would be greatly outnumbered because there's only a couple of you, whereas, you know, the people who are seniors and all that sort of stuff greatly outnumber you. But there's nothing stopping you from going to these town halls and giving your input, douche canoe. So that is what he was saying about all those people who are going to the town hall because they actually care about what's happening in their community. Not useful idiots, but people who are actually engaged, as opposed to somebody who's just being a crybaby online because, you know, people don't like him. So more from the article. Forbes said Shopify generated nearly $9 billion in 2024 revenue, and that Lukey owns 66% of the e-commerce platform, which went public in 2015, according to reports. He took home over $205 million in just 2024 alone, making him the highest paid CEO in Canada. His net worth is estimated about $10 billion, $10.1 billion. Now, not the richest, because the richest family in Canada is the Westons, and they own the grocery store chains that all of us have to rely on. Yeah, they get to hold us hostage. So there are a few things, and this is more from the article, there are a few things that get working people in Toronto fired up faster than billionaires, suggesting they deserve less of a say in the exact society they helped build. Backlash was almost immediate because not everyone agrees that the one with the biggest bank account should also stand on the biggest soapbox. I'm no billionaire myself. Heck, I'm not even that much of a thousandaire. I'm not even that. But I do know this. History has shown time and time again that wealth is not a reliable measure of empathy, wisdom, or solid judgment. Are you going to come up? Are you going to come up? So among the many people struggling to stomach Lukey's comments, and then, yeah, we don't really need to hear those back and forth. Many familiar Toronto voices chimed in. Yeah. Obviously on Twitter, people were having a field day with this. So Lukey is no stranger to controversy. In 2017, he faced backlash over Shopify hosting an online store for the far-right U.S. outlet, Breitbart News. At the time, Lukey defended the decision, saying products are speech and we are pro-free speech. Yeah, so sell things with like Nazi-related stuff. Why don't you? There we go. Here. Abernathy wants to say hi quickly. Come on. I'm in the middle of my job. Abernathy. I'm working. Here we go. Oh, he's a big kitty. He's a whole lot of cat, this one. Here we go. There we go. We got a whole lot of cat right here. You are a wonderful distraction. You know that? You know that? You're interrupting me while I'm working. Okay. Let's get back to, is it this one? Yeah. Okay. So whether you see Lukey's recent comments as a provocative debate about democracy or otherwise, there's no denying that telling people that their wealth should determine their vote matters is bound to strike a nerve. So a little bit more on that. Did I go over that? Yeah, that was that tab, and then that was that tab, and then so here we have this one. Share this tab. So CBC News. It took a while for mainstream media to cover this, but again, it's not like Toby is just some rando on Twitter. He has a lot of power and sway, being that he's a billionaire. And like it or not, we have to pay attention to what these dickwads are saying, because they do have undue attention of politicians. That's not the word I'm looking for. Undue sway. That's not the word I'm looking for. Undue influence on politicians, because they're usually the ones that help cover their costs of running and all that sort of stuff, and being parts of lobbies and trying to get their way. And politicians tend to listen to them a lot more than the average person. So Shopify CEO endorses idea to give more votes to wealthy Canadians. So we don't need to go over most of this article because we just already covered it, but there was more added in this article that I feel is worth going over. Doesn't look like a psychopath at all. Okay, yeah, got that. So there was more things that he had been tweeting out. So the comments were part of a thread which Lukey also proposed stripping voting rights from retirees with pensions. And, well, it's this here. Hey, don't play with those. So Toby was saying, new deal. When you get your pension, deal is locked in and guaranteed. But now you are dependent, and that means no voting, just like dependents underage. Enjoy the deal. Let people with a stake in the future decide. You know what? Retired people still have a future. You know, their life isn't over. Not to mention they might actually care about what happens to younger generations. They still get a say. They get a say. So apparently people expressed shock and anger over Lukey's comments, calling the voting proposals disgusting and antithetical to democracy, among less printable insults. So it's disturbing that you have the ears of politicians, one user replied, while another noted that Lukey already exercises enhanced political power as a registered lobbyist. Of course. The Logic reported in March that Shopify was on a lobbying blitz, taking more meetings in Ottawa in the first 3 months of 2026 than in all of 2025. And for those of you who don't know, Ottawa is Canada's capital. That's where you go if you want to talk to politicians. In particular, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister. So Lukey, whose Ottawa-based e-commerce platform is worth more than $200 billion, is also involved with Build Canada, an advocacy group including some of Canada's most high-profile tech leaders. In memos on its website, members advocate for cutting federal spending, prioritizing AI, and implementing digital ID, among other topics. Just take swaths of Project 2025 and throw it in there. That's what this is. It's more tech bro geared than 2025, but it's all the same. It's the same fucking thing. And Mark Carney is all on board with that idea. Because do you all remember when Mark Carney actually invited one of the creators of Project 2025 to a committee meeting? And the only reason why that didn't happen was because that guy was busy. And you all remember that like a couple of weeks ago, there was a conference on, left-wing terrorism by Lindsey Graham. No, not Lindsey Graham. When he was dead. By the other one. They all look the same to me. And there was a Canadian delegation that went to that one. What was his name? No, not him. I can see his face now. Doesn't look anything like Lindsey Graham, actually. You know who I'm talking about, though. Oh, no, Maybe Marco Rubio. I think it was Marco Rubio. Okay. So Lukey's recent posts on X show right-wing political leanings and an affinity for Elon Musk. He stirred controversy last year when he criticized Canada's retaliation to U.S. tariffs, saying President Trump's demands to get borders under control and crack down on fentanyl dens were not crazy. And this is it here. He's saying, New Deal, when you get your old pension deal. Oh, so somebody else just talking about that. Okay. So John Beebe, Director of Democratic Engagement Exchange at Toronto Metropolitan University, which aims to boost voter participation, says comments on voting rights speak to a bigger issue of incredibly wealthy people feeling like they should be calling all the shots. That's what they would like anyway. It really breeds a cynicism out there that is destructive to our democracy to even suggest that people should not be able to vote based on their income or taxes, or that they paid, BB told CBC News. It really speaks to how out of touch folks who have that kind of wealth are with the experience of regular people. They billionaires don't know how to be normal. They don't be normal. They have all the money so they don't have to be normal. Not that I should say anything. I'm hardly normal, but I'm more normal than them, as in I'm not evil. I'm not an evil psychopath. So by my definition of normal, it's easy to be normal when all you have to not be is a evil psychopath. BB says a version of this voter disenfranchisement already happens because many people are turned off the system, noting that those with lower incomes are less likely to vote than those who are wealthier. Not to mention, it's just harder. It's harder for people with low incomes to get out there if they have jobs that they can't necessarily get away from, transportation if they don't have transportation, and all this sort of stuff. Like, there are ways around that because there's like advanced polling and stuff. Some of the riding associations you can contact the day of and they'll send a driver to get you if you can't drive, depending on the riding. And, you know, it's not a guarantee, but you can always check with them. But there are ways. There's mail-in ballots, of course. So they do try to make it accessible. But that said, it's still not, because you have to know these things. And what the media tends not to do is educate the voters. They don't want the voters educated on elections, election policies and stuff. So they're just do like cursory, this is what the parties stand for. Because when it comes down to it, the mainstream media is status quo bias, establishment bias. Even CBC News, which is, you know, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, which gets government money, likes the status quo. That's why you don't hear them talk about genocide too much. So he also says the most affluent and well-connected people already have a bigger say in shaping government policy through their wealth and donations. Yeah, Toby, what exactly is it that you don't have that you feel like you need to change the voting system so that you have more say? Like, it's just, he already has everything. So as far as I'm concerned, it's those people who should have no right to vote. So they have access to, that the rest of us don't, BB says. CBC News reached out to Shopify for comment and did not hear back by the deadline. But here's some interesting information for people about Canada. Turning back the clock. The voting system, Thor and Lukey. You're joking. Who's Thor? Who's Thor in this? Oh, is this a slip up? Is this, I need to control F this. Oh, okay. Oh, on Saturday, Shopify, Toby Lukey replied to expos from TD Bank. It gives it Eric Thor. Oh my God. We have Thor and Loki here. So Thor and Loki endorses not unheard of in Canada. but it would turn the clock back quite a ways. At the time of Confederation, the only people who could vote were men aged 21 and older who were British subjects by birth or naturalized citizens and owned property. These rules excluded a large majority of the population of Canada from voting, according to Elections Canada. Yeah, you don't say. Doesn't look like a psychopath at all. Women won the right to vote, provided they met all those conditions in 1918, but voting rights remained tethered to income and property ownership in Canada until 1920. It wasn't until 1948 that all Asian Canadians gained the right to vote, and not until 1960 that all First Nation adults had the right to vote without giving up their Indian status. Prison inmates gained the right to vote in 2004. This country is fucking racist and likes to crack down on people they call criminals. But just think, it wasn't all that long ago. There's still people alive who, you know, we're talking about First Nations folks. They're alive that actually saw the turnover to when they were allowed to vote. So today, only the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada is not allowed to vote. Howard Spaders, Executive Director of Canadian Civil Liberties Association, called the voting proposal outrageous, but cautioned about getting too caught up in clickbait. Yeah, I don't think it's all necessarily clickbait. And why? Why? Well, first of all, you have douche canoes like Elon Musk, you know, boosting this out. So Elon Musk is saying Toby is the national treasure of Canada. No. But also more reporting on this as to why maybe we should pay attention and not just consider it clickbait. So Dean Beebe here, who is a journalist, points out billionaires have the ear of the prime minister. Some of the discussion points censored. And if you this tab here, Dean Beebe, billionaires has the ear of the prime minister. There we go. So now you're seeing what I'm looking at. So this is memorandum for the prime minister. Summary, you will meet Toby Lukey, Chief Executive Office of Shopify. Shopify's headquarters in Ottawa supports over 100,000 businesses, on and on and on, and more. But interesting, a lot is blanked out on this. A lot. So we're going to watch a video from Rachel Gilmore, a wonderful independent journalist here, and she covers a lot more of this. So let's get into some of the details here. And I will share this tab instead. There we go. It's not so much I have the receipts, Latino Muffini. It's that I know people who have receipts. Well, I don't know her. I just know of her. She doesn't know who I am. Anyway, here we go.
People with disabilities who can't work, and millions of other Canadians.
So the first part of this is just kind of going over the information that we already know about, you know, his tweet and what he said about people with disabilities and poor people not being able to vote. And so that was just a recap. And so now she's going into the actual how these billionaires have more influence already.
But as we've all seen with Elon Musk, the man who just called Toby a national treasure, the ultra wealthy have a level of access and power that make their musings more likely to influence reality than your average online shitposter. That's why, as I already said, it is essential to pay attention to the anti-democratic daydreams of billionaires. And as for our friend Toby, he appears to have the ear of the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. And I've got proof.
I can't say I'm surprised just knowing some of the people that Mark Carney gets cozy with and caught up with. You know, he's like best friends with Danielle Smith and Doug Ford, the conservative premiers of provinces that are destroying our provinces, like working to privatize our healthcare and education and just making life unbearable for so many people. And Mark Carney doesn't say anything about all that bad stuff. What he says is like, oh, we're going to work together to build pipelines.
See, independent journalist Dean Beebe, who is a wizard with freedom of information requests, got his hands on notes prepared for the prime minister ahead of a meeting with Toby in January of this year. And Dean was kind enough to share those with me. The document has massive redactions, but it outlines clearly that the prime minister was set to meet directly with Lutke just months ago. It also highlights how Carney has reached out to Shopify, Toby's company, for input on tax policy.
Just like he had reached out to one of the founders of Project 2025 to come up and give his thoughts on committee hearing.
I wish I was kidding. Quote, in 2025, you sought input from Shopify on how to improve the scientific research and experimental development tax credit, the document reads. The next sentence in that bullet point is redacted. And while it's not unusual for the rich and powerful to have the ear of countries' leaders, like I get it, this isn't exactly Watergate, that access is precisely why offhand posts about destroying basic democratic principles matter. If Toby's company was consulted on tax policy, what else have he and his colleagues influenced? I probably sound like a broken record at this point, but Lutke's access and influence goes beyond a simple meeting with the prime minister, which to be clear is also already a pretty wild level of access. I mean, I don't...
Yeah, and she says, it's not like us average people have that level of access to leaders and stuff. If we want something done, if we want to be heard, you have to be rich, because these political leaders view people who are wealthy as people who are intelligent, who are successful, who are worth listening to, who have, what's the word? Who have the credibility, that's not it, authority to speak on certain issues. And also, it's because they can relate to them. They understand them. They speak the same language, because all of our politicians are part of that 1%. And so, you know, Mark Carney was a banker. He knows these people. He knows them behind the scenes. He relates to them. And he thinks Mark Carney thinks that he himself is smart and brilliant and knows how to do things. And so he's going to think that other people in his orbit are the same as him. But those people who are poor and can't make it in this world, well, they just don't know what they're doing, as opposed to the system was purposely rigged against us to succeed.
I don't know how many of you have had meetings with Carney, but Toby is part of an initiative called Build Canada, which is a tech bro-backed effort to influence Canadian politics. It started as a WhatsApp group chat and now serves as a website where primarily male executives share their ideas for Canadian policy. Build Canada's memos are groundbreaking stuff, including suggestions that the wealthy should pay even less tax on their capital gains, or that immigrant spouses or kids should have their permanent residency applications considered on their own merits.
And we've already kind of seen Mark Carney start passing policies that are very favorable to them, to their requests.
But as I've told you guys before, much like Toby, Build Canada appears to have captured the Prime Minister's attention. As the Tyee has documented, about 20 of the policies that Carney's government has passed have a striking similarity to suggestions from the Build Canada website. Not to mention that a spokesperson for Build Canada told Taylor Noakes at DeSmog that Carney's office has, quote, reached out to Build Canada on occasion to ask about our memos. This is why billionaire musings about democracy can't just be shrugged off, because their ideas run the risk of becoming Canadians' reality.
But you see, the CBC is part of the establishment. They like the status quo, so they're going to try to minimize the threat. They're going to try to gaslight us into thinking, you know what, you'll have nothing to worry about. It's just clickbait, these billionaires, when they go on their little Twitter rants. You have nothing to worry about. Just go back to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. 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 You know what I'm getting at.
Still, I will say it was reassuring to see the reaction to Luke Key's brain-dead remarks. The blowback was so swift that Toby himself tried to backtrack with an embarrassingly ignorant post. He wrote on Twitter, quote, "You pay $1 in tax on the first meal you have on January 1st, getting you back to the vote you have today. Funny how this is reported." Given the initial proposal was specifically about the level of income tax you pay, Toby, who is the head of an e-commerce giant, either doesn't know the difference between sales tax and income tax, or he thinks the rest of us don't. Meanwhile, his sycophant
Billionaires, they don't do their own work. They hire people to make sure that they get all the loopholes, can keep all the money and stuff, but they're actually not all that well educated on the systems per se themselves. They're usually morons as to how the system works because they don't pay attention to how the system works because it's working for them. And so they say really stupid things that mean nothing. And we see that on TV all the time with people that are rich that, you know, say, oh, we need to show our ID to go to the grocery store. It's because they don't actually live in reality. They live in this billionaire utopia where everything is done for them.
supporters also tried to run defense for the tech CEO. Lucy Hargreaves, the CEO of Build Canada, said she doesn't think, quote, wealthy people should get more votes. That's good. But she added, quote, maybe we should consider if it makes sense to have an age-out age for voting. Other ass-kissers tried a different route, labeling people taking issue with the idea of the ultra-wealthy taking away their right to vote as jealous of Toby's success. One conservative digital campaign manager posted that Toby was, quote, getting tall poppied by the Laurentian thumbsuckers in real time. To which Shopify president Harley Finkelstein responded, he's unshakable. It's truly remarkable. Just a reminder, the blowback was to Toby's suggestion that it's a good idea to take the right to vote away from the poor and pensioners. Still, the claim that Canadians were just seeking to cut down the tallest puppy in our midst seemed to resonate with Toby, who responded to another user who posted about haters with a one-word reply: envy.
Yeah, because you hate me because you envy me. That's always the right excuse. No, I don't envy anything about an evil sociopath. I don't. I sacrifice the easy route to have morals. You know, there are things I could have done in my life that would have helped me financially, but I can still say I have a soul. And to me, that is worth more than all that billionaire bullshit.
Prominent voices were among those who were, according to Toby, just jealous. A day after I highlighted the lack of coverage of the story from outlets like CBC News and CTV News, both finally published stories about Luke Key's comments. And BC Premier David Eby shared one of those articles calling the Shopify CEO's suggestion a, quote, stupid idea. Speaking on my live stream Tuesday evening, NDP leader Abby Lewis also...
Yeah, like a lot of these billionaires, they come out there with these ideas. It's like, oh, imagine a world where we can do this and that and the other thing. And again, they have no understanding of like political system, political movements, like communism, socialism, like even right wing and all that sort of stuff. They have no idea of like even libertarianism. They will sometimes subscribe themselves to one of those movements, but they don't have an understanding of the philosophy. They just like, oh, this is cool, bro. And it's really much like that college jock mentality that they have. Like, oh yeah, just, you know, let's make the flying cars. Let's do this. Let's change the system like this. It would make sense. Like, wouldn't it make sense if you did this? And they're doing this without any sense of reality or the effort it would take, education, all of that. Because they're rich enough, they don't have to think. They don't have to use their brain. They just get to, you know, live their life happy as all can be. And, you know, they don't have to have a conscience or a soul.
Rejected Luke Key's anti-democratic idea. Here's what he told me.
This is embarrassing for Canada that we have a CEO class that is trying to imitate basically the just the weirdness.
It is. It's weird.
The marginal, extreme, prejudicial worldview of the trillionaire class in the United States.
Yeah.
And these are really un-Canadian, gross, anti-democratic views that are marginal, that do not have a large constituency. And the fact that he has a platform with which to spew them is troubling. It's really not a great day in Canadian democracy. And we're watching U.S. democracy gut itself in this time. And I just don't think this is a very popular kind of politics in Canada. But we can't just stand by. We got to call it out. We can't just stand by and let this crap go. This is noxious thinking that's been spread.
Many Canadians have vocally done exactly that, mocking the proposal and Toby Lutke alongside it. But hey, at least he's got Elon Musk's support. That's got to feel good, right?
Okay, let's go here. And then I can do this. And then, okay, I can potentially go to that. Okay, so yeah, that's all the Shopify stuff that I have. And I still have like 15 minutes to chit chat with y'all. So I have a couple other tabs that we can look at that I'll just make some commentary on. But feel free to ask me questions in subspace. And we can have a bit of conversation to fill the last 15 minutes because, you know, it might be difficult. It might be difficult for me with my ADHD to go off like that. And I still have a cat sleeping on my lap right here. Keeping my lap warm, Abernathy. Are you going to show your cute little fur? Sure, you're going to show your cute little... My name is in the way. My name is in the way. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, so it is a bit disheartening. So David Doel from the Rational National also made a video about this, and I encourage everyone to look into it as well. Apparently Shopify used to allow like Nazi stuff on it, you know, stuff from Breitbart, but like actual Nazi stuff, and then that got canceled, and then, you know, Shopify had to start taking down all the Nazi stuff, but things might have changed. I'm not entirely sure. I tried to do a quick search of it before we came on today, because David Doel was also saying that they tend not to support people who are like pro-Palestinian and stuff. Again, I haven't seen anything necessarily concrete on it, but David Doel is really good at having receipts. So go check out his video. Wes Webb is wondering if I'm a socialist. I am to the left of a lot of leftists, not all leftists. I'm just of the left. I don't like putting myself in the box, hence outside the box. And I think to the left of it, left of the box. Get it? Get it? I have joked before, like I'm a social commie or whatever. That doesn't mean anything. But, you know, I find things in socialism I like. I find things in communism I like. But I don't necessarily prescribe myself to any one group. So... Wondering if I think socialites are liberals. They're usually part of the elites. and elites tend to be centrist, and a lot of liberals are centrist and right of center and all that sort of stuff. Because people who actually, again, care about the world aren't busy, you know, going on socialists, not socialites. My dyslexia is acting up. I do not think liberals are socialists, especially here in Canada. Not by a long shot. The liberals here are capitalists. Actually, the liberals here in Canada are right of center. Mark Carney is just flat out right wing. If you actually look at the policies and stuff that he's proposing and whatnot. And so, like, that's the other thing that I have with labels that gets so tricky, is that often the labels misrepresent, or they're supposed to give people a sense of something they're not. Well, I guess that's called being misrepresented. So like our liberal party is called liberals, but when people imagine what a liberal is, okay, that's not what the Liberal Party is. Because they think of, equal rights and, socially progressive, economically maybe centrist, right, type thing. They're capitalists but believe all this sort of stuff. But if you actually look at our Liberal Party, they're not that. And so labels like liberal and Democrat and right-winger and conservative and Republican can give a very misleading idea as to where a person stands on certain issues. And so that's why I don't support people. I don't support parties. I support policies. And I want to see what the policies are. I want to see what the people are going for. So that's why I have a hard time putting a label on myself. Because like I say that I'm non-binary and pansexual, and that's just a little bit of a way to help you figure things out about me. But, if I get into the nitty-gritty details of like where my entire orientation and identity is, it's a run-on sentence. So that just kind of maybe narrows it down. And so a lot of the time it used to narrow it down, and it used to be helpful to have some of these labels. In this day and age, I don't think it is anymore. I don't think these labels actually benefit anyone at all, and other than to make people complacent, make people not pay attention, because it's like, oh, the liberals are in charge, we have nothing to worry about. But yeah, Mark Carney is a right-winger. Like, not even just a little right of center. No, he's a right-winger. Just flat out. Based on all of the policies and stuff that he's put forward. As far as I can see, he hasn't outright said that he hates queer people, but his policies have indicated that he's absolutely racist and anti-Indigenous. So I don't judge a person based on what they, say or think. I judge them on what they do. And what Mark Carney is doing is right wing. That's what I do. Sure, I'll just show these last two tabs because why not? Share this tab instead. There we go. Add back to stage. Where? There. No. Add to stage. There we go. Yeah, this is worrisome, especially with those tech billionaires and stuff like that. They're going to have, instead of security guards, sometimes they're going to have these little drones that go around and pepper spray you. So this person just saying this will be used against student protesters before it will be used to protect students from school shooters. And that is very true. So the plastic non-lethal aircraft, which can smash windows and ram attackers, will be at the ready at certain schools in Colorado, Florida, Georgia. Yeah. Oh, schools are adding pepper spraying drones to help combat active shooters. Yeah, no, they're not there to help protect people. They're there to help make sure people obey. That's what these are for. That's whenever you see like those robot dogs and stuff like that the police force are using. It's another way for them to separate themselves from humanity, to take a further step away from having any sort of like empathy or compassion, because then you're playing a video game with these. You don't see the person that's being pepper sprayed in the face. And so it makes it easier for people who might still have a sliver of a conscience that works in authority areas to attack people who don't deserve to be attacked. Not that anyone ever really deserves it. So I just wanted to say a few things. Like, yeah, no, this is what those tech billionaires like Toby and Elon, this is what they want. This is the future they want, is to have these little drones that fly around them. And then if you look at them wrong, it goes and bashes you in the head or something. As the saying, a drone that size cannot knock over a real person. You know what? Depending on the angle and stuff like that, it can trip you up. It can definitely trip you up. And then there's this, my rage against AI. So apparently there's more fake AI behind the scenes. And this person saying, I see the more saddened I am that folks fall for it. The average person may not know details like camera brands. These don't exist, or the crew positions. SFX crews are not camera people, but they are many basic logical inconsistencies here. And then they go through the inconsistencies. And at least this one is saying, oh, the video appears to be AI generated rather than practical effects. And, you know, I'm against AI for a whole litany of reasons, like all the reasons. But things like this, too, also gives people a false expectation of what is possible. And so they said things like after CSI was being rolled out and people became all about CSIs and the 20 different offshoots of it, that actual court cases were running into a problem where people expected more. They thought like, oh, well, you can have this type of evidence or that type of evidence, or their expectations for what is possible were unrealistic. And so they didn't understand that a lot of what you see on TV isn't a reality. And so this is, again, just giving people a false sense of what is possible when it comes to practical things. And it helps to stupefy people because people won't be thinking, like, they'll think, oh, yeah, we can just make a movie or something, or, you know, it's not that difficult to do this. Why do you need the education? Why do you need training when you can just do things like this and this and this? And then some of these videos are actually very dangerous, too, because they teach you all the wrong ways to do things. Like, pretty much at this point, I'm almost going to be swearing off videos that are less than 3 years old. Unless I know the channel. But even then, when you know the channel, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're safe from AI content, because there was that Hank guy that recently got caught with an AI script. I just want authenticity. I want to know that when I'm watching a docu-series on YouTube, that it's actually grounded in something real, that the terms I'm learning are real, that all of this is the lingo, the possibilities, the science is real, because I like to educate myself and be smart. So yeah, there's that. Anyway. Well, the reason why you want to build sets, because you don't want something that suffices, Wes. You want something that will blow you away. And if you have not seen Project Hail Mary, that's a prime example of it. That was a practical set that they use, and it is amazing. And you look at some of the Star Treks, you know, that use practical effects versus, you know, special effects. And you can do some combinations and all that sort of stuff. But there's a beauty about practical effects that capture things that so far AI can't. And then the actors do a better job because they're actually playing with something that they can see and experience, as opposed to just, you know, performing against a green screen. And it's more creative, it's more inventive, it makes the experience of participating in things better when it's real. You know, reality bites sometimes, but you know, it's the only thing you can grow from. You know, your experiences. If you just live in a fantasy world, you're not growing as an individual. You're not really being challenged. You know, the connections you have with people, they aren't real. And without that, you're just, it's not, then why bother with anything? Just go in your basement, put on a VR headset or whatever, and wither away. But, you know, part of life is experiencing ups, downs, all arounds. The unexpected of people who aren't programmed to interact with you. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So follow me on all my social medias and Left of the Box and Sandee Lovas. This is for art, writing, and all things creative. I'm hoping to put a video up there soon about the books that were being destroyed and scanned and all that sort of stuff. And Left of the Box for my political takes. I do live streams, news live streams. I try for Sunday evenings. mostly primarily Canadian politics, but some international splatterings in there. So check that out. Buy my book, but don't read it. Necroplasm. And the reason, because when I get these TYT essays out that I was talking about at the beginning, I'm going to be putting a new edition out. So for those who have the book, everything in it, the plot-wise, still the same. A lot of little details will be changed because of the prequels and sequels I'll be writing. And so a lot of little details will be changed, but the plot remains the absolute same. I talk about it on my channel. You can find out the advantages and stuff that you get if you buy it now. And then you want to get, anyway, I did get a new desk, Wes, and I really could use some help paying it off. That's why I feel confident leaning on it right now. Anyway, thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you for the mods. Thank you, Nicholas, for being a producer, because, you know, this is a team effort to make this space your space, our space, spacey space. Anyway, yeah, I'm still autistically fried with everything that is going on. Anyway. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Flew to Italy, they love Donald, Donald Trump. In the Middle East, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Met some Africans, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Even in China, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Man, these Indians, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Flew to Italy, they love Donald, Donald Trump. In the Middle East, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Met some Africans, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Even in China, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Man, these Indians, they love Donald, Donald Trump.
Hey.
I'm gonna have that song in my head all day now.
Oh man,
new theme.
I've been bumping it nonstop. It's just so good. I can't get enough of it.
Is that you? Did you make that?
No, that's Anthony Constantino. We listened to his music video last week.
No, I mean the remix.
Oh, you mean like the intro?
Yeah, like the dance version of it. It wasn't quite that bopping.
No, I didn't touch it. That's the same version.
Oh well, never mind. Wow.
It just was so much more of a banger than you remember.
It's true. It's true. Shame on me.
I also made another video project that I'll wait until other people are here to show everybody, because it is it's more touching. It's more of a wholesome, I guess you could say. I'll just tease it. It's an homage to Mitch McConnell, who may have died. So
he may have died.
Yeah, we don't know though for sure.
He's in the Jordan Peterson tier, where I'm like, I don't know what his current health condition is. Honestly, someone should probably look into that who cares about him, because it is strange that he just keeps disappearing and his daughter suddenly takes over the empire and no one really has any answers as to what's happening. I'm not implying anything at all. I'm saying someone who cares about him should just look into this to make sure that he's okay and yeah, reach out to him, because I don't care about him. But if I did care about him, I would be the person to probably look into what's going on. So.
Yeah. It's like, is he in some sort of state of limbo? Is he trapped between life and death? Is he in a vegetative state, potentially? It's really hard to say. But yeah, Mitch McConnell has entered that territory, and we'll definitely talk about that. Ken Klippenstein. I was blanking on his name. I almost said Mitch Klippenstein because I'm thinking Mitch McConnell. He wrote an article about this where he kind of breaks it down. So there was I got a bunch of stuff ready to talk about. I was waiting to go live until everybody else showed up, but I just want everybody to know, let the record reflect, Lance and I were indeed here on time. We always are. It's everybody else. So whenever we're late, you blame all the other people who are on this show, okay? I'm sure they'll be here, but they're late. Not us.
All those lazy people with like day jobs and
lazy fucking bums. Imagine saying I can't make it to Leftist Mafia on time because I have a 9 to 5.
Jesus.
Extremely ridiculous. Like, wow. Yeah, they are slackers. Thank you, Etch. They are.
In good news, Rebecca and Ariana are going to be joining us today, so that's exciting.
Yeah.
And
if David jumps on, we'll have a full house. So
that will be exciting. Wow.
Yeah. Doesn't happen too often, but whenever it does happen, it's very exciting. I did want to share a video that is going viral because there is this week, by the way, of course, we crushed it again. We had another socialist victory, and the Speaker of the House, Mr. Mike Johnson, decided to come out and attack the socialists, and people are turning his attack into an ad because everything he says just sounds incredible. Let me bring this in here. I think I don't know if the particular cut that I have included music, but it's going viral on TikTok apparently because people love this. So let me just press play.
Say the Democrat Socialists of America? Okay, here's just a sample of what they're about. Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy, implement proportional representation, and ranked choice voting in all elections.
He tries to make it sound scary.
Public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people. End all military and economic aid to Israel. It sounds so...
I don't know if this is going to be like copyrighted, but
I like that. That's some good energy.
It's a really great cut. It's nice. I've actually been feeling really good lately because of these victories. You know, everything else is shitty, but you know.
Yeah, I saw a good tweet by someone that had worded it like, I hope you all realize this is a direct response to you centrists and Democrats' position on Gaza. Did you expect us to spend years watching like children get bulldozed and not want to do anything about it? Like, yeah, everyone wants radical change. This shit is a nightmare. And I was like, yeah, that really feels like what that last, series of election victories was like. Like, holy shit, what a rebuke.
Yeah. People are pissed off. I've never seen so many non-traditional people pissed off. By non-traditional, like you would expect a lot of lefties and hipsters and whatnot, and people with septum piercings to be pissed off. But when you go to town halls, when you go to any like local meetup that's like even tangentially political related, where you're making signs and whatnot, there's like these aunties, these like sweet moms that are really fucking pissed off. And they're pissed off about Gaza. They're pissed off at the Democratic Party. Of course, they're pissed off at, Donald Trump and fascism. But as we've talked about before, they can't reckon with the fact that like Democrats have been saying how bad Trump is. And then once he came to power, they're not doing anything to fight him. They're not treating him like the existential threat that, they told voters he was. And it's just been such a wake up call for a lot of people, even normies, to just say, hey, man, they're not fighting. Like, even my mom, she really doesn't follow politics too much, but she's like, are the Democrats doing anything yet? She'll ask me, like, are they fighting? I'm like, not yet, Mom, not really. This one did one thing, but, still,
They're
Getting
going to
steamrolled.
strongly worded letter the fascism away. Just wait, it's going to be a couple text messages and the fascism will be gone. I know. I've noticed they are fighting now. They are finally fighting. They're angry and aggressive at the DSA. Now they found their voice. That's pretty amazing, right? We are going to use the full power. We will have a revolution. We will stop this. And it's like, of course, that's the left. They're going after the left. Great.
Of course.
Yeah,
Although, to our benefit, they haven't changed their tactics. I thought that they would be much more ruthless, but they're also hitting us with a strongly worded letter. I say this because did you see the Promise to America?
No.
Oh, Lance, it's so good. It's basically a manifesto by 15 Democrats about how the Democratic Party is pro-capitalism and not communism. And let me bring up their website. The manifesto is a very short read. We can read it in its entirety. It's shorter than the Communist Manifesto. It's actually just a paragraph, but
that's funny because there's opinion pieces here in Canada that are getting really popular right now that talk about how why we must never accept China as the new global superpower. America must be our stalwart, stuff like that, where you're just Jesus Christ. And these usually appear in magazines owned by American companies anyway, so I'm not surprised there. But it's just it's so funny them talking about we could never allow China to blah blah blah. And they're like, America's bombing 6 or 7 countries today. Not maybe far off in the future. They're really bad. I don't know. I think everyone's I'll take anything at this point, honestly.
It's outrageous.
Anyone step up. I don't care. It's really bad.
Just not us. I don't want us to be the number one leader of the world anymore. It's hasn't gone too well. So this is their whole manifesto. Their Promise to America. I'll show you who signed it in a second. It was 15 the last time I checked. Although neoliberals don't want to put their names on this because they don't want to get primaried, but it reads, America is stronger than our politics. Politics forces false choices between extremes on the right and left. We reject them. Too many Americans have not benefited from the last half century of economic growth. Americans want an economy that lowers costs, expands opportunity, and rewards the people who work hard every day. Americans want safe communities and institutions that solve problems. We believe in building more to lower costs and expand opportunity. That's 2 times that they said expand opportunity for those not keeping track. We believe Democrats succeed when we speak to the whole country and value persuasion over purity. We, the undersigned, make this promise to America. And the signatories are, there's a search bar in case you can't find them. Is it still just 15? It's still just 15, yeah. So
I'll get there. Just starting.
Right. It's the ones that you would expect. None of these people are surprising. I believe this is a Democrat who just voted with Republicans to discriminate against trans people. So very cool to see that. One thing that's funny is that I want to share this as well. Give me 1 second. So AOC responded to the Promise to America, and she actually roasted them. And their response was amazing. I'm going to play her response here because she said what she says here was just perfect.
They said, we're going to sign a pledge against socialism. And we say, okay, but then when you pull up this website, they can't answer the same question that you just asked me, Santita. There's no, okay, fine. If you're against them, that's okay. But what do you believe? And that, I think, is the core of the weaknesses from that wing in this moment. There's no affirmative vision really coming from most places in the Democratic Party, with the exception of democratic socialism. They said, we're going to sign a...
Yeah, and that's basically what everybody's saying, that they have this entire paragraph and there's not a single policy. If you go through all of their visions, it's all just principles and platitudes. And so AOC, like, they were getting dunked on because AOC essentially challenged them to come up with a concrete vision, like with concrete policies, like actual things they're going to pass legislatively. And not sound bites, yeah. But unfortunately for them, they can't do that. And they cooked up just more platitudes. So they responded, hi, AOC. Our promise to America isn't just about rejecting socialism, it's a vision for the future. Our principles say it best. We believe in an economy that works for everyone, not just those already at the top. Okay, well,
so
what does that mean? How are you going to facilitate that?
That's awesome. Oh, I love that. It's like, yeah, no, we're not like you. We don't like all these unjust hierarchies. So we're going to battle that. And it's like with capitalism.
Yeah.
We're going to stratify it. Yeah.
We're going to keep the system in place that led to Gilded Age levels of income and wealth inequality, but we want an economy that works for everyone. Okay, like how do you do that in this particular system? I don't understand that. You're not offering a single policy. They could even just say something as simple as, you know what? We support a $15 an hour minimum wage, even though that would be milquetoast.
But that's a policy. That's
it's something, right?
And you can be held accountable to. If you're just like speaking in dreams and visions, and that's basically like what people are supposed to take, how's anyone like, you can't take them seriously at the point where they get into power and then afterwards it's like, they're not delivering anything. Yeah, because they promised nothing. They're delivering the nonsense they promised, just openly being like, yeah, sure, whatever you need to hear, people. Like, that's the part I hate. I think, and we've been saying this for a while on the show, what Zoran Mamdani is pulling off is not socialism. It's actually showing everybody that for a very long time, Democrats didn't give a fuck and they weren't doing their jobs. Like they just literally weren't doing their jobs on the simplest things. Like, yeah, we can actually fix the potholes, right? I'm sure that's something for people living in New York where it's just like, yeah, they keep saying they don't have the money to fix the potholes, but it's really weird that all these like developments are coming from these monsters, like investors from Turkey, but who knows where the money comes from or goes, or just exchanges hands, whatever, right? It's like, no, you had corrupt government after corrupt government after corrupt government that were basically just vehicles to funnel all of the budget into the NYPD for decades. And now he's showing up and he's just like, why don't we do stuff?
Yeah, funding the parks, filling potholes. Yeah, like you said, it's not socialism. Theoretically, a Republican could do this stuff. It's just like basic governance.
Yes, this is the bare minimum of what you were supposed to be doing, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, socialism's amazing!" Like, no, that's bare minimum functional government, and even then, it's not operating as it should. He's like starting to make progress, right? Go after the landlords. That's good, right? Go after greedy corporations, but it's still not to a lot of money. It's like $10 million from Amazon. It's a start, but that's not socialism. That's the bare minimum of government.
Yeah, this is just what they're supposed to do regardless of their ideology. Like the ideology hasn't even been plugged in yet. Like we're just talking about like cleaning the subway, keeping shit, keeping the trash off the streets, like the basic fucking shit. Yeah. And okay, there's a couple more planks that they're saying to AOC. Aside from the economy, we believe in secure borders and safe communities. Because
that worked out great in the last election. Just go with that. So open with that. Maybe say how you want the most lethal fighting force in the world, and you're worse on the border than the fucking Republicans. Keep that up.
That seemed to really land with the Democratic Party's base.
Oh yeah.
And centrists also were like, oh, you know what? I didn't know that Kamala was stronger on the border than Donald Trump. Maybe I'll vote for her.
That was the difference maker. Well done.
We want a government that works to solve problems. Okay, that's very specific. Who would oppose this? I mean, a fascist could write this.
We want to do our job. That's what they're saying.
Like what? We want a politics of persuasion. Bro, what the fuck does this even mean? You're losing at that right now. You're not persuading anybody.
No, that's
practice on us.
Right. The DSA victories that just happened, those were electoral victories. Those were the people. That's the will of the people. All the Democrats right now are like, I don't want any politician who says these evil things about our party. It's like, then you don't like the voters of that district. That's what you're saying, because that's what they wanted and voted for. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. They're basically shitting on voters, but they're doing it in such a passive-aggressive way so as to not like directly offend them. But what they really are doing is they're critiquing the Democratic Party's base. Okay, last but not least, and most of all, we are proud of America. That is that's the specific, that their principles say it best. So that's their vision for the future, being proud of America. So, that's inspiring, Lance.
I mean, it's, what was Andrew Yang's party? It feels like the Forward Party.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Shit.
Oh, yeah, not left, not right, just center going forward.
It's forward.
Palestinian future. Well, ending with that note, like we are proud. Like every single thing said there, you can easily, and astute politicians like Zoran and others now who are associated with the DSA, you can weave around that so well now. Like instead of being like, oh, all we care about is being proud Americans, like you could be like, I want to be proud of my country, but it's a fucking disgrace that we have so many people living on the streets while we give billions of dollars to Israel. That'll do so well now, right? Like we live in a different time. People, especially like younger voters and younger energized people who want to put time and money and effort into politics, they are done with this old fucking, every centrist person on TV now sounds like, they're 20 or 40 years older than they are as a person, just based on the way the rhetoric sounds now, going on to live television and being like, well, I think if you criticize this person, that's a form of anti-Semitism, and we have to be the business makers, and corporations have to be able to make this much money, and like all this kind of stuff. And you're just like, this is like, no one buys this anymore. Like everyone knows, like the right hates you already. They don't listen to you. And for people who are like to the left of Bush, like every person listening to this is going to be like, that's not true. Like you can't keep lying to everybody,
Right. No, it's just so transparent. And you're making me think of a clip that was shared by Blakely where I think it was today. Yeah, it was today. Abdul El Sayed, this is actually recently, he was on CNN and the host asked him if he thinks Israel has the right to exist. He gives a perfectly reasonable answer, but of course it wasn't satisfactory. So she has to ask him the question 18 times. Like, I'm exaggerating, but let me just, I'll play it for you. Because yeah, I think this speaks to everything you're saying, Lance. It's so fucking insufferable.
Fight for and have to put up with.
Obviously, AIPAC is a big part of this conversation because Israel has become a very central topic, especially inside the Democratic Party, but nationally as well. Do you believe Israel has a right to exist?
So, Casey, AIPAC's become a big issue in this election because AIPAC's already spent $30 million in this election. They're by far the biggest spender in the race. Now, the question about a right to exist, it's interesting because nobody's ever asked me whether or not I believe Palestine has a right to exist. Every single president who served has said that they believe in a two-state solution. Israel exists. The question is whether or not we want a politics where our money is sent over to Israel to do genocide and apartheid instead of investing in our own kids.
You say it exists, but does it have a right to?
I didn't say that. I just said
it exists.
I'm not going to play this gotcha game about whether or not it has a right to exist. The question ultimately is about whether or not we want a politics that dignifies.
You're not going to play the gotcha game, but you're not going to say you think Israel has a right to exist.
Well, my question, Casey, I think the question we all have to ask.
You really think she has a gotcha here?
Does everybody have equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination? That's Jewish, Israelis, and Palestinians. And to me, the folks who should answer what the ultimate peace there looks like should be Jewish, Israelis, and Palestinians. I want my tax dollars spent here in Michigan to provide schools in Michigan, to build healthcare in Michigan, to invest in Michigan, rather than to be sent abroad to kill Palestinian people, do genocides and apartheid. The question about whether or not Israel has a right to exist is actually quite secondary to whether or not they have a right to our tax dollars. And people don't ask that question in good faith. So if you want to ask me about Palestinian right to exist, if you want to ask me about what I want to do for kids in Michigan, I'm happy to answer that question. But the AIPAC and Israel have become secondary questions that too many people have to talk about because our tax dollars keep getting spent over there rather than being spent over here.
I mean, how can you argue against that?
And you nailed it with that clip because, like I said, she looks so out of touch. It's like watching. It's like surreal now, right? To see it where you like as clear as day. You're like you are just so disconnected from reality or how people are talking on the ground, right? Like people. Yeah. I have non-political aunts who are like just like. Israel's pretty fucked up, just out of the blue. And it's just like someone who never talks to me about politics, but it's just like you at some point have probably seen a photo, like, or a drone shot, or just one picture, or maybe a couple seconds of footage. And that's enough to be like, what? And it's like, yeah, there's nothing, it's all gone. Like the movies, like when you see the apocalypse, like when everything's dead, that's it. It's just like a human meat grinder. No one can be on the other end of that and still like, watch those kind of things with a straight face. Like, do you believe it has a right to exist? I don't know. Does your program like this? It's so fucked up. Like talk like that,
Yeah, it's such a establishment brained take. It's the new. Do you what is it? Do you condemn Hamas? They go through these different things because they don't actually want to engage in the substance. They find a question to like try to filibuster and like hold firm. But it's because they don't really know how to handle it. Because if that lady actually just asked him normal questions or accepted his answer, then her new boss, which is Barry Weiss, might can her. So she has to play along. But I mean, a lot of the people in media, they're not just playing along. I think they're true believers. And part of this goes back to manufacturing consent with, Noam Chomsky. I mean, he's in the Epstein files, but his book was absolutely correct where, these people are filtered out to where they're doing the bidding of the establishment willfully, because like you don't get a position in the media unless you are willing to espouse certain beliefs and positions. So it's not, it's just not going to change anytime soon. And it doesn't matter how out of touch they get or how out of sync they are with the rest of the country. They're just going to keep on chugging ahead, sounding like completely out of touch dipshits. Because, yeah, like you said, there's nobody in the country, in the world at this point, who isn't at least somewhat aware of what's been going on. And all it takes is a little bit of knowledge and you are forever radicalized. Because, like, you can tell people, oh, yeah, should they have a right to exist? Israel has the right to defend itself, yada, yada, yada. But all of that goes out the door when people are confronted with the sheer humanity of the suffering of Palestinians. It doesn't matter how persuasive the other talking points were. Like when you see children suffering, you don't give a shit about anything but making that suffering stop. And they don't get that because these folks are robots on TV.
Yeah, they also keep using the point that like this isn't America. It's not. It's like far away. This isn't a key core issue. People don't care about this. And I'm like, well, first off, it really seems like the Zionists and that side are the ones who bring it up all the time. You have to actually pledge allegiance, right? Where it's like, do you believe that Israel has a right to exist? They like Stephen Colbert said, not only do you believe Israel has a right to exist, and then if the answer was yes, that wasn't enough. It was like, and do you ever believe it has a right to exist as a Jewish state, aka Jewish supremacist ethno state, right? Like, are you a Jewish supremacist? Like on the spot too. And I'm like, these are the weirdest questions to hear on like television and for New York. Like, but if y'all want to play that game, then yeah, it has impacted a lot of voters, even if they don't live there. And I think globally right now, I think there's a just international rejection of this horror. But
yeah, I would love to hear anybody respond to that question of, hey, should Israel exist as a Jewish state? Well, should America exist as a white state? Should South Africa exist as a white state?
Yeah,
because that's essentially what they're asking. But they just, I guess, like, they can make that exception and there's no discrepancy in their head. They think it's perfectly consistent because, like, Israel is a country that consists of people who were previously oppressed. Therefore, they have a blank check to oppress others. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's logically inconsistent, and they think that people are going to give them a pass for that, but they just look deeply unserious when they say shit like that. Oh, yeah, Israel can be a Jewish ethno state, but it's bad if there's a white ethno state. No, they're all bad. They're all bad, and that's our point. We're not anti-Semitic for saying that. You are the one who's a bigot for allowing one country to basically be institutionally superior than everybody else who lives there. It's just, yeah, it's... I know we're preaching to the choir, but it just never gets old hearing this shit. I'm just never like, I can't be desensitized to it.
Also true.
Yeah. I do have some additional fun stuff here. So
I was going to say one fun thing we could talk about that I know everyone wants to hear is congratulations to Denims and for freedom of speech. Happy freedom of speech to you. It's a great freedom of speech day here on the internet because we have the freedom of speech to criticize and critique fellow content creators. Even if we do not like them as people, we can still critique them and they can't sue us back. Or if they do, hopefully there's some precedent that's been set. And lo and behold, there is more precedent that's been set now to defend the fair use and fair dealing of content creators, thanks to Denims. So thanks, Denims.
We owe the mother of fair use on the internet flowers. Everybody go send her flowers and love because her, like, just sticking through all that bullshit and suffering through it is actually genuinely a service to every single person online who not just makes videos and content, but like if you just post on social media, what she did is strengthening all of our abilities to criticize people. And I think that's awesome.
Including the people who generate drama slop from her and her content. She defended their right to do that.
True.
Like that's pretty wild, Like she stood up for their right to make videos on her and use clips of her show when they critique her. as they should have the right to do, as everyone does, right? Like that's
absolutely
freedom of speech.
They seem to not get that. I was listening to Asmongold talk about this through Hassan. He was reacting to Asmongold.
Who did the exact same thing, by the way? Like that Denims was being sued for. Asmongold watched the entirety of the content nuke. And then I think Ethan may have even acknowledged that, where he was just like, I know XQC and Asmongold did it, but I'm suing Denims, blah, blah, blah. But like you did exactly what, you're accusing her of.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, this is maybe the judge just didn't like Ethan or something. Like, what? The judge doesn't know who these people are. Are you seriously like thinking that the judge is a snarker or some shit? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. The judge looked at the merits of the case, looked at precedent, which included Ethan Klein's lawsuit against Haas back from 2017, and they said, yeah, this is fair use. That's objectively fair use. What Asmongold and all these other people do is objectively fair use. What Ethan Klein used to do on his show and still does, I haven't seen his show in a while, but that is fair use. It is important that we protect that because there's so many other bad actors who want to kill fair use. And there's a case that I'm not sure if you saw this, Lance, but Alan Dershowitz, he was suing CNN for libel. And he lost, by the way, thankfully, and appealed all the way to the Supreme Court, and they denied him writ of certiorari. So they're like, we're not going to hear this case. But the scary part is that in denying his writ, there were two justices, Gorsuch and Thomas, that dissented, saying actually the precedent that Dershowitz was trying to overturn from 1964, which is from the New York Times v. Sullivan, that which requires you to prove actual malice to win a defamation case, that's just too exacting. So they basically hinted that we would like to revisit this case and overturn it, which is alarming because if that were to happen, it would be really hard to criticize any elite because they would be able to sue you and win. Like right now, they can already sue you. And thankfully, there's a lot of states with anti-slap protections. It'll still be costly to defend yourself. But if they can sue you and win without proving actual malice, you're not just going to be, $100,000, $200,000 in debt if you try to defend yourself. You're going to be millions of dollars in debt if they can win these lawsuits. So that's something that is horrifying to think about because basically we would be very limited in our ability to criticize elites unless they decided to be merciful enough to not sue us for criticizing them. And as you see, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Ethan Klein, you don't even have to be a fucking billionaire. Millionaires do this shit. And it's scary because, if you can't criticize people, then
it takes, especially. That's the part that's so frightening, right?
Yeah.
That you can't criticize the rich and powerful. We've lost freedom of speech. That's essentially what it's supposed to be there to protect.
Yeah. I mean, the First Amendment it's supposed to stop the government from impeding on your speech specifically, but that principle, I think, extends throughout society as well, and we have to do our best to uphold it. But that right there, it makes us so that way, yeah, I mean, in a late-stage capitalist system, the elites are our government, essentially. They buy the politicians, their lobbyists write the laws for us, so if we can't criticize them, we essentially do lose our freedom of speech. And just like imagine Elon Musk or like some oil baron dumping toxic waste into some river. If we were to criticize that individual, they would want to sue and they could win. I mean, Elon Musk is threatening to sue Ro Khanna because Ro Khanna cited a study saying that his USAID cuts, they're going to lead to millions of deaths. And he's saying, oh, this guy's a liar and whatnot. But I mean, if he were to sue Ro Khanna, it would still cost Ro Khanna hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend himself. But if he could sue and not have to prove actual malice, he might be able to win. So that is really, really alarming. So I think that this Denims win is really important. Every single win we can get, we've got to hang on to that because things are getting pretty fucked up. There's also, I know your government is proposing a, I don't know what the bill is in particular, but it includes age verification.
Social media ban for people who are 16 and under, just like Australia did. And it sucks because it's a Trojan horse. It sounds really good on paper. And when Australia did it, it was marketed as like, well, social media is addictive. Kids can't concentrate in school. This will help them out. If you want to ban social media in the classroom, please do it. Teachers have asked for it. Parents have asked for it. That'll be great. Don't let kids use their cell phones in the class. And then, hopefully that's just like an hour of their day where they can stay off, all the addictive properties of social media. But if you ban it for people 16 and under, all it does, and this is why Meta has lobbied for it, is it allows these social media and tech companies to effectively not have to police themselves to make their products healthier. And not have to make their products overall like less addictive, less problematic for people. Like there's a whistleblower who left Meta to explain that yes, everything that you think is true. We are intentionally using gambling mechanics, slot machine mechanics, all these same kind of dopamine receptor mechanisms to get you to use these apps as long as possible. And that in theory good to keep children away from. That's part of it. Hey, how's it going, Matt?
Hey, Matt.
Hey, I'm so. Was this you two this whole time?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I saw everyone said they were coming, and I was like, oh, I'm in the middle of watching this Portugal-Croatia game. It's so good. I need to finish watching it. I thought I'd be joining the full crew. If I knew it was just you two guys, I would have felt bad and joined because I didn't want to leave you guys hanging.
No, we were having a great time. We were crushing.
Dang, you guys missed an incredible game. Oh my God, Portugal-Croatia. Oh my God.
Who won?
And Portugal. Croatia scored like 3 offside goals. They were the better team by far. Ronaldo scored a horrible penalty that was given to Portugal. He should have, and he was celebrating like he just scored an amazing goal. It was just the corner. He's so I do not like him.
Is Ronaldo the guy who's the rapist, or is he the racist? I don't remember which one.
So I think
it's
racist, right? But I think there were allegations against him. I don't remember what happened with that.
I can't remember why he's bad, but I remember there's something about
it was a 2009 incident in Las Vegas.
Okay, he's a rapist, allegedly. Okay.
He maintained it was consensual.
Of course he did.
The criminal case was dropped due to a lack of evidence. And the civil lawsuit was dismissed in 2022. So that went on for a while.
Wow. Okay. I wanted to talk about the Kids Act on the subject of age verification because they just passed that in the House. And there's elements of the Kids Act that contains COSA, which I talked about last week, I think. And that would also lead to age verification. And what's crazy is that there's a lot of fear-mongering about social media for kids and whatnot, and I understand parents are concerned about that. But if you end up doing these types of laws that that attempt to shelter kids from the internet, it just ends up doing more harm than good. If you look at actual studies, it shows that kids end up gaining more confidence from social media, and they end up meeting new people. And especially if you're from a queer community or a marginalized group of people, you actually can find other communities that you wouldn't meet in real life. So overall, as bad as social media might be on your brain at certain times, it's a net positive for younger people. And I think that we all kind of project social media being bad because Facebook is bad and Twitter is bad and all these companies are bad, but social media itself isn't inherently bad. In moderation, it can be perfectly fine. And the only negative thing about social media, at least on kids, according to studies, is if it's overused. But in moderation, it's fine. So this attempt to do some sort of nanny state fucking thing where you ban kids from social media and you require adults to prove they're adults by entering their driver's license, it's such a dangerous thing to do. And I hate that every single state in the world is going this way. The Australia, the UK, Canada, the US.
It's interesting how all these concerns about kids' social media use. The studies that found that Instagram was specifically horrible for girls' mental health. I mean, all young people, but it's specifically what it was doing to girls' mental health. And, study after study about the dangers of social media for kids. But none of these countries took action until the past couple of years when the kids started getting their information, their legit, actual, based in reality information on things like Israel's genocide in Gaza. Did these countries decide, we can't have the kids on here anymore? We can't let them on here. Now, I do think that there should be strict punishment for these companies that harm kids, without a doubt. But that doesn't involve the government getting involved and regulating who can use social media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead, Lance.
I want to add one part about Canada because you're asking about our law. Our law is not going to apply to AI engines in the same way. So teenagers who will be banned 16 and under from social media may have access to ChatGPT or Anthropic's models or any of the other chatbots, which is also really scary because on one end, Facebook is actually, or Meta is one of the people lobbying for these new regulations because it takes the onus off them to have to regulate themselves. All of a sudden, a digital ID instantly makes their entire platform safe for 16 and under because they can't use it, so they don't have to worry about it. But chatbots can be fucked up in their own way. Chatbots as well can cause psychosis. Chatbots as well have profound effects on children's education. We're only starting now to learn about what the effects of offloading is having, especially for complex tasks and learning. So it feels like we're also giving a backdoor to this new age that they want, which is this AI tech surveillance, Palantir, nightmare fuel shit. While at the same time being like, we're cutting you off from fucking Twitter,
Mm-hmm.
I think chatbots are way more. Chatbots are way more harmful. I mean, look at it this way: we've already seen cases where individuals were held liable for harm that they did to young people. We've seen people being held liable for cyberbullying. Adults cyberbullying kids and pushing them to do harm to themselves. We've seen cases where people were held liable. In these cases of these chatbots, we've seen nobody held liable. And there's been numerous instances where chatbots have convinced people suffering from AI psychosis, believing they're talking to a actual, feeling, intelligent being, a conscious being. We've seen people who feel that way harm themselves over what the chatbot told them to do. Kill themselves even over what chatbots told them to do. Kill others based on what chatbots told them what
mass
to do.
shootings here in Canada was AI psychosis related mass shooting.
Yeah, I think that the ultimate solution is you got to break these companies up. You need like a publicly owned version of social media. And we need to not fuck with the existing laws. One thing that I saw that pissed me the fuck off is Democrats, centrist Democrats at least, they are preparing their own version of Project 2025, Project 2029. It involves Cory Booker and whatnot. One of the provisions is getting rid of
playbook. We need our own fascist playbook. We got it. We will win.
And ironically, it mirrors Project 2025 in one regard, at least. They want to undo Section 230, which would be a fucking catastrophe. Now, for those who don't know, Section 230 is essentially the provision from the 1996 Communications Act that made the internet what it is, right? And people will frame it as, oh, this is liability for social media companies. All this does is it says that excuse me, if you are going to post something on a platform and it's like, say you like defame somebody, right? You alone are responsible, and the platform you use to commit that act of defamation, they can't be sued for what you did. That is good because if the company itself was liable, then how would they react to that? They would not allow us to say the shit that we say. They would allow only the most corporate, sanitized voices. So if you get rid of that, that is going to be a huge problem. Now, one thing that I'm noticing with the Project 2029 Section 230 thing is that people are giving Democrats a pass because it's not a full repeal, to my understanding, of Section 230. They're saying, no, we're only making it so that way social media websites can be fined or held liable if somebody posts AI-generated content. But here's why that's also bad. You're opening the legal precedent to having these companies get sued for something somebody else posts. The solution to that is to ban AI-generated content, period. We don't need it. It does nothing for us. It adds nothing to society. It takes up too much resources. Anytime you give these congressional, not just Democrats, like any politician an inch, they're going to take them out. Look at the Patriot Act. So if you think that it's just going to end with AI-generated content, No, absolutely not. Because after, some social media giant is fined for that, they're going to be fined for something else. That's always the way that this works. It's going to be slipped through in some fucking amendment. So it's so frustrating because they're always looking for some way to have more censorship tools. We've been dealing with this since like SOPA. Does anybody remember SOPA? That bill was killed. It came back. It was dead. Then it was resurrected as something else. And now we're dealing with COSA and the Kids Act. It is non-stop. They want to be able to control every single thing that we do. And if they can't, as is the case with TikTok, they're just going to ban the whole fucking platform. They're okay with us having access to social media, but the condition is that they have to be able to monitor every single thing that we do. Zero freedom whatsoever. And we should all be libertarians on this because you cannot allow anybody to control what we say and do online, because it's not just like the shit posting and the doom scrolling that we do online. People use this to organize. People use this to, again, like I mentioned earlier, gain access to communities that they wouldn't otherwise have access to, talk to queer people about coming out and whatnot. Like the internet was a huge resource for me when I was young. So I just feel like you have to fight this at every step of the way, but it's exhausting because like you might think you have a victory. Oh yeah, COSA's defeated. Well, it's fucking back again. And what's annoying is that this is a bipartisan issue. Richard Blumenthal, who's the Democratic co-sponsor or sponsor, and Marshall Blackburn, who's the Republican, they're both fighting for COSA. And they're mad that the Kids Act doesn't go as far as COSA, even though it does contain some provisions of COSA within the Kids Act. And they're right, it doesn't go as far. But the problem is that like they're not listening to any of the arguments. Even if you hear what Marsha Blackburn says and how she tries to sell these bills, she's like, oh yeah, we have to go after the trans menace. Kids shouldn't be seeing that. So like they're saying we're going to censor queer content. We're just going to be police on the internet. We're going to let Republican attorneys general control what we see. And Democrats are like, bet, because we can also control Israel content. We can limit what we don't want our people to see. It's exhausting. I have a video about this, but also a really great resource is Electronic Frontier Foundation. They put out a lot of really good articles about this. Taylor Lorenz also has some great videos about this. Really great resource here. So it's exhausting, but it's not going to stop. So we just have to expect to try to fight this forever.
Can you guys hear the chanting in the background for me? The whole city is chanting right now. I'm assuming a game just got out. I'm in one of the FIFA host cities.
Oh, okay. No, that's Portugal, Croatia. They were in Toronto.
Oh, that's who it is. I can
cool.
hear them. Yeah.
That's crazy. I was just watching the game and now I'm on here literally as if I've been transported to your abode in Toronto.
Vancouver.
You're in Vancouver?
Yeah, the opposite of Toronto. Far away.
Oh, I thought you were in Toronto. Who's in Vancouver?
So I'm in Vancouver. David's in Toronto.
Oh, I got you and David confused. Yeah. I'm sorry. Got it. Yeah. So you know what? You're probably hearing the people going to the 10 o'clock game. I'm assuming that's in Vancouver. Are you just saying you're by a bar or something? Is that what you mean?
No. I'm in the like the center of downtown Vancouver. You can clear as day hear a lot of chanting right now.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Or annoying, I guess. It depends. It'd be cool at first, maybe.
I think a bunch of I hate FIFA as an org. I think they're evil as fuck. But I mean, a bunch of people from countries getting together and partying, having fun together, dancing and
being happy. Yeah.
The 10 o'clock game is in Vancouver, Switzerland, Algeria.
So that's either Swiss or Algerian chants in the streets.
Probably Algeria. They've been very rowdy, from what I've heard.
Oh, really? All right, hold on. I'll go check.
And I mean that in a good way. Rowdiness is good for a World Cup. I don't want anyone taking it the wrong way, as if I'm shitting on Algerians.
It had a little bit negative connotation, so I'm glad you clarified. Matt, I have this clip to play for you of our wonderful president. He talks about having a three-way with his sons.
Oh, did you play this while I wasn't here?
No, I haven't played it yet at all. I'll play it again.
Oh, we should wait for the Lance then.
It's super short.
Okay, all right.
Now, as I see my two beautiful sons sitting there, I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay? I'll pick out one of the two. I'll give them the Congressional Medal of Honor for something, for their genius at hunting. And I'll get one for taking on Russia or something. And we'll have a third pair. No, I'm only kidding. But I have seriously thought about, now this is dangerous to say because the fake news is up there all over the place. And when I joke, I learned early on, don't be sarcastic in politics. But I actually said a few times that I've seriously thought of giving myself the Congressional Medal of Honor. Now, everyone knows I'm doing it with a chuckle, but then they report, he wants to give himself the Congressional.
Bro,
so I don't say that anymore. It's very dangerous to say.
I sincerely want him to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor. It would be so fucking hilarious if he actually did the Obama meme. Like, has anyone seen that of Obama placing a medal on himself?
Yeah.
That would be so funny if he actually did this, because what would the ceremony look like? Like him just putting the Medal of Honor on his neck? That would be objectively funny. So I actually hope that he does do it. And you know he wants to. He's like, oh, I'm just joking. You're not joking. Give yourself the fucking Medal of Honor. Do it. It'd be funny. I'll rewind it for Lance.
What is this?
Trump talking about how he wants to have a threesome with his two boys. It's him talking about wanting to give them the.
Oh, you did see it?
What the fuck? He's just for months been melting down and saying things like that man is attractive to me or like weird shit like that. Like I think part of it is just to distract people and get news clips that aren't about him being a pedophile, to be honest. Like, yeah. It's the one more headline where they're not saying Trump's a fucking Epstein rapist. It's like, oh, Trump said he wants to have a threesome with his boys. That's different.
You know, he might be experiencing an end of life crisis where, you know, some old people, they kind of just snap and they start fucking a bunch of people and they start, you know, going crazy. I don't know. Maybe that's what's happening here. Hey, Rebecca.
Hey.
Nice to see you. How are you?
Good. How are you? I was late
Doing
because I was watching the match. It was supposed to be over, but
Matt was too.
I was watching it too. Yeah.
Okay.
I was late as well.
Yeah.
It was a great game. Croatia, Portugal.
It was so good. It started off, I was like, Portugal's not gonna take any shots. Is that what we're doing? And then when Croatia did it, and then, you know, I wasn't for any of those teams, but then I was low-key like, I need them to equalize so we can stretch this out, make this a real game. It got good. I was like, dang.
Oh, I wanted Croatia to win very bad.
Yeah.
I wanted that. I like Modric. It's his last World Cup. I hate Ronaldo. It's probably his last World Cup.
It's his last World Cup too. And I was just like, ooh, this is gonna be spicy. Let's just I was like, oh, I gotta watch every moment of this. And then it just, you know, it sucked at the end when they didn't equalize. That sucked. I was like, dang, the offside, and broke Croatia's heart and broke mine a little bit because then I was like, both of them can't win, you know. But it was good. That was a good game. I liked it.
Did you, Matt, did you get your son the Mercy or Messi Lego sets?
No, I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been doing the Panini. They've been doing the Panini stickers, the World Cup Panini stickers. You know those, the sticker book.
Oh, okay.
They're a big thing. You get you buy like the pack of stickers, and you place the guys you get on their team page in the sticker book.
Okay.
Cool.
That's cool.
It's been it's been a whirlwind. It's been heartbreak for a lot of us who had their teams kicked out, like Haiti. But
Haiti got kicked out.
We've had such a time last week because they were here in town. They came out after the game to different areas, got to meet some of them, and we seen them off with dignity and respect. But this week, I was like, now Ivory Coast left, Senegal and the DR, Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, they left. And those were really hard games because now we're down to I want to say 2 African countries. Well, 4. But yeah.
Ghana, Egypt.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about like Ghana is left, Morocco.
South Africa.
Morocco is the one that's actually on to the next.
Yes.
Did they already? Yeah.
But Ghana's left to play to see, and we'll see. But it's been a heartbreak. I mean, because all the teams that lost this week they started out so good, and then miraculously each one 86th minute, everybody lost momentum in some way, shape, or form. Some calls were made that we all felt were unnecessary, but that's just what it is every 4 years, you know. So, but this year we got a chance to see the representation expand, and that was the best part of it, because everybody had. Sorry, y'all. I'm watching my brother's dog, and y'all know I'm not a dog person, and the dog won't leave me alone.
What kind of a dog is it?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's so cute.
She's it's a great story. You guys love to hear it. She's a stray that he found, a puppy. A puppy, and was found in his back area on his patio during a bad storm. And he saw her on the camera just rolling around. And when he got home, he was like, y'all, there's this dog that's just shaking and it's storming. So I was working at the time, and I just got on Amazon. I was like, hey, I'm going to send over a bed and some food. And you know, I'm not a dog person, but I felt bad because it was just shaking, and it just was, it sucked. And so he took her in, but that same day he brought her to a shelter, because he's like, I can't do this. I can't do all of this. And then a week passed by. He's like, I'm going to see, because the way that she cried when I left, I felt so bad. And she was attached in that first 24 hours, like in that moment. And so I came in there, and she was like barking at me like, girl, get away from my man. It was so weird. And then, but a week passed by after he dropped her off at a shelter. Excuse me, not in my kitchen. And so she, I called, no, first he was like, I called in to see if they picked her up, but you know, I don't really want her. So out of the kitchen now. I apologize. I'm not a dog parent. It's getting crazy. So
I know what it's like to be all suspicious. Like, oh my God, where are they? What are they doing right now? Are you eating something, messing something up? Like that feeling.
Yeah,
it's insane. So I don't know what she's doing, but she's in there, and she know not to.
Is she tiny? Can you pick her up and show us?
Yeah, let me get her. I'll be right back.
I would love to see her.
It's crazy. I'll be right back.
I'm imagining a Chihuahua, because she said it's shaking. And you know how Chihuahuas
are like so smaller dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chico shakes sometimes when he's nervous. I don't know if that comes from. I know, and he's a medium-sized dog. I don't know if that comes from that is such a mix. Maybe there's some Chihuahua in there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some dogs just have anxiety. Some big dogs have anxiety.
Oh yeah, it's true.
My dog's
He just peed on the ground. Okay. Yeah, she just peed on the ground.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to clean that up.
She's so precious.
She is.
Yeah, that's pretty adorable.
Oh, I love her.
But
dog looks like Ren from Ren and Stimpy.
Yes, she does. Actually, she does.
Well,
she's like so a cute Chihuahua and terrier mix. Don't look at me. But so my brother, we called the shelter, and he was like, you know, they said she's still there. So, I mean, I don't know. So I was like, okay, if you have time, you know, I'll check in. He's like, no, you just call, and maybe you see, like, trying to act. So I called in, and they were like, yeah, if he can come and get her, because she doesn't want to go nowhere. She doesn't want to be with anybody. And they put in the notes that he can be the only one to get her, because when he brought her there, she was trying to bite the people.
Oh,
and like, yeah. And then
she just has like a special connection to your brother.
Yes. So when he picked her up, he had recorded it, and they were dragging her out, and she was just looking so sad. Like, I just hate my life. I don't want to be here. I think some people dropped her off in my brother's neighborhood. And that was that. But when he got her, she just ran up to him and went ballistic, crazy. And then that became his dog. And he named her, because we're Haitian, he named her Plantain, because her skin color and her eyes are the same color as the plantain. So she responds to that. And then she got sick, but we didn't know what was wrong with her on that first day. So he was like, I'm not taking her to no vet. That's not what I do, whatever. He took her to the vet. And then they were like, she still has her baby teeth, so she's still like a puppy, and she can't go to the dog parks, and she has a cold from where she was just at, and then and then they gave him some medicine, but when he went to the vet, he was like, I'm here, Jonas Azor. They're like, oh, we don't have anything under that name, and they're like, let's get your phone number. They got his number, and they were like, oh, Plantain Azor.
Mm-hmm.
I said, not they put the dog name with your last name. What is going on? So, but that's the story.
Oh,
he's out of town right now.
That's the dog
watching
that'll
her.
make him a dog person. There's
Yeah.
always a dog that turns somebody into a dog person.
Yeah, but I'm not. She's I have to do the walks, pick up the poop.
You're just the
not my
auntie. It's
thing.
okay.
It's crazy. And yeah, she's looking at me crazy because she knows she's wrong for what she just did, but I'm on camera. So we're gonna
I'm in trouble. She's so precious though.
Yeah, she's cute. She's cute. She's cute. She has a pink harness, floral. I bought her some little dresses.
Oh.
But she's really, even though what she just did is disrespectful, she's really like good. I can leave the home. She doesn't bite or chew on anything.
Oh wow.
She knows, like, if I say go, if I say bed. That's why I'm like, I don't know where she came from, but she's really, if I compare her to other dogs that I've been around, dog parents like that have to constantly like get on the dog, she listens. So
Oh wow, that's really good, especially because she's a puppy.
yeah.
Does she know how to ask like how to go potty and stuff already?
Yeah,
too?
she does. Like that's what
Oh,
she was trying
wow.
to do to me now. Because I like at night I would walk her around this time, like
Mhm.
just for her last walk. So that's what she was trying to tell me. But so I have little pee-pee pads here. She went on them once, but I think this is the second time that she's done what she just did now. She doesn't go in the home. She goes outside and all the things. So yeah.
We put
But
a little.
she smells like a dog.
Oh, does she?
And I have the things to wash her, but I'm like, I don't want her going crazy in here. So
Yeah, she might be scared. We put like little bells on our door so that way if the dogs need to go potty, we don't like let them out. They can bring it.
Okay,
And
that's
sometimes if my dog has to like really go, he'll start slamming the bell like I need to go now.
okay. Well, I'll tell my brother that because he's
Yeah.
stern with her, but she loves him. Like he can do no wrong at
Oh.
all. Like and then somebody told me about something like a dog divinity dog, something where the dog chooses you. And I looked it
Yeah.
up and they were like, that's how you know if that's your dog. Like it you don't go and find it, it chooses you. So
Mhm.
yeah.
That's really
That's how
cute.
my dog chose me too. Yeah. So it
See?
just happens. And then I was a dog person ever since.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful thing. I'm happy for your brother.
Me too, but I need him to come on home so he can get this dog because it's insane.
That's understandable. Let's see. I did have some other stuff here. I guess we could go to the Mitch McConnell stuff because there's some really unfortunate news coming out of DC regarding Mitch McConnell. Yeah, hang on. Give me 1 second. I'm updating the timestamps for people who watch on the VOD. So that way you can fast forward or see. So Charles Booker, I'm going to read his statement about Mitch McConnell because he kind of gives us a little bit of a summary.
Oh my God.
Tonight, we're starting our 3 episodes on the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy, starting tonight with Batman Begins, the 2005 origin story for Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne.
Now just take it and go.
I said you would.
Batman Begins doesn't exactly break new ground in terms of the storyline. Bruce Wayne is a child when his parents, Thomas and Martha Wayne, are killed outside of an opera house by a small-time mugger named Joe Chill. Thomas Wayne was a billionaire owner of Wayne Enterprises, the largest corporation in Gotham City.
So we build a new, cheap public transportation system to unite the city. And at the center, Wayne Tower.
But because of the corrupt system in Gotham City, which is ruled by crime families, especially the mob boss, Carmine Falcone.
Not a day goes by that I don't wish I could take back what I did. Sure, I was desperate, like a lot of people back.
The Wayne's killer goes free after doing a plea deal where he promises to rat on his old cellmate, Carmine, and is immediately gunned down by a mob assassin outside the courtroom. Bruce Wayne realizes the public hearing was a setup to get Joe Chill out in the open. Disgusted by Gotham and the rampant crime and corruption, which is endemic to the whole city, Bruce Wayne takes off and goes on a trip around the world, where he trains to fight, eventually being trained by Henry Ducard, played by Liam Neeson, and a quiet figure referred to as Ra's al Ghul.
Yield. You haven't beaten me. You have sacrificed sure footing for a killing stroke.
To join the League of Shadows, a secret organization which plans to destroy Gotham City as the world capital of decadence and corruption. Bruce Wayne accepts the training but refuses to kill a criminal and instead burns down Ra's al Ghul's temple and heads back to Gotham, which, under the grip of Carmine Falcone and the owner of Arkham Asylum, Dr. Jonathan Crane, is more corrupt and crime-infested than ever, for even the few cops that are good, like Sergeant Jim Gordon, played by Gary Oldman, are having to make resigned peace with mob-tied cops. Taking control of the research department of Wayne Enterprises, Bruce Wayne turns himself into a masked vigilante superhero whose bat costume is based on his lifelong fear of bats. He's Batman, with Lucius Fox, played by Morgan Freeman, and Alfred, played by Michael Caine, as his 2 main assistants.
Today's base jumping.
Base jumping? Is that like parachuting?
Kinda. Do you have any lightweight fabrics?
You know, I think I have just the things.
Batman Begins stars Christian Bale, Michael Caine, Rachel, Bruce Wayne's childhood friend and love, Liam Neeson, Gary Oldman, Cillian Murphy, Tom Wilkinson, and Rutger Hauer. Following the very successful Tim Burton Batman movies, which starred Michael Keaton as Batman, and the less successful Batman Forever starring Val Kilmer, and the sequel Batman and Robin starring George Clooney, Batman Begins rebooted the entire idea of Batman, who had been a very campy superhero ever since the 1960s Batman TV series starring Adam West. Now Nolan's Batman would be dark, gritty, and more realistic. The Gotham City of Batman Begins was modeled after Blade Runner, which is why they had Rutger Hauer as a very minor antagonist who attempts to take Wayne Enterprises public. The screenplay was written with Nolan along with Dave S. Goyer, a longtime comic writer, and the cinematographer, Wally Pfister, was Nolan's cinematographer from 2000 to 2012. It was filmed on a $150 million budget.
And throttle up. This will boost you into a rampless jump.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I am obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Our show gets simulcast, or if we're not on it at regular time, played later on This Space. This Space is a working class independent media collective, youtube.com/ThisSpaceTV. Subscribing really helps out, or even more, sharing content from This Space and encouraging others to do the same. By working together, we can break through the algorithm. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of Protonic Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Christina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at this space, hosting Christina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Christina. Forrest and Christina have a second show, The Absurdity Space, live on this space on Wednesdays at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. Gus, the Twitch streamer who broadcasts news and politics every day, twitch.tv/GusDexBroadcast. I, of course, am your host and Gotham Police Commissioner, Forrest Miller. Why do we fall, Bruce? So we can learn to pick ourselves up.
That's right. Very quotable, this movie.
Why do we fall? I was gonna go, why do we fall, Bruce? So we can learn to pick ourselves back up. But I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna.
The idea that he would be Alfred was like, I need you to understand that when this movie came out, all of the things that like we now take as for granted now were like absolutely insane. Like Michael Caine as Alfred, freaking Gary Oldman, A, as a good guy, B, being Gordon, astounding. Like this from top to bottom. And I say this, and I'm just going to come out of the gate this way. I saw this in the theater, and I was stoked because I knew Memento, and I really liked Memento. I was, they let Memento guy make a Batman movie. Oh my god, I can't wait! And then I was like, it's going to be like year one Batman, because and I know you guys know, but for folks that are on the younger side of the audience, what you got to understand is like as great as the Burton Batmans are, and they are. The second one is so much for the freaks that they were like, it wasn't a Batman movie for you. And it wasn't it has since grown in stature and people appreciate it for the awesome movie that it is, but like they were like, we need to like make this more family friendly or something and not whatever it is Burton is doing. And so what they did is they went and they went the other way, right? They went full on like almost recapturing the Adam West stuff. And getting too cheesy, and then next thing you go, got Arnold Schwarzenegger making ice puns, and it's like, this is what is this? I'm not interested in this. And meanwhile, at the same time, Marvel's eating their lunch. So X-Men,
Blade,
which is Blade is definitely relevant because that's like almost like same sort of themes as Batman, but especially X-Men, which Nolan at the time said was an inspiration. He may not say that now. And Spider-Man, the Raimi Spider-Man, the fact that they finally made a Spider-Man movie, because you got to understand they were trying to make a Spider-Man movie for like 20 years, right? And they gave it to Sam Raimi. They gave it to Evil Dead guy. So then when we heard collectively that, okay, they're gonna give Memento guy Batman, it's gonna be year one. I was like, I'm buying a ticket right now. Like I'm gonna start waiting in the theater to see this because I couldn't wait to see what it was. And then there was like Batman Begins. I'm like, Batman Begins? What kind of name is that? And then when you watch the movie, you get it. Oh no, it's literally like how he's learning to be Batman. But I'm like, Batman.
And then he almost rebooted his reboot kind of in Dark Knight.
Well, like, it was fixing the sort of the problems and some of the critiques that happened on there. But what's so funny watching it now, the dark and gritty reboot, right? How cliche is that? That is so cliche.
Zack Snyder.
Sure. I mean, he learned all the wrong lessons from this. But the thing is, this came out, there was nothing like it. Like Sin City came out that same year, which was, Robert Rodriguez' like passion project because he's such a big Frank Miller guy. But there was nothing like this, and even as much as I love those early X-Men movies, and I love the Raimi Spider-Man movies, it doesn't have those feel at all. Those have totally different feels of themselves. So there was no grounded superhero movie. The closest thing you would be Darkman, and Darkman's like the last thing people call Darkman is grounded, and so things that we take for granted now because the entire culture of movies and certainly superhero movies has now changed are things that like this movie kind of pioneered, like making it like more like street level, like making it more like you see like in so many other Batmans you have he's like making all this great gear and stuff. So he's a billionaire playboy, he's like the most fit guy in the world, and he's an inventor. It's like, all right, Mary Sue, but in this one we get like incredible Lucius Fox. Morgan Freeman's freaking amazing, and this character is like one of my favorites in the Nolan series for sure. And you get to see practical examples of like, is it a little James Bond? Of course it is. but it's like, but you get a different deployment of it that lets you know you were watching a different kind of movie. And so many of those things have just been gobbled up and sort of spit back in this funhouse mirror style. I honestly think, and this is going to be the terminus of this little soliloquy here, I honestly think that, Nolan's like, the oh my God, what have I done universe of like Odyssey, Oppenheimer, so on and so on.
Yeah.
I think that's him processing, accidentally creating the worst aspect of superhero movies.
Yeah, I feel like
based on this movie.
It's also kind of completely overshadowed like the story at the time, which was that Christian Bale had just been in The Machinist. And
The Machinist. Oh my God, a great movie that he lost like. So I saw that one in the theater too, twice, and he lost like 70 pounds. He looked, I don't know, for people that haven't seen this movie, first of all, it's great, but he looks like he was in Auschwitz or something. Like it is crazy. So he goes all the way down to like looking like a skeleton, like a ghoul, and then he puts on weight and he like makes himself so muscular that like the suit kind of doesn't work on you now, dude. And so like he had to go back down again. And the only other person I can think of, when McConaughey did that, the first thing I thought of was like, oh, he's doing a Christian Bale when he did for Dallas Buyers Club.
Now they're doing a Christian Bale.
Because he was the first, and I remember watching The Machinist again in the theater because I'm a freak, and being like, wait, he's gonna be Batman? How is he gonna be Batman? He looks like he was like fucking Schindler's List.
Wait,
like, what's happening?
You know what's interesting too is that like, and we all know this was the start of Christopher Nolan and Cillian Murphy's partnership as well. He's the only person like Batman villain that's in all three of the movies.
Yeah, and he wanted to be Batman. He tried out for a Batman, and they were like, the look isn't right.
Suit.
Yeah,
he wore the Val Kilmer suit, and I'm like, oh.
But I don't think he realized, because nobody could have realized what a different kind of Batman that Nolan was trying to create. Because again, remember that the context was, we had like Clooney Batman, we had Val Kilmer Batman. At best, we had Michael Keaton Batman, who, by the way, nobody thought they could do at the time either. But like, he would not have been. He would not have been correct for this Batman, which again was inspirational in like awesome ways and terrible ways. But I honestly think that all of the like, oh my God, I've like got the genie out of the bottle like stuff, like the breaking Zeus's law, the atomic bomb, whatever that no one's talking about is him.
Hey, Batman's law
Is him. All of that is him taking sort of like internalized like guilt from like, the Snyderverse and all this other like horse crap that's like going on of basically like hold on, I'm almost done, I swear. Like the Mike Patton like basically creating new metal by accident with Faith No More, like that kind of thing. And be like, look, that's not what I was trying to do. But I really do think that that's a factor. Please go ahead. That's what I wanted to say, because again, as a person who saw it in the theater, I have a different experience than everyone else. So.
And another thing too is looking at the cast. It's like, okay, Ra's al Ghul casting is kind of problematic now when you think about it, and
because you think it's Ken Watanabe, who's awesome.
Yeah.
But like then it's like, oh, it's
or like a non-Italian playing Carmine Falcone, a British guy playing him.
Yeah.
And, like,
they shot the whole
or
thing.
even like people like
but Liam Neeson with like, is that supposed to be like an Oriental beard? Like what's
and then of course a lot of people are like Cillian Murphy. This guy he doesn't look like, because when we think of Scarecrow, we think of like a skinny, lanky looking dude, but like not this gorgeous looking man with nice lips and cheekbones.
Is it problematic?
But he's got that attractive sociopath
menacing,
so I think that works.
Is it problematic though that I like that fake out a lot?
Oh, I love it. It's great, and like it got me in the theater, and like I didn't forget, but on rewatch, I'm like, oh yeah, like it's Liam Neeson though. Like I noticed.
I've seen this before, and it still got me.
Yeah, because you're so wrapped up in, because the Watanabe portrayal of Ra's al Ghul is so immersive. You're like, oh, I believe that this dude's at top of the mountain. You got to go freaking truck a flower up multiple mountains to get to him, and what happened.
And he does that thing where he just sits there impassively, and then when he finally opens his mouth and says like some like random it's a very he barely says anything, right? Like they're what he's saying is just like kind of just like a random expression, like I forget the word, but it doesn't really add anything to what they're doing. Like it's just kind of random wise words.
The color commentary. Also, and it's real quick, Christina, and this may be where you're going to, may not. It's notable how many people end up becoming some of Nolan's players. Like Ken Watanabe is one of them. He shows up. Cillian Murphy, obviously, plenty, but like he's still. Again, you have to understand, at this time, equal footing. David Fincher, Darren Aronofsky, and Christopher Nolan. Those three were like considered equal footing dudes that had like promising first movies and were like given a shot to do something kind of crazy and interesting after that, and like very different paths for all those guys. That's how I'll phrase it. But you see the beginnings of him, which is equally nuts. And we'll talk about it next week, where he does Inception in between Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, which is what?
More
Crazy.
Cillian Murphy for me. Yay.
Yeah. Well, the
and
Cillian
Tom
Murphy thing,
Hardy.
I have the clip somewhere, but you know, I don't want to disturb the flow of our conversation. But what basically he said something like, and I don't know if he's retconning it now that now that he's Cillian Murphy, now that he's like a huge star. I mean, he had been in 28 Days Later at this point,
which is where I knew him
Pluto
from, because
with Liam Neeson as well. Liam Neeson played his father in Breakfast
Right.
with Pluto.
So 28 Days Later, another one that was early on, and so I was 28 Days Later guy, cool, I like that dude.
Yeah,
You know,
but so he basically said he tried out for Batman knowing full well, and I don't know if
He
it's
wasn't
retconned,
gonna get it.
but he wasn't gonna get it, and he's like, look, I was very young at the time. I didn't think that they were gonna do someone my age as Batman. Like I was under no illusions, but I
Or
wanted
even
to
as
say
someone else, probably. He probably.
Yeah.
I don't think he even thought he was going to be in the movie. Because again, when we think,
he wasn't a name.
When we think of Scarecrow, we think of tall.
Even though
skinny guy.
28 Days Later did make money, especially after leaving theaters and home video, but like he was not a star, to be explicitly clear.
He said basically that he wanted to he thought Christopher Nolan was going places, and he wanted to say, at least in other auditions, like, oh, I taped something.
Yeah, I tried it. Yeah. I went the distance.
Where's Valkyrie on the docks?
And
so
the
he
reason
ended
why
up being like Christopher Nolan's favorite person.
Like exactly, and he won a freaking Oscar for it, right?
He's so far outpaced Christian Bale, which is fine. Right?
like-
Christian Bale was in these three movies, and that's like it's perfect. It's an iconic run, but it's like he's still casting Cillian Murphy.
Oh,
pretty much
look, there's
everything.
Cillian Murphy in a cameo in both sequels in the Batman, because he liked him so much that I was like, oh, we might as
He
well
wanted
keep
to
the
have him
Scarecrow.
in there, and that goes to him like having his
his
sort of like stock
glasses?
players.
Kind of, he always was making excuses for killing to take off the glasses so we could see his eyes, and I was like, okay, Christopher Nolan, you are probably kind of gay. You are like 3 level Kinsey scale gay.
Well, the reason why I wanted to front load all of that, like here's what the world was when this movie came out, is I actually uncharacteristically did a little research on like other shows that have covered it. But I don't listen to other podcasts and stuff that much when we're covering something, because I don't want my own viewpoints to get colored by that. But nobody that I have heard like that it comes from, like they're doing shows now, brings it into context of how important this movie is to superhero movies in general. Whatever you think of them, you think they're terrible,
For the MCU.
this is to blame. If you think that they're great, this is also to blame. And both of those things can be true at the same time. Not The Dark Knight. It is not The Dark Knight. It's this movie. The Dark Knight. We will discuss next week.
It's this movie. It's this movie, and then obviously, 3 years later, Iron Man.
Iron Man starts the MCU, and but that starts in a different way. But it was important to note that like Batman was considered like, oh, there's no coming back for Batman. Like Batman's done.
Yeah,
there's no way. Well,
thanks Schumacher and your gay nipples.
There's no coming back.
There's no coming back. I know the voice.
It's funny because a lot of people were like, what's wrong with Zack Snyder's vision? I'm like, Batman is the only thing that needs to be gritty. Everyone needs their own.
If everybody's gritty, nobody's gritty. This would be a great time to bring out Gritty, the Philadelphia.
That's why a lot of people are just saying, just bring in Matt Reeves as Batman into the DCU. He fits the perfect Batman. He's a good contrast to David Cornsweet's Superman. Clayface, the movie looks like it could be set in the Reeves first. They're showing Gotham the way it's meant to be. It just makes sense,
But Snyder's vision is sort of what I would consider all the wrong lessons from Dark Knight and Batman Begins, because what it is like, it's got to be mean and dark and like every one of those dudes has a big old raging boner for Frank Miller, and I don't agree with Frank Miller's politics. I do. There we go.
Okay. There you go.
Right. I don't agree with Frank Miller's politics in any way, shape, or form. He's a hell of a writer, though. I do think it's stunning that this came out the same year as Sin City comes out, and I do remember that happened, because I remember they're making, and I was like, because I was like excited for Batman Begins and like surprised that they were making. I was like, how do you make Sin City into a movie? Because it was so
love
dark
the
and
cinematography in
evil
that.
and like just a bummer. No, and it looks amazing. I'm a fan.
Some of the
But I was
red,
like,
yeah.
but I was unconvinced that they could make a good movie of Sin City. I was like, there's no
Yeah,
way.
and they did.
There's no way. And they did. But like, yeah, like dark and gritty. And we're so and in the same way that we think about now, every time that there's anything, the whole first season is something is like, okay, so they're gonna he becomes Umbrella Man at the end of the last show of the last season, right? It's like he gets the umbrella, it's like, I got an idea, and then the first season ends. And we joke about it now. But even though, Forrest, as you mentioned in the intro, that the killing of Bruce Wayne's parents, that's something that's told every time. Every time we at least get in some way, shape, or form, we get some. Well, hold on. The killing of that. Wait, that's not the point. The point is that what we have never seen is like how he learns how to like fight like an ultimate badass and like be like a ninja and like these things like, oh, we just take it for granted. It's Batman. Those are the things that he does. So this movie was incredibly important to show that, but it showed an origin story that was more pronounced. And here's something that I can't believe I have to say this, wasn't done. That just wasn't done. And now it's all we get.
We have origin stories
rewatching...
and every. Well, I'm kind of glad that with Tom Holland's Spider-Man, we don't get the origin story like we're like, oh, he got bit by a spider, cool. But spoiler alert, there's certain things that have finally developed.
I mean, at least he's out of high school, right? I mean, Jesus Christ.
But, like,
this kid's been in high school for like 8 years.
We need every single Spider-Man movie to have him show him get bit by the spider, learn his powers. But with Tom Holland, it's like, oh yeah, whatever. Like that's good.
We all know that. At this point, we all know.
He was introduced in the middle of the MCU
because it's not going to be any. I mean, they're not going to do it better than the Sam Raimi one.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to showing, like Uncle Ben, no.
With great power comes great responsibility.
No, I was gonna say, I was rewatching the first, and at some point I'm gonna rewatch Batman Returns, but I was rewatching the first Tim Burton Batman, like the 1989 one, and he disposes of that, like what this movie takes half an hour kind of to show. Well, I mean, a lot of it's training sequences, which obviously he doesn't show, but just the killing of the parents, right? Like Tim Burton disposes of that in 30 seconds.
It's almost immediate. And you just get right to it. And it's set up so differently. And it's funny because at the time it was considered, wow, what a dark rendering of Batman that is. Because people were used to the, pow, smash, like Batman. Yeah. And then like them like walking, scaling the wall, but it's like just the set sideways, like
stuff.
And it's so interesting.
And how many Catwomans?
And you have to understand that, like, because that was seen as a critical success, but a box office failure after the first one, which of course made more money than God. But the idea that would be like, no, this Batman's gonna be like grounded in reality, right? This is not gonna be Mr. Freeze and his freeze ray. I keep bagging on Mr. Freeze, but that character was horrible.
His story deserved better.
And Arnold Schwarzenegger was on set for like 25 days. I think he got about $1 million per day. You got about $1 million per day. I'm trying to.
But like,
can you wait the impression? Give it the fact to be done, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, but then you have like to you guys' point though about kind of the whole thing where it's like it takes forever to do like the backstory, like Gotham. Gotham was like 5 seasons, and like it didn't even.
Example.
At no point did it. Yeah, at no point. I mean, like because you have Bruce Wayne as like a big character in that show, but he's just like a kid the entire time.
And now we're gonna promote you to commissioner. Oh, hey, Jesus Christ! I mean, that's a lot of work to get there. But...
How many Jokers were there? Okay. Another thing too is like with the different versions of Batman's, it's also like different interpretations of the villains, because for the longest time we didn't think anyone would top Jack Nicholson as the Joker.
It was considered. It would be like, and I say this not lightly. It'd be like trying to do another Hannibal Lecter, which Mads Mikkelsen did, and he did a great job in the same way Ledger did by doing a completely different reading of the character.
Yeah,
and that's the only way you can do it.
Heath Ledger pretty much said like in interviews at the time, like, I just couldn't have. Well, no, also that, but he was like, I couldn't have watched like the Jack Nicholson performance. Like I just.
Oh no! How could you? How could you? Because it was like
no pressure.
It was a monocultural thing, right? Like, and it was something that even like, what does it mean? Do ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? What the hell does that even mean? But everybody knew that.
I like the way it sounds.
Yeah,
gentlemen, let's broaden our minds.
So the choice of using Ra's al Ghul and Scarecrow as villains was so important in this movie, because instead of being like the Riddler, the Joker, like all the ones that we've seen deployed so many
The
times,
big players.
yeah, like it was a signal to us nerds that like you're gonna get a different kind of movie here. This is not gonna be what it would have been if this had come out in like even like 4 years earlier. Right.
I wish the one character that like never shows up in the Christopher Nolan world. I do want to see what he would have done with the Penguin.
Yeah.
He wasn't gonna touch that though. I think Danny DeVito had kind of, you know.
I think it would be honestly.
Yeah.
I think it'd be like the Matt Reeves Penguin, which I mean,
Yeah,
for me,
gangster, yeah.
I love that performance. That show is amazing. I love the show as much as I completely am uninterested in the
That
Batman.
ending, though, my poor baby boy. I was like,
I know, but I think you would get something like that, where it's like so grounded and there's explanations. Like that's the kind of stuff that I think you can still tell good stories with, that are interesting and cool and like different plays on the character. Maybe we'll get it with Clayface. Who knows? Because that looks like it's gonna be body horror. I'm like, all right.
Oh, that's
I mean, that seems like
perfect.
that'd be a pretty horrific thing to happen to someone.
That
So
is
I get it.
perfect representation of doing a Clayface movie is body horror because of what his body goes through and what happens to him. So I'm looking forward to seeing that in October.
A normal thing.
I do think more than like the other well, I guess like kind of
I was like, can we get a better poison? I mean, Uma Thurman was okay in poison, but like I feel like we haven't touched any of the other female supervillains besides like.
Well, we got
Harley
Lake
Quinn.
Bell in the cartoon, like
Yeah.
in the Harley Quinn cartoon. Which again, once again, it's okay because I'm saying this, not Christina, so you need to listen because Christina is a biased source. The Harley Quinn cartoon is fantastic, and there's the best depiction of Poison Ivy in that as well.
Socialist Joker too.
You get socialist Joker mayor. I mean. Do you need more? Like it's hilarious. It's
Even
amazing.
Kite Man's funny. Like I was like,
Yeah,
that's a good
Kite Man's
show.
great. That's it's good.
So there was but I was gonna say the thing about Batman Begins, right?
The movie we're talking about, right?
He lets
There's a lot of history leading up to this movie.
Kind of. He lets Tom Hardy, I guess, kind of cornball it up throughout, you know, as Bane, which he's terrifying, but he also kind of has like an almost cartoonish thing about him. But in this movie, it feels like
and now everyone
the
tries to sound like him when doing the Bane voice. When doing Bane.
This is the first installment. The first installment of this, the performances are a little bit more uneven, which I think is kind of funny. Like I think you know, like Cillian Murphy's performance is like it's almost like in a different movie than like Liam Neeson's performance in this, which is kind of a little bit more
It's like they're filming different things. Like it's almost as if none of these people are actually in scenes together.
Like
Scarecrow is a little more not campy, but kind of like Vincent Price, kind of like a little more histrionic, but like not to the point of being ridiculous, just to the point of, you know, you need something that's gonna.
This is like kind of the closest.
Yeah. That's why I love when he's like he's here, the Batman.
The closest I think that Liam Neeson can get to camp is like the Ra's al Ghul when he finally throws off his like, you know, singing. He's like, no, it was me. Like that is, I think, because Liam Neeson is not an actor that can do kind of camp. So it's like I feel like that's the closest that he's really ever gotten to like.
Once again,
camp now.
Once again, now he can do comedy. But once again, I'd have to invoke Darkman. But the thing is, it's mostly Sam Raimi's usage of him that is funny. Like he's playing the scenes very serious, and the stuff that is hilarious is happening around him, and or with like really overblown Sam Raimi and like, you know, crash zooms and things along those lines. That it's funny, but kind of in spite of him, almost like it's like in a Marx Brothers kind of way, right? Where it's, you know, it's not funny if Margaret Dumont's in on the joke. Well, it's not funny if Liam Neeson's in on the joke. Now he can do it though. I mean, you know, Naked Gun was great, but again, that was the same thing of like, you know, just being able to do deadpan. But
it's very funny though. Like after watching, you know, after being like basically indoctrinated by the prequels, like it's funny to like, you know, he's being trained by Liam Neeson, and I expect him to like accidentally blurt out like Anakin, Bruce, like.
Well, and the least odious of the Star Wars prequels came out this year as well. So that's not Sending the Clones, but Revenge of the Sith, which is.
You were the chosen one.
I still don't like, but it's the best of those three. Also, there's a Harry Potter that came out this year. That Steven Spielberg War of the Worlds, where Spielberg, you know, found out about 9/11, and that was his response. Chronicles of Narnia, the Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe movie came out this year. But the thing that was funny, because like the movie that this was sort of like up against, Wedding Crashers. Wedding Crashers was people did not think that was going to be as big of a hit as it was, and it was like freaking huge. It was everywhere. Culturally, it was everywhere. In the way that this suddenly was as well. Like Mr. and Mrs. Smith, kind of like it made money, but that's like what I call an airplane viewing. It's sort of like it's like on if it's on cable, people would watch it, but this hit in the monoculture in a way that was very interesting. Not as much as The Dark Knight, but it was very interesting. And also
so looking at the domestic box office, it was 7th. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory 6th. Wedding Crashers.
I forgot.
Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. War of the Worlds, Goblet of Fire, Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah. Gary, did you put your name in a Goblet of Fire? Hopefully.
So, but most of these are franchises, right? But like you understand, this wasn't a franchise yet. This was like a wild, like let's give this auteur kind of art house director like a big budget and let him do something crazy with this, because like ain't nobody freaking care about Batman right now. I mean, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Hitch was in the top 10 too. Hitch, everybody. Thank you.
I was rewatching. Now I'm just thinking about.
And Fox, by the way, real quick. This is the year of their Fantastic Four, the one with Jessica Alba, and they're like, oh boy, less said about that, the better. Let's put it that way.
Now I'm just thinking about rewatching Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie when he goes back in The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2008.
It's great. Other surprise hit that year, 40-Year-Old Virgin, by the way. That was another one.
And
that
Kelly Clarkson.
God, that's what a year.
And that I was all in for early on that.
This is also this was right after this was 2004, probably the best year since 1939 with Oscars and good films, and because those Oscars were that year, like February, something like that, when the Oscars were kind of early. Remember now I'm predicting that the Oscars are going to be in late June by the time we're doing this in 2 more years.
I know, because everyone's so exhausted by the time it happens. Like, finally, can this be over? I mean, I was exhausted this year.
They really want to make sure summer blockbusters get a chance now. I'm like, you know what? Maybe it was a mistake. Let's just let the November, December films get nominated.
But Christina, when you said, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Now I just had some thought of Harry getting nominated the Goblet of Fire, and Robert Pattinson's like, someone get these beggars out of here.
I love that that's become a meme.
When he says that, he's not panicking in the whatever.
Someone on Twitter was like, "Can I get $20?" And I replied with the actual video of Robert Pattinson going, "Someone get these beggars out of here."
I'm gonna add that as a sound alert on my Twitch thing, because I got the Haley Stevens one and a few other funny ones. So I'm like, I gotta add that one in there.
I'm gonna try to add it to our board right now.
There you go.
Find it.
Go, Conan, go.
I feel like that one will be evergreen.
Yeah.
But yeah,
everyone's doing their plugs. The plugs go on too long. Someone get these beggars
out of here. Yeah, exactly. Got a fundraiser. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So it's crazy to think about. Post X-Men, like X-Men are still flying highs before they lost the plot with those. Raimi Spider-Man, just had happened, flying high. Literally. And it's like, oh wow, we can finally have superhero movies. I need you to understand that that's what this was, because it was sort of like, for a while I was like, oh no, you can't have that anymore, we've ruined that now. And it's insane to think about, because then Iron Man comes out and blows the lid off everything, and then we're in the hellscape that we're in now. But Batman Begins, man, like Christian Bale, who was if you were someone who was into like indie cinema, like and things like The Machinist and whatnot, you're like, that was the dude. He was the guy. Like, wow, that Bale character is like really good. I mean, American Psycho, like, get out of here. And I loved all that.
He killed Jared Leto in that movie. So
that's right. Yeah, we live with the thank you for that too.
He really cemented that status as like doing his insane body transformations by
Machinist. He was on a whole. He was on a level.
Vice,
the other side
Vice,
of
the by our friend Adam McKay.
Vice, what I was going to say, the other side of
American Hustle,
the other side of the spectrum. Because at this point, like multiple actors have kind of done the thing. I mean, started by Christian Bale, really, like where they lose that much weight. like so many actors
McConaughey
lose
did
that much weight.
yeah.
But who the fuck has done the thing where they gain, like where they're like as fat as he was for Vice?
It's pretty wild, yeah. And then we talk about Daniel Day-Lewis a lot, and Daniel Day-Lewis is a very method guy as well.
The
but
grandfather
not
doing all that.
Christian Bale in like the early 2000s.
Yeah,
God,
see, to me,
he should have.
that's-
They should have had
appropriate. In my opinion, that is what method acting should be like. When you're really trying to get into the role, like into the shape and the mentality, not become the person like off screen, which is what Jared Leto would do. But like, to me, that's what I feel like that's what method acting has become. This whole like, oh, you actually become the character. I'm like, no, that's not what method acting is. It's really doing everything you can to become the character when you're ready, when action is said.
It's weird that he was in Newsies. Really, I forget he was in Newsies. I forget Newsies existed. What a weird movie. But yeah, American Psycho is where he kind of came to my people's attention.
Yeah. And I'll talk about Daniel Day-Lewis though as another example. I'm just thinking about like, why do you want to kill me? And he's like, I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
Do we want to talk about the voice? Because it's so over the top. Do I look like a cop? It's like, oh my God.
I was like, oh God, now everyone has the Batman voice like that.
But this Batman is terrifying, right? And like,
you
gotta understand, like, that was just because even like the Keaton Batman, he was impressive, but he wasn't like terrifying. This Batman is like, oh, this Batman will jack you up like a bad accident. Like it's now it's like, unfortunately, in this post Snyder world, it's like, oh, okay.
I hate that this pops into my mind every time talking about the voice. But there's that movie Neighbors, the Seth Rogen and Zac Efron movie where Seth Rogen lives next to a frat house. And the two of them are like getting drunk or something, or like getting high at the beginning of the thing. And he's like, I'm Batman. And he's like, my version of Batman is Michael Keaton, and it's up here. He's like, I'm Batman. He's like, no,
right, they're going to the voices. Yeah.
Well, I saw that one clip of Adam West, on the phone, and he's doing the switching of the voices, going from Bruce Wayne to his Batman voice. And the Batman voice is just slightly deeper, more authoritarian sounding. But now it's like, I'm Batman. I'm like, okay, that's a little too much now. That's a little, because like now, of course, you get Robert Pattinson doing it. You had from in Batman the Animated Series. That to me is the perfect Bruce Wayne to Batman
Hamish,
voice.
Linklater is really good as well.
Yeah.
Who is the he's an awesome actor. What's the new freaking thing called? The new show. I was actually just watching it. Batman on the Brain. Cape Crusader. The Cape Crusader series, which is it's like a 1940s film noir version of Batman, and like his voice is very much
Spider
of that.
Noir. We're getting Batman Noir and Spider Noir. So that's
everything is.
See, that's another guy that you wouldn't think was going to be in was going to be like a good Batman. I mean, even though it's like the animated voice, like he was in like The Big Short. But then he was also the really, really severe, like kind of psychotic Nickel Boys headmaster.
That's right. Yeah.
That last year. Yeah. So
what was it?
He could do a lot more than I think I felt like he could do when I watched him in The Big Short. There's a couple movies like The Big Short that he was in. I can't remember what movies it was, but he was always kind of like this like kind of droll guy in the office.
Yeah. Well,
he's very good at that.
And let's give a shout out, RIP to Kevin Conroy too, who did the Batman the Animated Series. It's for the longest time was the closest Batman you could get to what people loved about the character.
Yeah,
and honestly, like better than like a lot of those movies, frankly. Better than any of the any of the non-Nolan or Burton movies in that time period.
Yeah. Well, just looking at like the Tim Burton ones with Michael Keaton, like so much of what carries Bruce Wayne, like Batman and Bruce Wayne in that movie is just the charisma that like oozes off of Michael Keaton everywhere he goes.
Absolutely.
I just like that one scene from the last Oscars where it's Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I'm like, oh, it's a twins reunion. But then I'm like, oh, they're dissing Michael Keaton. Oh, it's a Batman thing. Even though Arnold Schwarzenegger and Michael Keaton were not even in the same.
Yeah, they weren't in the same movie. Yeah.
But same era.
I was watching watching this interview with Arnold Schwarzenegger where he talks about how on the set of Twins, he was like Danny DeVito on the set of Twins. He says, "Hey, come to my trailer. We can have lunch." So we're having lunch, and he gives me a cigar, and he hands me the cigar, and he goes, "Oh, good cigar, right?" And I said, "Yes, very good cigar." And it turns out he just filled the cigar with weed and had no way of knowing. And he
That's such a Frank Reynolds thing to do, but I think he would put crack in it or something.
He says he smoked the whole thing. He smoked the whole blunt, not being able to pick up on the weed because it was like a stinky cigar. And he goes on set and he goes to say his line, and he's like, line. And they have to give him the line, and they're doing close-ups, and he just high as hell. He's like, line, I can't do it, a line. And they have to keep feeding him lines because he's just so high on set.
That's amazing. I love that.
Do you want me to start with the plot?
Yeah,
we should probably get like 40 minutes in. We should consider talking about the plot of the movie. But I mean, like, really, I think it is important that, it's our journalistic imperative to give
the
you
backstory,
context.
to do with history.
Right, exactly.
Because some people are not going to know this. So, in Gotham City, young Bruce Wayne falls down a well and develops a fear of bats. One evening, Bruce visits the opera with his parents and is so unsettled by the performers masquerading as bats that he asks to leave. Good thing. People don't realize this, but he has a fear of bats.
Yeah, and it's an interesting way to play that we haven't seen before, right? And that was something that was
trying to tell us something.
And I think all the scenes like with the actual bats are all super cool too. Like they're just filmed in like cool ways. Like, and they're not. It's not all like crappy CGI and stuff. It's Nolan and doing like what's it, 35 millimeter, 70 millimeter. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, something like that.
Last summer I was biking at dusk. And I swear to God, like this thing swooped out of the sky and landed on my handlebars for a second accidentally and went back into the air, and it was a bat. And since then, every time I'm biking at night, I'm looking up like.
Yeah, when it gets dark, those are not birds, and those are bats.
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's a bat.
By the way, we also get Katie Holmes. In that early scene.
Right before she settles in with Tom Cruise and all that, which is why
she was engaged to
sequel.
She was engaged to Chris Klein from American Pie and from Election, the guy that Alexander Payne discovered at a high school.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. So while returning home, a mugger named Joe Chill demands possessions from Bruce's parents and shoots them dead during a botched robbery. Bruce is orphaned and raised by the family butler Alfred Pennyworth. Also, can I say, there's never been a bad casting for Alfred Pennyworth. All 10s throughout, even during the worst of the Batman movies. They've all been great.
But I think Michael Caine does a special thing that's on here. By the way, this plot summary is wrong. It doesn't start with like all that. I mean, we're like
it's doing it in the order of
Bhutan. Like he's getting locked in. You're like, what the hell? What movie is this? The right film? What are we watching?
Yeah.
Like
we're taking the train to Bhutan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's what I'm like. What? That's what I'm reading. I'm like, wait a minute. I just saw this movie again a few days ago.
Right. But so whatever. I guess it's in
order of the storylines.
Okay. All right.
Chronologically.
But like, I mean, yeah, we're not getting anything. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna stop bitching about it. Fine. What's this movie?
Yeah. I mean, look at the Titanic plot. I was like, wait a minute, this is too rushed.
I know.
For a 3 hour.
This is what happens when you open source things. By the way, I'm just gonna lighten up this poor anonymous Wikipedia editor. I assume that's what it's right.
So 14...
it's okay. It's Israel's Naftali Bennett, so it's fine. He'll be all right.
14 years later, Chill testifies against mafia crime boss Carmine Falcone and is paroled. Bruce intends to murder Chill to avenge his parents, but an assassin in Falcone's employ kills him first. Dun, dun, dun.
It's a woman. It's a woman assassin.
Yeah, they allow that, I guess.
Wow.
Carmine Falcone. By the way, I love that casting. Like it's so funny. It's like Tom Wilkinson, who's like the least Italian dude ever. Like, it's like he's as Italian as Connor McLeod is Scottish in the Highlander. And Sean Connery is whatever. Everyone's missing.
R.I.P. to Tom Wilkinson, by the way.
Yeah, he's great. He's really good though. He's a great actor. I mean, he's
British.
Yeah, and he like won like 2 Academy Awards. I don't remember for which.
Most of the people though in this movie are British because they filmed it in England.
Yeah, right. England.
That's right. Yeah. These are the aspects of the story that oftentimes have been told in other mediums, but not exactly this way. So yeah, go and continue.
So after confronting Falcone, who says real power comes from being feared. Oh, no, not great responsibility? Oh, wait, wrong movie. Bruce spends the next 7 years traveling the world, training in combat, immersing himself in the criminal underworld.
So this is how the movie actually begins, right? We're in like, Bhutan. It's like he's in a prison. He's getting recruited into the League of Shadows. Like this is what sets this movie apart, especially at the time.
Nope.
There he is. There's Gus.
The man of the hour.
Welcome. We just started with the plot, so.
I think you're muted, Gus.
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
All right. I'd say we're off to a great start, but we're 46 minutes in, so it's not a start at all.
So, in a Bhutan prison, Bruce is approached by Henry Ducard, who recruits him into the League of Shadows, led by Ra's al Ghul, which, by the way, from Batman the Animated Series.
No?
Oh,
all right. We can hear you. We can hear you.
How you guys doing? Thank you so much.
We're doing good.
I love Batman, so this is one of my. I really like this movie. I don't know if it's my favorite. I think The Dark Knight is probably better, but I like the way they executed it.
Yeah, you missed about 30 minutes of exposition talking about like its
the
influence,
history
both good and bad,
that.
and history. But yeah, there was no movie like this at the time.
Yeah,
And
this was incredible.
And I think if you don't look at that context, that it can maybe seem a little more ordinary. Like it is crazy how different this was. At the time. And I can say that as someone who saw it in the theater.
Yeah.
But I guess you're going over the plot, right?
Yeah.
So we just got the point where he's in, like
Lucy's
in Bhutan.
here. What up, Lucy?
Yeah,
How you doing, girl? I
we're
rated
going
into you
over,
guys.
Where
So
he's
feel
in
free to
Bhutan.
So we'll interject as it goes along.
Me and
Apparently,
you
this
too.
plot,
Welcome. Yep.
This plot summary is
a little out of
sequential,
order,
I guess. So yeah, like just
go ahead.
We'll do
I'm
it.
sorry I'm late. I had to try to figure this out. It was not working on my browser. So I had to like uninstall the browser and fix all, and then I rated into you guys, and I was doing like 3 things at once. I'm really sorry. Again, I've never used this program before. I'm a new streamer.
It's all good.
All right, well, you're here now, so that's the important thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just like the Christian Bale is in the Bhutan prison.
Yeah, I remember that.
So after completing his training, he rejects the League's mandate that all criminals should be killed. Again, Batman never kills anyone.
Curtis Lee was Batman. You gotta kill. You got.
He does not
kill all
use
the criminals.
guns either. He should never use guns. What was it? Like Batfleck. I freaking hated that.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my
and there's a
God.
special point of that in the Dark Knight where there's the Batman imposters that are running around with like Uzis and stuff. And,
I don't need your
makes a big
help.
deal of it. But getting back to this summary writer, who I'm again is going to light up. Apparently, we're missing quite a bit of plot summary. Like he has to climb to the mountain to go to it. He's doing the training. Well, you see the thing with like the bat tines thing where you see like how he learns to like deflect thing. Like we're being shown, not
Everything.
told, how like he became like this incredible fighter that
He's
just
so
can like
good.
best everybody. He's basically learning how
I
to
love
be a ninja.
the I love the theatricality and duplicity or whatever, like the best weapons of fighting. He's like later Alfred's like, well, I've had enough of like you've had plenty of your theatrics. And he's like, well, the theatricality and duplicity like are the best methods of fighting.
Theatricality is a really great episode of Glee, by the way.
Yeah, I like that aspect because a part of the comics and even the animated series is the theatrics of it, right? Like Batman is just a dude in a cape and like with armor, right? If in some versions he hasn't even
And
no
$1 billion,
armor.
but
Give him $1 billion. That'll help,
we won't
right?
hold that against him.
Well, we were talking about, and we'll get to with the Lucius Fox of it all. I like in this one, there's practical explanations of like how he gets a lot of these devices instead of just being like, yeah, he's like, incredibly good-looking guy who's very rich. He's an amazing fighter, and he invents all this stuff. It's like, okay, at least like he didn't invent all this stuff too.
Like,
No, Lucius, he's such a big part of the equation, and
Absolutely.
I love how they add that.
Yeah.
First of all, the representation of an African American being a part of all this stuff and having a very technical role, I love because again, it's not something that if you think about too much. African Americans for the longest time were always portrayed in a specific way, very pigeonholed. And Lucius Fox as a character is kind of like the contrary opinion of all this stuff.
And he's just like how he is in the comic books too. And that's what's so great.
I love it. I love it.
And again, we were talking about how different this felt because again, I'm just gonna reiterate all my points I made earlier. But it was like they let the guy from Memento make a Batman movie. I gotta see this because again, this wasn't Christopher Nolan 72-point type capital letters. This was like a guy that made like a really like successful art house kind of indie film that like very weird, very weird, and it was crazy to be like they're doing year one. Oh my god, let's go, baby, let's do it.
Basically,
so
Conan, I know you love this too, but I love Rutger Hauer also as the guy that's running the company into the ground. Roy Batty from
especially because Nolan used Blade Runner. Blade Runner was like a kind of vision board. He showed it to the whole crew before they started filming.
Yeah.
Of like, hey, this is kind of what we're going for. And like, by the way, can we just, we haven't got to it yet? The monorails, which he ended up ditching that eventually. But after you see what happens later on the monorails, maybe you get it. But like, it's like that, like the idea that like there's a city center, like this is like, we are dealing with a grounded reality, but not our grounded reality.
Yeah.
And I think that's so key for this movie working and sets up Dark Knight in a great way.
Yeah. Like I'm a political streamer predominantly, right? Like we have fun, but we also like, and we do pop culture stuff as well, but predominantly we're covering politics and on my stream. And what's so interesting about this movie is there's a lot of that in the movie. Like there's a lot of commentary on poverty, on like the justice system, on like Falcone, like
how often do we hear about the Narrows, right? We hear about the Narrows, which is like,
right. Yeah, I love that. I mean, this movie is like, it's seared into my head just because I've watched it a few times and I love like so many aspects of it. It's not like a perfect movie. I think The Dark Knight is better, but it's still so good in my opinion in so many levels.
And influential in good and evil ways as well. Exactly. My theory is that the whole genie out of the bottle thing, that both in Oppenheimer and Zeus's Law, is Nolan being guilty about the Snyderverse and what have you.
Bingo. Yeah, I agree there, 100%.
But you also like you see this. I mean, with like Gavin Newsom and like building the high-speed rail and that not coming to fruition whatsoever, and money being kind of poured into that. Like you realize how much it takes to build that kind of infrastructure. So like it kind of puts the whole thing with Thomas Wayne sitting there and being like, oh, I built that the city was going through a depression, so I built this entire like rail system throughout the city so that people could move from point A to point B. Like you have a new kind of appreciation for how much that actually takes.
Yeah, and what I liked is Thomas Wayne was very much also a victim of racial. His name in the comics is Raish, right?
Yeah,
they pronounce it Raz al Ghul.
This is reading.
Yeah,
Raz al Ghul, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a little, but it's Raish, right? But anyway, I'll probably use both to be honest, because I'm used to the actual way you say it in Arabic, right?
Right.
I guess,
but it's read words versus spoken words.
Correct. I like how Raish has a big role to play in that as well, because he's basically the one who sets up the economic depression in the city. And you learn about that towards the end, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Right. Like
crazy.
this is like real disaster capitalism stuff.
Yeah,
and also
exactly.
we see it with the monorail. We see with the monorail because it's you see like the beautiful monorail when he's a kid, and then you see like it flashes to today, and like, oh, it's really broken very down. It's not well maintained.
Bingo.
Like looks like an actual New York subway.
Rachel Dawes gets mugged there, right? So it's very seedy, and like the vibe is very like, how do you say?
Like Eric Adams, New York City type.
Yeah,
like,
almost like Eric Adams versus Zoran or something.
Here,
Yeah.
Well, you also like you have like the Ra's al Ghul character seems far more preoccupied with, I guess, what we would call like culture war kind of stuff now, like, because his whole thing about like, oh, the city has reached a new point of decadence, like Rome. You see that same kind of argument being used by like social conservatives constantly being like, America's failing because of our cultural decadence, and it's like it's crazy to hear like a Batman villain just being like, Gotham City is failing because of our cultural decadence. It's like,
the socialist Joker was in the Batman movies.
He'd be a culture streamer today.
Yeah, he'd be a culture streamer.
But anyway, we're still back at the temple, so let's pick it back.
Yeah, let's talk about Bhutan.
Yeah. So he burns down the temple and escapes after learning that the League believes Gotham is corrupted beyond saving and intends to destroy the city. Raj is killed by falling debris. While Bruce saves Ducard.
So Ross is killed by falling debris.
You should have saved the Asian guy. You should have let Liam Neeson get hit by the thing, and then maybe some of his problems wouldn't have happened.
Well, Watanabe's such an interesting actor.
He's great.
Again,
he always nails his parts.
Absolutely. I'm a huge fan of him.
Big fan of him too.
It's interesting that it's a head fake here, right? That it's like, okay, so the Liam Neeson of it all is like, no, he's actually Al Ghul and not.
Well, who the hell is going to think that the white guy,
Irish dude?
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was him. Well, did I? I don't remember. I watched it when I was young.
I was a full grown man when I saw it in the theater. I was like, oh.
Okay, about Conan, you were 12.
Makes sense.
You were
yeah, exactly.
See, but I like as a kid, I watched the Batman animated series like religiously.
Sure,
I'd like run home. It's incredible. And I was like, yeah, I think that might be Raish because Raish has the beard and he's like kind of graying and he's got the like blue eyes.
But then it's also like Nolan's changing a bunch of stuff around too.
So I wasn't 100%.
Yeah, because Cillian Murphy does not look like how Scarecrow looks in the anime series.
I don't remember, to be honest.
So.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. So it's like one of those things where it's like you don't really know, and that's one of the magic tricks of the movie that has been overshadowed by its much more popular sequel. That it's sort of like this was a Batman where at the time everything was on the table. There was nothing.
Hey, folks, what's going on? I know you've not seen enough of me this week. What's going on, folks? I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, and politics over here on this space. What's going on? How are you? Deter actually will be here. He's just running a little late. I did not know. So that's why we got my graphics up, but that's fine. That's fine. I did want to start out with, you know what? Let's do this. What's going on, Johnny? How are you? The little fascist roundup to begin with. So fascists are getting desperate and stupid, as they always are, but even more so now. I just kind of wanted to show a couple examples. This one I saw, I don't even know what this is. This just reminded me of a viral video that went viral last year before, where a woman was like, there is a man on this plane that does not exist. And she lost her goddamn mind. There is another one. There's a new one. New crazy white woman on a plane just dropped. Let's check it out.
Stuff and then not tell me what's going on.
Okay, so you follow your stuff, it's follow me.
Huh?
You speak on your stuff, it's follow me.
Okay. You're still not telling me.
Huh?
Still not telling me what's
so the
going
kids
on.
don't feel safe with you.
They don't feel safe?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I didn't know the message of Jesus Christ was unsafe. Wow. Do I have any
So they're kicking her off the plane for preaching. She was like disturbing other passengers and staff and just kind of being a menace on a plane. And yeah, let's keep going. I'm gonna pop up Deter here. What's going on, brother? There you go.
Hey, how are you?
A new white woman on a plane just dropped.
A Karen?
Yep.
We got another Karen?
Do I have any guns or anything like that? No, I don't. So freedom of speech is not safe. So if I said something else, would that be okay?
Oh, God.
I'll tell you what this is. It's called spiritual warfare. You know why?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, because demons don't like the name of Jesus. Yeah. But it's not unsafe to talk about the gospel. I didn't know. Is that a crime? Is it against the law? Can you tell me that? Is it? Can you tell us? Is it against the law?
This goes on for 3 minutes. Could you imagine sitting in that fucking plane, waiting to take off or whatever it is, land effectively, and this is the reason you can't?
Yeah, I can. I've heard this kind of stories happening. I think this is actually one of the more tame examples. I mean, it's like when you get cut off in traffic by a bad driver, dude. It's not going to be the last time. Like, this is just somebody loves attention, desperate for attention, and she wants to make a point. Something else probably happened in her life that makes her particularly miserable today in this circumstance. And airplanes are enough to drive you crazy. Like going through airports and being in a goddamn airplane for an extended period of time with a bunch of idiots, probably have COVID, you know.
Yeah.
It's a recipe
this is
for a freak out.
absolutely insane. John Lithium has a good point. Wants to bet that she's an established right-wing influencer with her own mid-sized YouTube channel. Probably.
She looks like one.
Probably. And it's so far because they go, oh, this is spiritual warfare. You don't like me saying the name of Jesus. No, you're disruptive. You're being disruptive in a public setting. This is the same as I remember it was during like 2021, movie theaters were just opening. Someone went to go, I forget what movie it was, but it might have been Cats even. But the theater projector broke. And so some woman decides, this is my chance to try out my stand-up comedy. In the middle of a theater that is, everyone's frustrated because the movie's not playing. And she's like, oh, let me start performing. And then they tell her to shut the fuck up. And she's like, oh my God, you're being so mean to me. Why are you harshing on me? And this goes into, I think what we were talking about last week on this space station is sometimes we're talking about in the context of alcohol. If you're partying, you assume everyone around you is partying. Whether that be a worker at a fast food joint, cars driving down the street, you think everyone around you is part of the party. Same with them, but they're not. But they're sober. They're not even drunk. They don't even have an excuse. What's going on, Yakov? What's going on? Welcome, welcome. I wouldn't feel safe either. I agree.
Everyone's looking for an excuse to look like a victim and look depressed and
get that 15 minutes of fame. Now, last week we also talked about the Israeli. I've seen it referred to as cooter maxing influencer, where she's just sitting on a chair with her legs up and exposed to the nth degree pussy on display to try and get the gooner dudes to intake Israeli propaganda. Now we've got, must have been successful, at least a little, because we've got the NRA getting in on the same fucking thing. This is this is an NRA supporter. I think she works for the NRA. This is literally posted by them. Gun grabbers are on the march nationwide. First of all, gun grabbers, really, when the president is famous for saying grab him by the pussy, that's hilarious. And our NRA robot, Taylor Lowry, wants you to join the fight. The NRA can only secure your gun rights thanks to its loyal members.
Right. It's always they're coming after you. It's always the victimhood.
They're coming after you.
Us.
So here we go.
A lot of you thought I was AI. Can a robot do that?
I'm real, and so is the push to take away your guns. Let's get into it. A ban on America's most popular handgun. That's not stopping criminals. That's targeting America's law-abiding gun owners. If I'm ever forced to defend my life, does it really matter how many rounds I get? Yeah, because pistol grips and adjustable stuff.
See, I was going to give her credit. I was going to give her credit and say she's not posing. However, this is the pose. This is a pose. This is a pose. I mean, she's also putting the gun in the waistband.
Gun-free zones create one thing. Easy targets.
Which is highly dangerous.
And when they can't ban your gun, they'll just make it harder to carry. Gun grabbers only care about one thing.
Gun grabbers.
Optics and politics. Not your safety. Stay focused on what's real. I'm Taylor, the NRA's favorite robot. Join us today.
Disgusting.
That's nuts.
No, I mean, it feels like Nazi propaganda. I mean, is it okay? I wish we had a woman on here.
Yeah, I know.
I need to know if it's okay to call that woman a whore.
I mean, whore for the money. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, she is prostituting her sexuality to sell fear. So that seems to me like a transaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, I mean,
Absolutely.
It's like Melania's a whore. Like it's obvious. Like
I mean, I don't even begrudge necessarily the Israeli OnlyFans girl because yeah, I am an OnlyFans girl. I am now getting paid to do this. Sure. But it's transparent a little bit. She didn't say like Israel lobby paid me money to say this stuff. She's just spouting it, but it's so blatant, like you kind of know. Now, still not cool, and she should say, yeah, they paid me to say this. Here's the talking points that they wanted me to say, because that would be even more like, yeah, I'm just doing this for money. I do not care about what is about to come out of my mouth. This one is clearly working for the NRA, part of the team, which I'm sure they recruit from those Trump pageants or whatever. Just hilarious the desperation that they're in. And this is what they're kind of all saying without saying. And this is not an attractive woman. So I'm sorry, folks. I apologize. But this is something I've not heard. Coming after Emmett Till. Interesting angle. I've heard, Charlie Kirk kind of takes swipes at MLK. They've tried to sully that reputation without straight out being like, we hate him, we don't like civil rights. But they're past that at this point.
What explains this idolatry? There's an obvious payoff for blacks. They love to tell us we're bad, 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 and we can never do enough for them. Pay up, honky. But isn't it pathetic to nourish hatred by making a hero out of a boy who accomplished nothing in life but be killed? Aren't any blacks revolted by this? But it's white people who are the real mental cases. The Till business was not the white man at its finest. But was it a colossal horror that condemns us all? Hardly. No past horror, no matter how colossal, implicates any of us. This foolishness is supposed to be about tackling the always unfinished work of racial equality and never repeating the crimes of the past. Clearly, beneath the surface, we're all monsters. What explains this idolatry?
I mean, is that not fucking nuts? Have you ever heard, like, look, this is why, if you ever question why Candace Owens is necessary for the right wing, this is why. Because coming out of her mouth, that's a hot take. That goes viral. Coming out of this old white man's mouth, that's just like, oh my God, get the fuck out of here, you weird racist fuck.
Well, but that resonates. What he just said resonates with conservative voice, with conservative
sure.
Viewers.
But I
conservatives
think
want to hear that. They're sick of conservative white people are sick of being called racist, even though many of them are.
Yeah.
If not
Oh yeah. No, they've been making the argument since Rush Limbaugh that racist is just like being called a jerk or lame. It's just a bad word. You don't like the naughty word that you're called. What did you walk in on? Fascist watch. That's what you walked in on, Pinker Brow. How you doing? What's going on, Latino Mofune? Discord extraordinaire. Got a couple more clips for Fascist Watch, then we'll get into the successes of last night.
Okay.
It's just we don't need to watch the whole thing, but it's just funny. Here's two
RFK, dude.
Zionists yelling at each other. One of whom loves to gargle every morning with shards of broken glass and cigarette butts.
All you know how to do is repeat things that people told you and say, trust the experts. That's what you did during COVID. Now we know that Anthony Fauci, who was the expert, was lying about everything, about masks, about social distancing, about natural immunity, about the transmission from the vaccine, about the source of COVID. He was lying, and you were punishing people for not trusting the experts. And now you're rolling out the experts again to talk about something that you have no personal knowledge of.
Okay, well, guess what? That is my job, to talk to people.
Your job is to
Am I
tell the
allowed
truth
to talk?
to the American
Yes,
public.
yes. And my job
And
is
to
to
be-
get as
and
much
to-
information as I
and to
can. And what we
maintain
were doing,
a posture
what we were
of
doing,
fierce skepticism
what we
toward
were
government
doing
authority.
in COVID and still with regard to these vaccines is getting the best information, the best science that we can, and putting it out there. And sir, what you are doing is causing
getting the best
information
science
to
from
be out
somebody
there that
who's
is
lying to
not
you.
accurate.
Who was lying to
The
you?
National Academy of Sciences, which you just cited in November, said we support the statement that vaccines do not cause autism. This is the National Academy of Sciences that you just talked about.
Look at the national.
Jesus Christ. It's like every word is fighting to get out of this blubbering body. It's insane. Look, there's a little fascist on fascist violence. We love it. Fuck Dana Bash. She can go fuck herself with her fucking Zionist money. And fuck RFK. That was just a little fun for me to watch them.
Yeah,
go at it.
I just hate that, man. He's
Yeah.
you know, the Kennedys were like my Catholic Cape Cod cousins.
Mhm.
So I've got a soft spot for the myth of JFK and his son and his wife. But everyone else, I don't really necessarily think has a valuable worldview. They're all neoliberal capitalists. And then in the case of RFK, he's a complete traitor. I mean, he is just a traitor. And not just to his family, not just to his country, but to the entire intellectual arena of science, which is the pursuit of fact, not opinion.
Yeah.
So, like, they don't call it scientific opinion; it's scientific fact. So, he's an asshole. He spreads a lot of ignorance, and this is actually derivative of something I talk about in my third essay, American Exceptionalism, where it's individualism on steroids. So you start to think, I'm just as smart as my doctor. I shouldn't listen to everything my doctor says. I shouldn't have blind faith in my doctor. And that's actually right. You shouldn't have blind faith. You should ask questions about what's going on with your body. But when they give you the answers, you should listen. And if you have an issue with that doctor's opinion, like if he tells you you have cancer, but you're outraged, you don't believe him, whatever, you're in denial, and you go see another oncologist, and then he or she tells you again that you have cancer. What's the fucking conclusion? You have fucking cancer. This is the easiest way to get through to people on climate change, actually, because you're not going to win the argument with quoting data. I mean, quoting data can work with someone who's got a college education and just happens to be conservative. That's actually usually pretty rare, though. But in order to appreciate science, you kind of, and you don't have if you don't have an education, and it just doesn't have to be college, but it has to be equivalent. It's I don't know. It can get very confusing very quickly. So the easiest thing to do is to just make a comparison to what do you do when you get sick? You go to see the doctor, and then you do what the doctor tells you to do. Well, you've got 98.9% of climate scientists telling you that negative climate change is caused by man-made activity, specifically the burning of fossil fuels. So you going to believe that, or are you going to argue with them?
No, what they're going to do is keep going to doctors until they find one who says you don't have cancer. And they go, okay, everybody believe that guy. Everybody believe that one.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? You know what that reminds me of, that thought process, is Rogan.
Yes,
Rogan
very
loves
much.
to find the sliver of dissent within widespread consensus, and like maybe this guy, like find that guy, find the guy who disagrees with, find the guy with the weird look and like, you know, eccentric personality that everyone in his field says is garbage.
Hey, move the mic a little bit closer to your mouth.
Oh, sure.
There you go.
Am I quiet?
Yeah, perfect. But yeah, exactly. I've seen Rogan definitely look up, hey, Jamie, pull that up. And then Jamie will pull up accurate information. He'll go, no, don't trust that source. Look up another one. Look up another one. Look up another. Oh, okay, that one. Right. That one from some random guy's blog. That one we're going to take as fact.
Right.
Crazy.
Yeah, no, Joe Rogan's an asshole. He's a good example of, I don't really like talking about him too much, but he is just a prime example of success destroying your personal growth curve. Like as soon as he got that deal from Spotify and got to be worth over $100 million, you know, he stopped growing, man. There's no hunger anymore. If there's no creative hunger, then the person stops learning. And true intellectuals never stop learning. You know, true intellectuals love being wrong. Like, and that's what Rogan never does. Rogan never takes a stand on and has an opinion and risks being wrong. He's always there to just kind of accommodate the guest and stroke the guest's ego and make him or her feel special. And it's usually a him. Have you noticed how few female guests he's like ever had?
Very few.
Yeah.
Very few.
Yeah, because women don't want to go on that show.
Not anymore. Yeah. I mean, you know, occasionally, again, before he went like totally off the deep end, female comedians here and there who were great. Like, I remember Fortune Feemster getting a spot on there and raising her profile, and she's hilarious. I'm so glad she did Rogan at that time to get that bump. She deserved it. Nowadays, it's not happening. He's not even having like conservative women. Like, where's the next Candace Owens fucking episode? Where's the
Tommy
next
Lauren
episode? In the midst of this fascist roundup, I do want to make it serious just for a second, because some serious shit. This is serious. Like, the fascists are fucking here. They are rounding people up. It is not
your mic.
bubbling RFK.
There you go. Now you're good.
Yeah. So a group of women leaked a video from inside ICE detention. Multiple women report physical and sexual assault by the officers, children taken away from mothers, officers expose detainees' private info so they can be trafficked.
Of course. Like all the darkest shit you could think of that's happening.
Amputated 4 toes off a woman, didn't tell her why. Woman with only 1 kidney suffering renal failure. 3 months pregnant mother had a miscarriage in cell but received no medical attention. This is insane.
Wednesdays for the darkness. We're going dark on Wednesdays.
Officers having sexual relations with detainees, which is rape. That's what it is. Multiple women show bruises and other injuries on camera caused by excessive force. We're not going to play the whole video here. Video recorded on tablet inside the Fville ICE Detention Center in Louisiana. So even, shout out Jeff and them down in Louisiana. She doesn't have an account on this platform. Ooh, so posting.
Gotta mute it.
Sorry. And then the update on this story is they were discovered. They were ICE then put them in solitary confinement as retaliation. They're threatening us. They're hitting us. We fear for her safety. They're killing us, but we have our voice. Please help us. So again, Fville ICE detention facility in Louisiana. This is what we're fighting against, folks. It is fascism. It is scary. It is silly. We make fun of it, but it is fucking terrifying, and they need to be fucking prosecuted. They need to be prosecuted. There is no turning the page on this. There is no...
I hope you're right about it. I hope so, man. Don't get your hopes up.
I won't.
America's not known for resolution. We're like a fucking teenager with all of our issues that we don't want to deal with.
No.
So prosecution for these types of people is low odds.
Back to the funny, because
you didn't want to.
That's dark.
Show the video. Okay.
No, it's too much, man. Really, like.
Okay.
I encourage y'all to watch it. Like, go find that out. But like, it is harrowing. And God, please, let's get some protests going in Louisiana. But Ted Cruz was speaking with Jesse Waters about comments made by Francesca Hong, the candidate for Wisconsin governor, who we will.
These two douchebags.
I believe the election is next week.
God, I hate these guys.
And
Ugliest
they are trying to reignite the old war on Christmas. However, with a new twist, that is the war on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I heard about this.
Is that where the energy is? They want to cancel Thanksgiving?
They're crazy enough, yes. They want to cancel Thanksgiving. They want to cancel Christmas. Look, these communists hate America. They hate capitalism. El Sayed is also an Islamist, as is Mandami. And look, you see the green-red convergence where the communists and the Islamists, they want Sharia law. They hate Jews. They hate Christians. They hate capitalism. They hate America. All of this is coming together in a way that is really a toxic, toxic stew.
I mean,
what do you expect, dude? It's the insult is permissible, guys. Ugly on the outside, ugly on the inside. It's hard to believe, but Ted Cruz is actually uglier on the inside than he is on the outside. Waters is another piece of shit.
Yeah.
These guys, like, they're just invoking the most superficial, laziest, most white trash worldview they can think of. Oh, Al Sayed's, he's calling Al Sayed's not even DSA. He's not even a socialist. He claims to be a capitalist.
Yeah, they don't care.
He still believes
Islamist.
in free markets. By the way, that's his weakest thing is his his socio-political identity. He has to get that sorted out.
Yeah.
But I was told about it. It was Win last night, and we'll talk about that. But then, the Sharia law, like, that's just a scary word.
Yeah.
And they talk about that shit all the time. And it's like they act as if these people have power. Dude, the Proud Boys have more power than these people.
Yeah.
Like, the fucking KKK is more prolific than these people. We just don't talk about it. I tell you what the big one is, Confederate Christianity. All right? Confederate Christianity. Take that and run with it, audience. Anybody who hears that, it's Confederate Christian nationalism. It's not just Christian nationalism. It's not white Christian nationalism. It's Confederate Christian nationalism. Bring it back. We're losing sight, DAP, of the real conflict, where the real fight is progressives versus fascists. But right now, the current fight is progressives versus neoliberals.
Right.
And all these people out here who are calling themselves liberals, I'm like, have you done your research? Do you know what liberal used to mean versus what it has meant ever since Bill Clinton became president? And the answer is usually no.
No.
The answer is usually no. Bill Clinton killed the word liberal. There is no liberal anymore. There is only neoliberal and progressive / in my opinion, you're going to have to go all the way to socialist to autocorrect. I'm a socialist. Not everybody has to be a socialist, but I mean, I think the predisposition we should have towards any sector of our society is not whether or not the government should be involved. It's to what extent and how.
The most fucked up shit is that really what's happening is the Democrats are moving right. Like, everything that's on the DSA platform, the establishment, like, most of the stuff that's on the DSA platform, aside from like abolishing the Senate and the Supreme Court or whatever, are things that Democrats have been campaigning on for 30 years, for my entire lifespan. Have been campaigning on access to abortion, health care, affordability, groceries, living wage, all these things they lie about in their fundraising emails that they actually want to do, but they don't. They don't want to do it. Yakov, I too am Jewish, and I also hate Ted Cruz. He's a fucking piece of shit. So I think what's happening now is, I mean, you even heard some progressives say, like, oh, who was it? I mean, it was Neera Tanden interviewed after the NYC primaries, going, all the things that they're running on, these are our values, Democrat values of healthcare and living wage and this and that. It's like, well, yeah, but you're not actually fighting for them. That's the problem.
Right.
That's what we're doing. We're fighting the neoliberals so that we can fight the fascists. We're fighting them to get in a position to fight the fascists because they're not doing their job. That's their fucking job, and they're not doing it. Last piece of fascist watch was going to lead us right in to last night's victories is Jake Lang. Jake Lang back out there in Michigan trying to incite people against Abdul. I don't know what the fuck he does other than try to get beat up so he can go viral. It's probably a fetish of his. Anyways, here he is waving a ISIS flag. Oh no, that's never mind. There's Jake Lang. He's so small I could barely see him.
We support ICE. We do not want these illegal immigrants here. This is Dearborn, Michigan. I speak the name of Jesus.
He got rocked and
Somebody chased him
chased.
down? Oh shit.
Goodbye.
Oh, man. Yeah,
Goodbye.
Dude, this is what you're gonna get, dude. Don't let him get in. Don't let him get in.
Now you got the cops there protecting him because that's what cops do. But people got some good looks in.
Good thing those were female cops. Otherwise, that guy would have gotten tased and arrested.
No, fuck that bitch. Fuck you, pussy.
Ran away like the bitch ass pussy he is.
Yeah, oh man, it's like, you're not supposed to like feel positive about that kind of thing, but
Come
when
on.
in doubt, go back to the context, man. And according to my definition, I think yours too, you tell me, of the current political climate, we're at war.
That's self-defense, in my opinion.
We're at war, and they started it, and now we have to finish it. And if we got to, and it starts by taking back our streets. You're not welcome in urban and suburban areas with your white trash, MAGA ignorance. You're MAGA evil. Not down, guys. It's not. We're not allowing it. It's anti-American. That's the thing.
Anti-fucking
I mean,
American.
let's escalate. Let's call them traitors, treasonous Trump trash traitors. Like what was it? No. Treasonous Trump trash terrorists. That's what I want to call them. I mean, don't stop. And don't stop until Trump's way out.
Until there's no more
office.
Chud the Builders. There's no more Jake Langs. There's no more economy.
Chud the Builder got his, dude.
Right,
Chud
he
the
did.
Builder got his. Holy shit. That guy fucked up his life. Oh my God.
Until there is no, and this may never come, where there is no economy to make money off being racist in public, keep on them. Keep on them. But yeah, he was in Michigan because our boy Abdul El Sayed won the election, eked it out, kind of fucking made us all nervous last night on the election stream because he was up by
lower than expected turnout
in the beginning, and then Haley Stevens kept closing that gap. So lower than expected turnout. I did not hear about that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
But here is his accepted speech this morning. Part of it.
Mike's a guy who spent 14 years
Talk about
in
Mike
Congress
Rogers.
with one goal, to figure out how to cash out the day he left. And guess what he did? As soon as he left Congress, after having taken corporate check after corporate check after corporate check to empower the corporations to pick your pockets, he went and he cashed out. Not in Michigan. No, winters are too cold for him. He's got thin skin after all. He went to Florida. So, Mike, if you want to be a Florida man, go be a Florida man. If you want to golf in Florida, go golf in Florida. But I promise you in November, we are going to send you back to Florida. Mike Rogers is the guy who wants to put a data center in your backyard so he can make himself feel a little bit more manly by making an AI video. Mike Rogers is the guy who has never shied away from a DTE check so he could turn his face in the direction of Florida. Mike Rogers is a guy who will do anything Blue Cross Blue Shield wants him to do, including raise your rates. Mike Rogers is a guy who introduced legislation to increase the flow of opioids. He did that while I was in high school.
Wow.
Mike Rogers is a guy whose politics and vision and perspective are old. Mike Rogers is a guy who has never shied away from a corporation he could do a favor for. Mike Rogers is a guy who, believe it or not, went back to Florida so he can lick every single boot Donald Trump owns to beg for his endorsement. I'm so sorry. If you want a senator who's going to lick some boots, fine, go vote for Mike Rogers. But if you want a senator who's going to stand up to Donald Trump, then you've got your option right here. And what's funny about Mike Rogers is that he's like the worst of all versions of the Republican Party, right? He's the worst of the neocon version. I mean, he was in the House during the entirety of the Iraq War. He left because he got tired of it. And then he swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump until, of course, he was licking Donald Trump's boots. So now he carries the burden of both of those things. Is he MAGA? Is he neocon? Mike's a guy.
That's a good way to, I mean, first of all, we talk about the generational divide a lot, but him going like, literally, I was in high school when this guy was voting to increase the opioid crisis in this country. That would only be felt, or at least recognized, decades later. And then being like, yeah, you voted for Iraq, and then you got bored, and then you said you wouldn't support Donald Trump, and then you did. You are the MAGA, and this, we got to tie them together, right? Because the fucking Democrats did such a good job, unfortunately, of separating out the Republicans and MAGA as two separate entities. They are the same.
That's where I was going to go too. So my message would be in keeping with the contextual, like, wartime attitude. We're not going to distinguish between MAGA conservatives and anti-MAGA conservatives. You're all in the same party, which means you're all on the same side of the conflict. If you want to leave the GOP and be independent and vote in Democratic Party primaries and general elections and promote progressives, let's do it. Glad to have you. But don't expect me to show any respect for conservative ideology because it's what's produced our current condition.
Yeah. And, you know, we had more than just one win. Unfortunately, we had a loss. Cori Bush, devastated. But she's going to stay in the fight, of course. She'll be back. But we had Donovan McKinney winning. Also in Michigan, going to the House. I'll play a few seconds of this. Because I gotta see this.
Watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up the score.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show them. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show them that they are not as popular as they think they are. All right. We had Mark Ruffalo endorsing Abdul Sayed. This is the tweet from Breitbart because they're not thrilled with it. I am proud to be supporting Abdul. Spider-Man Brand New Day star Mark Ruffalo appears in a fundraiser stream for Abdul El Sayed, William Lawrence, and socialist Donovan McKinney. All three of them won, by the way. Will Lawrence also won. Laughing at jokes about drinking APAC tears and expressing surprise about how he keeps appearing in Avengers movies while being so active in far-left politics. Frankly, I'm surprised too, Mark. How Disney hasn't fired you for this.
Yeah, I know. He's
but
got
good.
Balls. My
good that the Hulk
has a lot of balls, man.
Is fucking left wing, dude. Love it. After Crystal Ball alludes to DSA candidates defeating establishment Dems, Buffalo responds, "This is our movement coming to bear fruit. I mean, this is what we started in 2016. This is where the progressives have been moving. This is our time, and they have to spend more and more money each time to beat us. It's just a matter of time until they flop, and this could be it." Actually, Susan Sarandon and Cynthia Nixon also appeared, but didn't say anything worth highlighting, according to Breitbart. Right. They just wanted to let you know that two women you already probably hate are also on this call with the Hulk. So everyone go hate the Hulk. Don't see Spider-Man Brand New Day, which, I'm sorry, just broke box office fucking records for hitting almost $1 billion on the first day, on opening day.
Yeah, my wife saw it with her nephews and loved it.
Well, I saw it with two of my adult friends, okay, and it was a blast.
I mean, I gave up on, I don't know, I'm still like recovering from the Game of Thrones series finale. In terms of
Gave up on franchises?
in
I
terms of
understand.
my just trust in Hollywood
I'll tell you what.
to be consistent. And the Avengers was fun for a little while, but I gave up on that. I haven't even seen Infinity War, and I couldn't care less. I just don't
I'll tell
care.
you what. As far as
Doctor
Game of
Strange.
Thrones
Doctor
go,
Strange was amazing. What?
Doctor Strange was a lot of fun. As far as Game of Thrones goes, check out A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. 6 episodes.
I'm doing House of the Dragon, and I did the first episode of Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and I really liked it. It's good. It's just I'll never forgive HBO for
I understand.
imploding. There was a way, like they were in a tough spot with the end of Game of Thrones, but there was a way out of it where they could have done some easy things that would have made sense, but there were so many plot holes. They just and all the actors saw it coming that were interviewed. Like they were all like best season ever.
The Amelia Clark one is pretty
Amelia
amazing.
Clark. She's like, yeah,
it's
best
great.
season ever. Yeah. But no, I mean, this Tom Holland's a force, man. He and Zendaya are married or getting married.
Yeah, they're already married. So check out my review of Spider-Man, Brand New Day. Check that out. Spent 4 hours editing it, so I'd really appreciate if that does numbers. Also, The Odyssey, Zendaya and Tom Holland were all, and John Barenthal. Also,
so Zendaya and Tom Holland are like the king and queen of Hollywood right now, or prince and princess of Hollywood right now. If they're both in The Odyssey, and then he's in Spider-Man, then yeah, I'd say they're the prince and princess
all
of
three
Hollywood.
of them. Like, so John Barenthal, who played
The Punisher.
The Punisher, he's in Spider-Man. It's almost like a buddy cop movie. It's a lot of fun. And also Zendaya is Mary Jane, so she's in there. And then in The Odyssey, they are also three distinct characters who do interact in the Odyssey. Actually, they don't interact with Zendaya, but they interact with each other. They share a screen. So they're making bank this summer, those three actors.
Must be
good
nice.
for them.
Must be nice. I always get a little peeved though when it's a Brit, for a white guy. Like if it's gonna be a white guy that hits it big, I want it to be an American. I can't help but root for the Yanks.
I was talking to Gina last Friday. Shout out Gina Bonanno, Raw News and Politics. We were going over the Alan Richardson interviews, the dude who plays Reacher on the Amazon show, and how he was going after Trump, being like, Trump's a fucking pedophile. What are we doing here? Let me at the Epstein files. I'll get him out in 2 seconds. And I was going, dude, I want him to play Bond because Tom Holland, one of England's, is playing one of America's biggest icons. Let's get one of our Americans to play one of England's biggest icons. Let's get one, at least.
Yeah, good luck. I mean, the woman, so it's like an heiress. The woman who inherited the rights to Bond is British. I mean, look, it doesn't happen nearly enough. It happened in The Crown with John Lithgow playing Winston Churchill. It doesn't happen that often where an American's going to play a Brit. I mean, it's just, I think it goes back to the lack of theater training in the United States, but it's just why cast an American to play a Brit when there are already so many great British actors to choose from.
So let me throw up Haley Stevens. This was who went up against Abdul. I was happy to see this morning, that Mallory McMorrow, who yesterday posted that she would support
what a coward,
whichever candidate won, she would immediately endorse, which is like,
which
coward,
is so weak. It's
riding
so
the fence.
You got to gamble, bitch. You got to gamble.
If you're gonna gamble, fucking do
and
it.
she should have gone with the trend. She'd be like, wait a second, and he's not even DSA, guys.
Right.
He's Medicare for all. He's policy. The whole and by the way, we haven't even talked about him being a lax bro, which is just fantastic. But because he's not tall. He's like jacked, but he's not tall.
Oh,
he's
really?
He's like 5'8" or something.
Short king?
Yeah, something like that.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, exactly. Good for him. And but Mallory McMorrow, if she had gambled and she'd be like, you know what? It's clear to me that there's something wrong with the Democratic Party establishment. So just based on that, I'll endorse Abdul. Just because I think we need new blood and the inbreeding has got to stop.
Yeah.
That would have gotten her a fucking job somewhere.
She could have been the Brad Lander of that race.
Yeah. Right.
She could have been the Brad Lander, but instead she's stuck just hanging out. She's hanging out at the press conference. But Haley Stevens, to her credit, also said we have to unite against Mike Rogers and, unify. Let's hope that she does more than Jasmine Crockett's doing. But here's a little reminder of why she lost.
Our system needs to change, right? Our system needs to evolve. I want to end dark money in politics.
But you're the beneficiary.
Well, and certainly so is Mike Rogers.
Right.
Oh,
so immediately.
Hypocrisy.
Immediately going, we got to end dark money. You benefit from it. Well, so does the Republican. That's been the Democrat explanation for the last, I don't know, since Citizens United. We have to play in the mud too, because it's unfair. If they're going to get big money, then we should get big money. I want big paychecks. I want my consultant class to get paid and get money.
Yep.
This is what it is, and this is why she fucking lost. So please do, as much as he wants you to endorse him.
Dude, he only won by 15,000 votes.
Right. It was too close.
Like, that's really small. Only 15,000. I was expecting like 100,000. So but Mallory got 61. If she had endorsed Haley Stevens probably would have won.
Yeah.
It's Mallory McMorrow. See, again, here we are again with not just the progressive left, because it's understandable, but the neoliberal and independent left, or center left, or whatever the hell you want to call the people who aren't DSA friendly, okay? Not knowing how to exercise power. Not knowing how to, in the crucial moments, broker a fucking deal. Make a fucking play. This is about like growing up playing sports and understanding competition. When your moment arrives, fucking boot the ball in the back of the net. Yeah. Score the goal. Catch the run, catch the touchdown pass. Like, make the play. Like in this case, it was Mallory McMorrow. Instead of throwing it deep and trying to throw a touchdown pass, she got sacked. Yeah. And,
really.
that's I think the best.
Whoever wins, I will support. Like, what a waste. What a waste.
Yeah.
What is your utility then?
Idiot. Again, I got to tell you guys, this is something that like happens when mediocre people or people who are just like, look at Haley Stevens. She just looks like a loser. Come on.
Yeah.
Like, when mediocre people get into politics, that's why, by the way, they get into politics and get up the ladders, because they are easily influenced, they're easily manipulated, they are easily controlled. You need to surround yourself with people who aren't afraid of you and who aren't afraid of the forces behind you. And my guess is that Mallory McMorrow was one good personnel decision away in her inner circle from actually making the most of this moment, getting behind Abdul. She could have, if this margin was like, she could have been like, hey, he won because of me. Yeah. He won because of my endorsement. Or it's like, my endorsement didn't hurt. Like, and then it could have been like, this is the way the game is played. But instead, everyone's narcissism seems to get the best of it. And I don't know if you guys have watched my latest essays, but I keep running into these 3 cardinal sins with respect to American party politics, left and right, dude, on both sides of the aisle. Hypocrisy, narcissism, and ignorance. Yep. Those 3 things, man, just be on the lookout for all of those 3 sins as you see the party political machine operate, and you can see everything coming. You can see everything coming.
And what did she get out of, like, if Haley Stevens had won, do you think she'd get a cabinet or anything out of that? Would she even be standing behind Haley Stevens?
No, the establishment already hates her. The establishment already hates her for taking whatever votes away from Haley Stevens that she did.
Right.
So she's not going to get in good with the establishment. No, her only play was to support Abdul because he's a rising star. If he wins, he's going to have the opportunity to hire people.
His coattails.
Yeah, exactly. And like to your comparison, the Lander comparison. Yeah. Like the press. That's what's so tragic, is that there's an example to draw from. It's like, this is how the game is played. And they just didn't do it. She just didn't do it. Idiot.
She was too terrified. She was too terrified of being disliked, I guess. Again, narcissism.
Yep.
This was Abdul's speech last night, about 1 a.m. to keep people engaged. Hey, we're still counting votes. There's hope on the horizon. He was right because they did win. They eked it out. But let's see what he had to say when he didn't know.
Is not because we ignore our challenges. The greatness of America is the ability to see those challenges and fix them. And 250 years on, as we think about where we go from here, it is that ability to correct that we together have embraced in this movement. We live in an era of historical inequality, in an era where union participation is near an all-time low, but the number of billionaires has never been higher. An era where schools continue to carry the consequences of historical segregation. An era where we continue to see a few very small people try to define America as being as small as they are.
Ooh.
We can't control the past 250 years. What we can do is build the next 250.
I love it. I love it. Build the same kind of thing, a similar kind of thing that Zoran did on July 4th, where he highlighted the new citizens who just passed their citizenship test to become Americans, how America is the melting pot. It is the dream. Regardless of what you've experienced in this country, that is still the dream, and we can make it a reality for the next 250. We are laying the foundation. 250 years ago, this country was founded-ish. Right now, we have a chance to lay the groundwork for the next 250. I love that framing. I love looking past my lifetime, kids' lifetime, grandkids' lifetime. That's where I keep coming. Like, how much does it matter to you if human beings survive the destruction of the planet, which it will inevitably be destroyed? That's because we're talking about a fucking we want our society to get to. Are we going to live to see it? No one is. No one's going to live to see it. Whether you're a fascist, whether you're a socialist, you're never going to get to live to see the utopia that you envision in your head. You want the white supremacist fucking magic land, Tucker Carlson, you're never going to see it. You're going to see pieces on the road to it. You're seeing it now. Like those women in the detention center, like ICE shooting motherfuckers in the street, right? We are never going to see the socialist utopia, but we can see things like healthcare for all, housing for all.
I don't know. I think
raise
I don't
minimum
think
wage.
I mean, you're a lot younger than me, but I think there's a chance you could see something close to the utopia. I mean, the utopia is probably impossible. Like one of the things that Megan Romer from the DSA talked about their utopia was no prisons. I mean, what she didn't say in that coverage was like, this is part of us striving towards a society where we don't need these things. Right. Where instead of prisons, we have rehabilitation centers, and violent crime isn't happening. Obviously, the rapists, child molesters, whatever, people who can't get helped, yes, prisons will always exist for them.
Right.
Which,
yes, but they should mention every time.
But I had a big breakthrough when I did reaction videos to this guy, Joe Walsh, of The Social Contract. And I reacted to his videos, and I was like, and he keeps talking, because he kept talking about the Republican Party and how to save it and yada, yada, yada. And I reacted to it, and I think he saw it, because I sent his people a link. And I said, dude, this party isn't going to be coming back in any kind of positive way in your lifetime. Because I looked him up. He ran, he was a Tea Party guy. He was a Tea Party guy from Illinois. And
funny, the Tea Party people who were never Trump. Like,
he voted for Trump in 20. So this guy was a Tea Party guy. He voted for Trump in 2016 and then flipped the switch once he was in president. So he's actually like got redemption possibility. As far as I'm concerned, like, I'm softening on this, but it was 3 strikes and you're out. and I'm still like if you're a triple Trumper, I want nothing to do with you. Please, like, get the fuck away from me, and preferably get out of my country. But you know, with Joe, he's like he legitimately sounds like he's like in socio-political rehab. And so I'm I want to be like an AA sponsor for people like that.
Yeah, I see him pop up every now and then on Twitter and whatnot. That's why I recognize the name. But it is one of those. It's like Andrew Sullivan. Who are those guys? The Lincoln Party guys.
Oh yeah.
Every time you're like, you're making
neocons?
progress. You're making progress. You're coming around, and then they say like, well, not Mamdani. Well, not this guy. It's like,
Not
well,
socialism,
you're not there because you're still a fucking conservative.
Well, you have to remember, and I'm
you just
doing
wanted
this
to
episode.
paint yourself blue.
I'm doing this essay on Obama, and you have to remember every time, guys, check the birthday of who you're talking to, because if they're a fucking baby boomer, I'm sorry, their worldview is shaped through the prism of the false dichotomy of capitalism versus socialism. And it was really capitalism versus communism. And it wasn't even communism. Like, you have to dig deeper into what the USSR was. It was it never really functioned properly. Like, you know, it had a lot of problems from the get-go. It never really had a chance. And I tell you who learned from it was China. China watched what happened to the USSR. They learned from it and have now created for themselves a nice hybrid government, which is where I think that's the transitional government for us. See, that's my big issue, Alex. I want you to keep an eye out for it. Is I need to find a voice who's going to be talking about the transition. What's the how do we move from a capital-based society to a social-based society? And I think it's incentives. I think it's Medicare for all. I think it's policies. I think it's Medicare for all. I think it's like something that no one talks about, debt relief, which is the easiest way to redistribute wealth.
Abdul, big part of that, helping people get rid of medical debt.
No, he's good. It's just it's not happening to the scale that it needs to. It needs to happen at a federal level. So it would be cool to see him do that. If it's okay to be a boomer. It's just a matter, are you a baby boomer progressive? Because the baby boomer conservatives are sociopaths. The baby boomer neoliberals are losers. So if you're a baby boomer progressive, then welcome to the party. Otherwise, you know, I'm really not here. You're here to learn. Otherwise, like I don't really, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's an attitude of, you know, Abdul's got to mend a lot of bridges, and he burned a lot of people.
What happened to blue no matter who? What happened to blue no matter who?
I know. But I
what
will
about
say,
this is war? They don't agree. See, here we are again. The neoliberals won't agree that we're at fucking war. Because if they agreed that we're at war, they would have to get behind socialists when they win. Or in this case, progressive capitalist. I don't know what you want to call it.
In that speech he gave last night, Abdul says it is time for mending bridges. And I understand where he's coming from. He's trying to win in that moment. They're still counting. So he's promising, like, I am not trying to shit on everyone. I want us all to unite and defeat the Republican, you know, being humble as a politician. But I echo I will share maybe the id, the anger translator, Hassan Piker, kind of expressing, I think, what a lot of us are feeling here.
Like, everyone being like, Abdullah has a fuck ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the fucking take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit, okay? You literally called the dude a fucking terrorist for months on end and, like, called him a sexist, misogynist, terrorist, bad candidate, fake doctor when he has, like, 2 fucking degrees. And now you're going to sit there and be like, well, you know, you really got to come to me now. Like, what are you talking about? Do you want to fucking win or not? Lock the fuck in, okay? Lock the fuck in. And I do worry that there are some out there who, in an effort to make sure that this narrative that a progressive can win in a state like Michigan doesn't take root, will literally either subtly or, you know, not so secretively endorse Mike Rogers or stay out of the race while, you know, trying to push the excitement in the opposite direction.
Oh, dude. If Abdul loses, that would be devastating.
I agree.
That'd be devastating, but it will be because of
It'll be the centrists.
Hypocritical whites.
Yeah.
And that'll be the reason why it rises. But I think it could win.
I think he can win too. But they're gonna. I mean, especially how close it was, they're gonna need to keep that pressure up.
Yeah, and he's got to be. The pitch is, I'm better at fighting MAGA than traditional establishment Democrats.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if the Democratic Party establishment was good at fighting MAGA, they wouldn't have lost presidential elections to Trump. And they
Right.
wouldn't have lost party power when they had Biden in office.
But
in
their
2022.
argument would be, well, we did win in 2020, and that was
Right.
because everyone was so excited about Biden.
But then
instead of sick of Trump.
But then I can point to the historical trend that the only time Democrats ever win the White House, it comes on a silver platter of GOP failure. 92 with Clinton, 2008 with Obama after W, and then of course Biden after Trump's first term with COVID.
That's true.
I mean, a
That's
lot of
true.
people think that if COVID didn't happen, Trump would have gotten reelected.
Probably.
Like everyone is already doing the can El Sayed unite the Democrats? And that question is just, can El Sayed get the pro-Israel vote? Can El Sayed win over, not even the vote necessarily, but like, can El Sayed get the people and the groups and the NGOs and the consultants that have worked extensively for pro-Israel candidates to shut the fuck up about El Sayed being a terrorist for a long enough timeline so that, you know, we can consolidate the base and defeat the fucking Republican?
Yeah, that's it. So that's, I think, a good example of where I think our attitudes lie.
But
But
okay,
of
so how does he
course-
deal with that though? How does he deal with like the angst? And I think he talks about other shit. Just talk.
Yeah.
All Syed should be talking about from now until election day is his voters.
Yeah.
All she should be talking about. This is what happened to the Michigan economy since Trump took over as president.
Mhm.
This is what has happened. This is what Mike Rogers stands for and how it's going to affect you. I mean,
here's how I'm going to fight for you.
The only thing I worry about with a dude as smart as Abdul is he going to like try to please too much? Like Obama was like that, where instead of telling the country what they need to hear, he was obsessed with telling them what they want to hear so they would continue to like him. Abdul doesn't seem to have that problem. I don't get that impression. He's not preoccupied with getting people to like him. He's preoccupied with getting people to respect him. And that's good.
And win. Yeah.
I would, if I were coaching him, I would just expand and get even more aggressive with the rhetoric and remind people that it's a war. Because if it is a war, then people like Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow and all of their people beneath them, they need to get behind the nominee or MAGA wins.
Right.
And then if MAGA wins again, like they're going to get blamed now. With a guy that you cannot fuck with a nominee like this. He's a fucking physician, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
Like the guy has IQ credibility. And because he's Muslim, he has to be pretty much perfect in his
Right.
communication skills, and he is. He's pretty close to perfect. Like it's an A- all the time.
Yeah,
you know?
and he's fighting, and that's what it should be. Is I'm fighting for, much like Mom Donnie did here in New York. Every single question, I bring it back to how I'm going to help the people of New York City. Every question, Abdul's got to bring, and he has been. I'm going to bring
Yeah.
it back to how I'm going to help the people of Michigan. I'm going to help the people in the country, and fight for you. And this is how the mainstream Democrats are talking about fighting or not fighting voting rights.
As you think about this Calais decision and the effective gutting of the Voting Rights Act through Shelby and Calais, how do we best respond? You're a brilliant lawyer, been a legislator and an executive. How do we best respond to what is really a setback in terms of a tool that we've used to protect our voting rights? How do we best respond?
Okay, real talk?
Real talk, straight talk.
I honestly don't believe that it will be any time soon that we are going to revive the Voting Rights Act. So I don't believe that it is.
What an inspiring fucking message. What an inspiring message. Forget it. Forget
losing.
the Voting Rights
We're just
Act.
going to lose.
Yeah, just forget it. Don't worry about it.
We lost, guys. It's over. The game
It's
is
over.
played.
Be the best use of our energy right now to try to get that done, because I don't know that it's going to get done right now, the way this Congress is composed and the way they have been treating.
Then why aren't you on every fucking stump speech trying to get motherfuckers elected who will change the Congress?
Because she's not a leader. Because she's
not
not
a
a
leader.
leader.
She's a
She's
follower.
not a leader. She's
a follower.
Well, she's a cog in the system. Dude, I don't know who decided that being a DA, being a prosecutor, is like the prerequisite for running for office. These lawyers, and they're like have public defending backgrounds, they're expected to understand global economics when they get into national office. Right. And they don't. They think they did all the learning they needed to do in law school and whatever cases they worked prior to their political career. They don't continue to evolve. Kamala Harris, there's nothing impressive about Kamala Harris. Nothing.
Yeah.
She has some aesthetic talent, okay? And that's it. She's not smart. She's not worldly. She's not skilled. Whereas there are other women out there, like Summer Lee, who I think should be, women of color I'm talking about, that should be getting promoted, like as the next generation. Kamala Harris is a boomer.
Yeah.
We don't need more boomers. We need
Matter of fact, we were talking
next
last
generation.
night about Cori Bush. Like, why wasn't her race getting a lot of attention? Like that one for me was another one that really she should have won. It would have been a big fucking statement against AIPAC, maybe a bigger statement than Abdul El Sayed, in that I'm going to run the same candidate on the same platform against the candidate who beat me because of AIPAC money last time and beat him now. But unfortunately, she didn't. So I hope she stays in the fight because we need more Cori Bushes and less Kamala Harris. Let's hear a little bit more.
Civil rights issues. I'm hopeful, but I don't know that it's going to happen anytime soon. So I think part of it is we've got to think about now, and I was talking to this young woman about this, now when they have destroyed the infrastructure we built over decades and had in place with the Voting Rights Act for 50 years, how are we going to achieve the goal when that infrastructure has been destroyed? And we're going to have to be creative. Part of it is these midterms are coming up, and it will make a decision about who at least rules the Senate, the House, if not the Senate. And so we have to do the work of telling people right now, check your voter registration status. Make sure you aren't one of those people whose names got purged inappropriately. Make sure you've checked on your polling place because they've been playing games around moving the polling place where your grandparents always voted. And so on election day, when they go to that elementary school,
Oh, she's talking about election day. We're like,
polling place
come
is
on.
closed.
Literally, all they can do is go vote. Vote harder this time.
No, how
even
about
though she just said disregard them gutting the Voting Rights Act, you should still vote. What do you mean? There might be ice at the polls. What are you fucking talking about?
If she were like practical, she'd be like, go join your local chapter of the Democratic Party.
Right.
Like that's what I would, if I were her in her position and her loyalties, that's what I would do, is encourage people to get involved. She's not offering any hope there. She's like, I have hope, but then I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. Yeah. Like, what? So where's your hope coming from? By the way, this is my co-host, Stateless Patriot, who's coming in.
Hey, Stay Pate. I've heard a lot about you. Yeah, man.
All right, I got to run soon, but we can do one more if you want.
Yeah, I got one last one. This is going to be the last one for us, folks. Little Zoran stuff. Just a little Zoran stuff for you. Just a little comparison.
The sexiest man alive in 2026. He's going to get it, dude. He's going to get
it.
He
better
get it.
Who likes and endorses Zoran Mamdani and who's against him?
Is there a picture of Zoran with his shirt off? Is he ripped?
There's that old rap video where he's wearing an apron with no shirt. You can kind of see it a little bit. But he's got to get in the gym with Hassan and Abdul. But here's Cardi B talking about Zoran Mamdani.
Cardi, what do you think about
The Bronx's
new
own.
mayor, Zoran Mamdani?
Where?
About Mamdani as a New Yorker.
He's so sweet. He's amazing. He's young. I love him. He really do want to make a difference. If you feel like he promises something and he hasn't delivered, it's because they're making it hard for him. I swear, he really wants to cheat.
Thank you for the support, madam. Cardi, what do you think about
I love
the new
that.
mayor, Zoran
I love.
Mamdani?
He actually did an event with her to promote the universal child care.
Good.
So she met him, she knows him, and I love that. She's going like, "Hey, if there's something that he didn't do that you want him to do, you're trying to make it hard for him. Trust me, he's on it. He's trying to get it done. But even then, hold him accountable. If he's promised something and he's not getting it done, see why. Maybe he is being stopped, or maybe he's lacking, and we got to make our mayor do what we need him to do. That's good. That's good. Now let's check out someone opposed to him. This is Alan Dershowitz, Epstein Files own Alan Dershowitz.
I have to tell you that the real problem are Jews. Jews in the Upper West Side, Jews in the Upper East Side, Jews in Park Slope, the Jews who voted for Mamdani. Remember, 7,000 Jews voted for Adolf Hitler in 1932. Most of them ended up in the gas chambers. And these idiot Jews, they have no idea what they're doing. And, people say Jews are smart. Yeah, they're smart Jews. Some of the dumbest people I've ever met are Jews from Park Slope and Upper East Side.
I haven't heard, first of all, this is what, 30
This
seconds?
is fucking hilarious.
I haven't heard this much anti-Semitism out of anybody in the last 3 years more than this guy. More than this guy right now in 30 seconds.
Oh
maybe
God.
Candace Owens and Tucker, but he's giving
that
them
is
a rough.
explicit. No, but he thinks he's got a pass because he's Jewish.
Yeah, he's just going, man, Jews? Let me tell you about the fucking Jews.
Dude, I mean, this is worse than me going after the Wasps.
For West Side, who don't understand where their own interests lie. Im ein ani li mili. If I am not for myself, who will be for me? If I am for myself alone, what am I? That's Hillel. You don't need Hillel to understand that any Jew who votes for Mamdani is a self-hater. You can't do that. You can't vote for somebody who marginalizes Jews, discriminates.
Oh,
Vote-
we're all
Is
victims.
that fucking ghost of Steve Irwin in the background? What's going on?
Culture.
For somebody who marginalizes Jews, discriminates against Jews, hates Israel, calls Israel a genocidal state falsely. No self-respecting Jew should do that.
Jesus Christ. We might get demonetized for hate speech just for that clip.
Yeah, they got the real Jews. It's like, well, don't forget, guys, if you know your history, okay, the Pharisees, the Jewish elites at the time, crucified Christ. So the Jewish faith has been defined by internal division since 2,000 years ago. So, it's not surprising to me to hear that. Again, my best advice to everybody that watches us and we review stuff is like, you're going to have that initial surprise to a lot of this stuff when you're watching politics these days, but then it's going to flatten out because Trump has normalized fascism.
Yeah.
So you're like, stop being surprised.
Yeah.
It's like, it's another bullet that goes past your head, right? Remember, we're fighting a war, and you're dodging bullets, and you're dodging bullets, and don't fight until you're dead. Don't stop fighting until you get hit by one of those bullets. And right now, they got no aim. They got no aim except for the immigrants with ICE. That's the thing they've seemed to have. That's the thing that the MAGA seems to be leaning on.
Yeah. I've heard now that Alan Dershowitz, who for some reason was still a Democrat, is now thinking about leaving the Democratic Party. So has James Carville.
And Bill Maher.
And so has not a Jew, but you could have fooled me, Bill Maher.
Wait, Bill Maher's not a Jew?
No, he is Catholic. Yeah, he was Catholic.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not, actually.
Okay.
I should double check that. But
I'll check it right now.
This is 9 minutes. I already apologize for subjecting y'all to his face, and I apologize for
Yes, he
subjecting
has Jewish
you to-
heritage through his mother.
Okay, there you go.
That's what matters more. Your religion always comes from your mother. For those of you,
You know
who don't
what?
know.
I've heard the opposite when it comes to Christianity. Like it's your dad.
No.
No.
It's
All
always
right, well,
the woman. Yep. You are of her
look,
flesh. That's the logic.
I am half Jewish because of my mom, half Christian because of my dad. We celebrate Christmas and Hanukkah.
Lucky
Ain't nobody
you.
gonna tell me different.
Yeah, lucky you.
But
It's all about
Bill Maher
materialism in
as
your
well
family.
has been saying that he may have to step away.
Leave. Get the fuck out, dude.
Big,
Go join Adam.
about time. About real time.
And finally, new rule: Donald Trump has told 1 trillion lies, but when he says the Democratic Socialists of America are actually communist, that's not one of them.
All right. Now, first of all, Call Me By Your Name. That's the little punny title that they're going with for this segment. Let me pull up the movie that it's from, Call Me By Your Name, which is a movie starring Timothy Chalamet. That's where he got his start. And famous actor Armie Hammer, who now stars in the movie Citizen Vigilante that Elon Musk won't stop promoting, directed by Yu Bowl, shithead joke of a director. It is just an Islamophobic movie about a guy going around killing Muslims. So a perfect
Wonderful.
encapsulation
Wonderful.
of Bill Maher's idiot. Also, Armie Hammer was accused of not only sexual assault but cannibalism. So
Yeah, all
another,
sorts of fucked up
treating
shit.
women as objects.
I'm
Very much
surprised
in
Armie
line with
Hammer's
Bill Maher.
still in the game. I can't believe he's back. I thought he was.
That's
gonna
why
be
he's working for
canceled.
Yu Bowl and not making Oscar flicks with Timothy Chalamet. But yeah, let's see a little bit more of this.
And it's not hard to prove it, just by quoting the DSA and their candidates. It gives me no pleasure to have to do this. I'd much rather keep going the good vibes from my summer vacation. I had an awesome one, by the way. I totally got a girlfriend at Bible camp.
I've been to Bible camp. Check out my Who Are MAGA series.
Before we left, Vice President J.D. Vance was on the show, and I told him that if the Democratic Party keeps going in the direction of the DSA, my vote was in play. And all I heard all vacation was, oh my God, you're a Republican now. No, that's not what I said. I said in play. And here's why. Because not a week goes by where I don't read about some newly chosen, exciting new face in the Democratic Party. And then when that face opens its mouth, the Communist Manifesto or some other crazy shit comes out. Again, let's just read.
You know what? Let's not read the post, but let's.
Yeah, I don't
end
want to
with
spend any more
this point.
time on Bill Maher. I want to
Let's
get out
end
of
with
here and
this
go
point because
smoke a
that was the
J.
most Bill Maher I've watched in years. I think that really solidifies what you were saying about the baby boomers. They grew up. They cannot escape the programming of the Cold War.
Yep,
the communist word is scary. The socialist word is scary. It means the same thing to me as fascist or Hitler. Matter of fact, maybe Hitler's actually not that bad, and maybe he had some points, and the trains ran on time, and whatever the fuck. But they really it's over. It's over for y'all. You lost the war. We're here to take your party. Get the fuck out or get in line. I'm sorry for yelling.
No, I mean, I think that's what the treatment that the baby boomers deserve. I think if you're a baby boomer and you want to be helpful, go join the DSA. Give them money because you have money and other generations don't because of your politics. And be quiet and learn how to do things better.
Learn why your kids are excited about these candidates. Learn why young people are getting more involved in politics in numbers that we haven't seen in generations. Learn why. And it's not just we got brainwashed by TikTok or whatever the fuck your fucking idiot news anchors are telling you. Actually, ask yourselves where your news anchors keep going. Where'd Mehdi Hassan go? You watched him every night. Why is MSNBC not called MSNBC anymore? It's called MS Now. Why the fuck is Joy Reid not there? You watched her career blossom for over 15 years to the point where she had a nightly show and then suddenly canceled? What the fuck is that? Ask yourself where they're going. Ask yourself why you keep seeing more and more conservatives come on, conservatives getting shows. And if you're not going to ask those questions, then you're going to end up like the Republicans. You're going to end up fighting with your kids. Your kids aren't going to talk to you anymore. They're not going to fucking want to associate with you. You're going to join some Facebook group of angry parents going, oh my God, my kid won't associate with me. All adult kids are fucking crazy. They've all been brainwashed by social media. It's not our fault. It's everyone else's fault. You're going to die alone, and it's going to be your fault because you're bad parents. Because you're bad fucking parents. You won't listen to your kids. Anyways,
that one hits close to home. Actually,
I know.
those words have been spoken in the context of my family relations not too long ago. Yeah, it is a sad truth, but you can cut through to them personally with that. It's like, if you guys keep this up, you're gonna fucking die alone.
Yeah.
We're not coming to your senior home to visit you after what you've done to this country. So that's it for now. Thank you for coming on and joining me as always, Alex. And the rest of you should never forget that you don't get change in America by asking nicely.
Stay tuned for a great interview with Good Morning Comrade and 2 fellow DSA leaders. Really good conversation. Check it out, folks. Take care.
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff here with a couple of very special guests. First, let's introduce our returning champion, Alex Quinteros. Welcome back, Alex.
Thank you, Jeff. Hello. Welcome. I'm glad to be back.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Well, that's a lie. I'm doing as well as any working class person could be doing in this moment, a 1,000 different things to do, but you just got to keep doing it.
That's the task ahead of us. We also have a brand new guest on the program. It is her first appearance on here, coming to us from San Antonio, Texas. Lexi Garcia. Hello, Lexi.
Hi, good to be here. Thanks so much for having me. How's it going?
I'm doing okay. Oh, as of recording, we have y'all are, South and West Coast. So y'all aren't getting as much of this, but we have this big cloud of just horrible, forest fire blowover from these unfortunate Canadian wildfires, and it's just, I guess, just another achievement for us in the road to climate death, I suppose, but we're going to stop it. We're going to pull the brakes on that runaway train. But I did want to ask you just to introduce yourself to our audience and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Hi, I'm Lexi. I am an organizer in San Antonio, Texas since 2019. I've been a DSA member since 2020, and I have served as co-chair of the local chapter for 3 years. Right now, I'm taking more of a role in our immigration organizing and Palestine solidarity, as well as, how we weave those into our electoral campaigns. And I've been in the movement since 2016 and really happy to be on and talk all things DSA.
Yeah, and that is what we did want to talk to you about, is the immigration organizing and Palestine solidarity work, among other things, that organization like DSA can really needs to be engaged in, not just because like it's the right thing to do. It's the right, like, without immigrants, this country is nothing. Without, I mean, it's just the idea of America, which was sort of created on this, at least rhetorically speaking, promise of, give me your tired, poor, huddled masses and all this other stuff. And the idea of America deporting, basically coming after immigrants and people who might not have documentation or whatever, is essentially the equivalent of America taking a shotgun, pointing it at its own face and pulling the trigger. Like, it really is such a self-defeating, and in addition to the immorality and horror of it, it's just like wrong. And it's self-defeating. It's disgusting. So I can't help but I can't help but just like harp on that,
Yeah, I would say, Jeff, I mean, I think a lot of folks in the U.S. agree with you, right?
Yeah.
I think, with the work that for my 9 to 5, we focus in the Southwest, in the South and Southwest, but I live in Los Angeles, and with so many, I mean, I believe it's more than 60 people that have been that have died either at the hands of ICE or in detention centers, and this is exactly why the system was set up to do, right? To literally oppress Black and brown bodies and undocumented people, to profit for the billionaire class. But we do see that, they do all these polls, and you can see the amount of people that hit the streets that are not in favor of this, are not actually are very much in support of abolishing ICE, because it is, it is a terrorist militia group that has been just militarized by the state. So it is unfortunate, but there are different ways, and I'd love to hear more of Lexi too, the work that that workers are doing in Texas, right? Because it's also a different fight, knowing that also the state is coming after activists as well. But at the same time, it's incredibly important work to be fighting against this and to really be there for our communities.
Lexi, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, you're right. People are fully against this, and we see it time and time again whenever there is the latest atrocity like that. Momentum is fueling our organizing day in and day out. It doesn't stop whenever, the news stops talking about Lorenzo. There's always a next step, a next ask, and a way to tie it to the everyday conditions that workers face, including immigrant workers. And so in Texas, we're, particularly situated in extreme racist laws that embed the police with ICE. And not only are those laws embedded into people's daily lives and freedom of movement, but they are used against everyone, even if you have status. And so
Absolutely.
What a lot of people that are coming into this movement now are finding out is that if we don't protect our immigrants, like our immigrant community, no one is protected. And we see that whenever, in Texas, there is something called SB4, the Show Me Your Papers law, which codifies blatant racism by law enforcement to ask anyone who is brown, who is speaking Spanish, who is driving a pickup truck. These are
it's just legalized profiling. It's literally what it is.
Yeah, to show them that they're a citizen. And, there was a raid on a food truck park that ended up rounding up just anyone who was there catching a meal after their late night shift. And our response was, a public demonstration, but then also canvassing that area and making sure that people know that ICE is in the area. We hit up the council person in that district, made sure that she told us exactly what hand SAPD, San Antonio Police Department, had in this, and that just illuminated and opened up all of these things about how our local law enforcement is aiding and abetting a terrorist organization in our city.
And you 100%. And I think the thing that is really important to underline in what you're saying right now, and again, this is in addition to the immorality of coming after people who are just trying to eat after a shift, or breaking up families and locking like babies in cages and all this other stuff. I think in a sort of like a zooming out 20,000 foot, like you said something that was really important, that these are tactics that are not going to be, even if it were, it would be unacceptable, but they're not tactics that will be limited to these groups that are targeted. They're coming at everybody. And if you're going to look at it from a class perspective, even, like these are our brothers and sisters. These are people that are working class just like us. And so what this is directly is attack by a capitalist state on working class people.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
If I could add to that really quickly, I think one of the things is, in the immigrant community, and where I know right now there's like a lot of focus on the Latino community, but like it really does encompass so many other folks. And also in the way that a lot of these tactics have been used historically against Black Americans in this country, right, with the police, also against indigenous people and of the genocide of indigenous people, and also the connection to Palestinians, right, knowing that these are the kind of infrastructures and the systems that they're using right now to surveil us are the same ones that Israel has been using to commit a genocide against Palestinian people, right? So this is all connected in terms of talk about working class, and especially the capitalist and the billionaire class are the ones that really benefit from us kind of fighting internally. And obviously, like there's a lot of conversations, and I don't want to like diminish the really important conversations that we have in terms of how like Latinos can also be upholding oftentimes white supremacy, right? But ultimately, it is that underlying understanding that you said, Jeff, that this is a working class issue, and this is like a working class issue that goes beyond borders and beyond countries.
100%, 100%. Because again, the capitalist class, capital transcends borders, but for some reason they're used to gate people in, and that is one of the main mechanisms that are. I mean, the United States can create death, havoc, destruction. Just this year, we kidnapped the president of Venezuela. We're holding him, just completely without any charges, even really, just detention. And that's not going to create people that are going to be forced out of their country and find places that they would need to work, be that somewhere else or be that the United States. I mean, the United States foreign policy creates refugees and then even brings refugees in and then just polices the crap out of them.
Yeah, I mean, we see this with TPS too, and I'm curious to know, like, Alexi, if you guys are seeing this in Texas as well, but like literally that, right? Like there's a situation, you have temporary protected status, that's what TPS stands for, and it's a work permit. It's not any form of residency. It's not, there's not like a clear guideline to citizenship because it's literally just a work permit. And I think it's also very telling that a lot of these raids that are happening are at workplaces. It's when people, this entire, like these lies of, we're going to make America safer or we're going after criminals. It's like, really? Because the people that you have been killing have been at work. People that are literally, that build their communities. We see this especially with what happened in Texas, right? With a construction worker. I'm blanking on his name right now.
Joan?
Lorenzo Araujo.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Like who had been, in Houston for 35 years, right? So, yeah, I think it's just it's a lot of tragedy, and I think also a moment for us to really figure out what are the things that we can do to continue to protect each other, not only like, yes, like at the ballot, but not in like the DNC way, but like in the DSA way, you know. And what would that look like? And also just having the community defense. And you know, we've been doing business canvassing here in Los Angeles, and for the where I work, where we do work in the Southwest, we've trained up to 3,000 people nationwide since last year on business canvassing. Like when we go around to small mom and pop shops and let them know about their constitutional rights, specifically the 4th and 5th Amendment, and you know, and it's worked. We've actually seen, we've had people come back to us and tell us like, hey, we went to this place. They told us that a week later I showed up, and they actually knew, they felt empowered. They knew how to, you know, actually not only did they know their rights, they knew how to invoke their rights, and therefore they were able to successfully defend themselves and their coworkers. And it's not only just like that's a great success, but that also literally could mean saving a life of one of our community members, and that could mean ensuring that a family was not separated that day. So when people are feeling, or if you're listening and you feel like hopeless, like know that there are people that are doing this work in different ways depending on your capacity, but there's something that we should all be doing as working class people to protect one another.
It does work. Like we also do business canvassing in San Antonio, and we didn't arrive there like you know, by accident. Every movement that we make is you know, strategically calibrated against who we're fighting. You know, we've had to change from business canvas to neighborhood canvas back to business canvas because ICE is changing their tactics, and as they move, we move. And you know, we want to get to a point where we are proactive instead of reactive, but as it is now, we are like, I guess a metaphor an organizer told me one time was like, good organizing is you know, being there when the sun is shining, of course, but then when the rain comes, knowing to put the rain buckets out. And so right now, in this time where, you know, ICE isn't, we're not, you know, at the point of Minneapolis of block by block organizing, but we are proactively going out to businesses and making sure that they know their rights, as well as have, we're handing out like employees only signs to each business so that they know that if ICE were to come, there is a place where workers or even people that are in the restaurant can go and be supposed to be safe from ICE.
And it's also a cultural signifier, like those signs that say ICE not welcome, or you know, one of our community defense groups here gave us some really cool signs that are just like F ICE and all this other stuff. Like that is also building like not just political consciousness, because I do think that people generally like if you would have a majority of people were polled, they would agree with us, but having those things out there actually build a bit of like awareness that one, people are not alone, and that encourages people to act in defense of their brothers and sisters in these situations.
Yes, to know that other people are against it, that is also like a part of the tactic, right? Like we make this initial relationship with a business who were coming in, these random socialists, to talk to them about ICE and their workers, you know, like you have to meet folks where they're at and first initially have that conversation. But then, you know, a couple of weeks go by, we take another lap, go to those same businesses, see if they have the sign, the employees sign up. And then as you start to build a rapport, we have been successful in getting an ICE not welcome here, everybody welcome here except ICE, into some of those stores. And there was even something that we talk about is like I take your point really well, because I use that to get our chapter to pursue all kinds of businesses, you know, not just like the Michoacana or, you know, or like the taqueria or something, but like, let's go to the coffee shops, let's go to the wine bars, let's go to the places where, you know, like-minded people might be, because the more widespread it is, the more cultural, like, impact we're having. And ever since then, like, you know the places in San Antonio that are against this terror.
And not just like where the people might agree, but where these people work. If you're going and you work at a place that has a "Ice Not Welcome Here" sign, or if you patronize a coffee shop or a bar or a tattoo shop or whatever it is that has that that kind of signage up there, I mean, you can, like, I don't want to be like, this is virtue signaling or whatever, but like this is something that's a signifier that like the community stands against. Like when I was in 2019, I went to Chicago for the teacher strike up there. You have businesses with support Chicago Teachers Union in the window all over the place. How is this any different? This is something that the community can get behind to support our own. And when you have that visible community support, it almost reminds me of open support in a labor union. Like you're concretely making a commitment to say, hey, I stand on this side of this battle. I am on the right side of history. I stand with people who are under attack right now. I stand with the working class. Then you can essentially assess what else these kinds of either people or businesses or community groups or whatever it is can do. The fact that they're willing to put on the button or the pin or the sign in the window, or paint their car with shoe polish or whatever it is.
This reminds me so much of like one of the things that we do in LA too is like we've been doing some school patrols. So one of our DSA members is also a teacher, member of UTLA. Shout out to our teacher unions. And
I'm a former teacher myself. You knew that?
I didn't.
I was a school teacher. I taught middle school special ed for 9 years.
Get out of here!
Yeah.
Oh.
I was also the building rep for my building for my teachers union as well.
That does not surprise me at all, Jeff. Love to hear it.
Anyway, it's not about me. I'm sorry. But shout out to the teachers union of UTLA.
Shout out to
They're
the
fighters
teachers
out there.
Honestly, across the country, but there was like this fear, a specific area in Los Angeles where there was a lot of ICE activity, and they had connected with our Immigration Justice Committee, and just like, hey, do we have some folks that can like kind of do school patrols in the mornings and the afternoon? And I've been to quite a few of them in the morning, and I'm not a morning person, but I'm like, you know what, for my community, I'll do it, so like getting up at 6:30 to drive over, and we have these vests, we have these whistles, we've been trained. Try to get like 2 folks at the entrance and 2 folks at the back entrance, and it's honestly just kind of like one bearing witness, and then but 2, it has just been really incredible to like build those relationships with not only with other teachers but also community members. Like there was one day that we were there where the principal came out and like had given us like donuts, and then there was a guy that drove over who told us that he's been patrolling with his drone. So like he like has his drone going around the school, and he saw us, and he was just like so grateful, and he like gave us water, and like other people were giving us pan dulce. We're like, whoa, a lot of snacks, but it was really sweet, and the parents too, though. The parents were like telling us in Spanish, being like, muchas gracias por lo que están haciendo, like thank you for what you're doing, and smiling, because like even if obviously we're not there to interfere with any we're there to bear witness, but it's I think oftentimes when we think about what actual organizing really is, it's about relationship building, and it's because you believe that people deserve a life of dignity, and we believe that a better world is possible, right? And it's just really incredible and empowering, and like even if it's like so hard. I mean, I did immigration defense work for 7 years, when we worked mostly with unaccompanied minors that were seeking different forms of asylum and, immigration relief. And it's hard work. But at the same time, it is like, secondhand trauma, there's secondhand resilience. And I really do believe that's like a thing. And it's just been really like, I've talked about this online before, but it's like, it's hard to be dealing or to be holding so many different emotions at once, where you have a lot of grief, a lot of anger, resentment, sadness. And at the same time, you feel this immense sense of like love when I look around in my community, and I'm like, damn, like people are really stepping up. And I think those are the things that really inspire others to also do the same, like regardless of what it is that your capacity can be. Because I think sometimes people, if they see DSA, I know I joined in 2020 as well, Lexi. And I remember being like, maybe I don't know enough, maybe like I'm not that well read, or whatever it may be. But Like, we're a working class person who, you know, yes, reading, of course, please do it. But at the same time, you have lived experience as a working class person. So then that is like, for me, the most important, you know. So it's like, you know, what, regardless of, you know, even Mark said it, like everybody with their, like, according to their means, you know. And so I do think there's so much truth to that, and especially in a moment like this, whether it's school patrol, whether it's business canvassing, whether it's know your rights, whatever it is, like, there is a space for you, and in fact, we desperately need you.
100%. And I could not agree with you more on the, like I joke sometimes on this show that, like, too much reading will make you stupid. Like, but like it's a joke, obviously, but like, I like nothing, no matter how much, you know, how much Lenin or Marx or Gramsci or whatever it is that you've read. And I do think that stuff is important, and we do need people that are going to be like scholars or whatever, as, you know, working class scholars or whatever. But like, nothing in any of this stuff is more important than experience and stakes. Stakes are also super important. Like the folks that are on the ground that are affected by this are going to be the ones that are leading on this kind of stuff, because they have the most skin in the game, I guess you could say. So when it comes to people like myself, the whole point is to follow the lead and be there as backup and make it happen. So when it comes to, so you made the connection earlier of the sort of Palestine work that you guys have done in sort of like associated with some of this stuff. Did you want to talk a bit about that?
Sure. Yeah. So San Antonio DSA has been engaged in anti-Chevron, a boycott Chevron campaign in alignment with the international BDS movement. And this also was not a random campaign that we wanted to embark on, but there was in fact like a coordinated strategic call out from the BDS movement, because Chevron has expanded in the region and could potentially expand more if there isn't some kind of intervention or slow in investment. And they have seen what slower investment has done. And so we've been boycotting Chevron and canvassing all Chevron stations to kind of gauge each owner, trying to talk to both the attendants and the owners. We've gotten meetings with some of them, and we've gotten them, the call is to have them officially call on Chevron to stop fueling genocide in the region. There's actually like, they're fueling power lines that go directly over parts of Gaza and power Israel, and do not at all power Palestine.
Direct extraction of natural resources, like direct extraction.
Yes. They call it energy genocide. So that has been something that's grounded in our chapter, both with like our electoral campaigns, making sure that our candidates commit to openly supporting, and just building overall membership buy-in in a shared vision of a campaign. We're not going to get far if people don't find themselves in the movement and find a place where they can directly plug in. So San Antonio DSA has had really those three main plates spinning of Palestine solidarity, electoral work, and immigration justice. Yeah.
Alex, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, I've also worked for the anti-Chevron campaign. So for anyone who's listening, it's like ongoing. Do not purchase your gas from Chevron. You know, do not do it. Tell people. I always say this. Like, one of the things that we, as organizers, is to remember. Just share it. You know, it's a little bit of a cheese man. Maybe just tell people, hey, don't buy from Chevron. Just like keep letting people know, because sometimes, I think oftentimes some working people just are literally not aware, right? Like, and you know, I really hate that BS.
I wasn't aware until just now that was on. So
see, there you go.
I learned something.
Lexi, you told Jeff, amazing. You know what I mean? But you know, like I think oftentimes, like, we do have to have like this, like when you're talking to folks, having that grace to know sometimes people are not doing out of like ill intention, right? And it's just like, so this like, oh, you can Google it. I hate seeing that comment online. You can Google it. It's like some people don't know what to Google, so it doesn't help for you to be telling them this, right? So like if we really want to talk about like having a mass party or mass working people who are going to take back power against the capitalist like fascist billionaire class, then you need to like stop talking to people like they're idiots and like I'm being super disrespectful. Like I thought this was all about the fact that we want a different future for the world where people have, can live a life of dignity and respect, and like we need to be practicing that as well when we say. But in terms of Palestine, I think one of the things that is also really incredible to see is our DSA candidates and our like electeds, because they have the backing of an organization, right? Because like we say this all the time, like when you get our endorsement, it's not a paper endorsement. It's not like, here you go, here's a couple $1,000. We don't got that kind of money, but we got people power, we do have the ability to knock on doors. We do have the ability to do all these different things. We had a mariachi fundraiser for one of our candidates here who got reelected. Shout out to my city council member, Mrs. Hernandez, who is doing so many different things to fight against LAPD. And the fact that they have about almost half of the entire budget for the city of Los Angeles. Almost 50% of the budget goes to LAPD, right? Which means that's directly taking away the funds that can be going to services for folks. But going back to our electeds, one of the things again is like the what's the word? We just swept. We swept in New York, right? We swept in New York. We're winning in Colorado. It's like it's not only on the coast. We're seeing this happening in other places. People they're going off to the runoffs, even like in Arizona. We got folks in Florida as well. You know what I mean? It's because again we are talking about a vision of a different world that is possible instead of like this same kind of rhetoric of everything sucks, but we're less crappy than those. It's like people don't want to hear that. People want to hear about affordability, and I think that's one of the differences of our DSA candidates, and connecting that and not being afraid because we're not receiving, our candidates are not receiving APAC money to be like, oh no, I'm too scared to say genocide, and that's because again we have people power to actually go out and canvass and like knock on doors for the people that we believe are going to support actual working class issues, right? We know that elections are important. They are important, right? As a labor organizer, they're not the most, right? It comes from the bottom up and workers organizing, but it is a session that we should think about. And that's, I think, one of the things that I'm really proud to see, like how, I don't know if you've seen, Jeff, like, Fox News is doing all this basically free publicity for us. They're like, can you believe these like radicals who are saying like Medicare for all, and people are like, yeah, if you read the comments on the National DSA TikTok, they're just like, that sounds great. I didn't realize I was a socialist actually.
Yeah. My favorite one was when Ashik went on, I think it was Will Kane's show. I talked about this with somebody else recently. Like Ashik goes on Will Kane's show. Ashik is one of the co-chairs of DSA. He's also Groundwork. But he was on Fox News and he's talking to Will Kane, and Will Kane's talking about all that awesome stuff and why it's so bad or whatever, like Medicare for all and that sort of stuff. And then my favorite part was when Will Kane, who is like a host on Clan TV, like Fox News, this is like the worst. He's like, why is DSA so white? To Ashik, who's a Bangladeshi American, is just like, what is going? Like, I felt like my soul left my body in that moment. That was so awesome.
No, we are an organization of multiracial working class, and what I think Ashik does so well about communicating in areas like that, and also to members, like our organization knows really clearly that our end goal isn't to win these campaigns. Our end goal is to win the campaigns and show people our politics through them, and garner enough power, popular support, and build a large organization, and recognize that the only thing that government has been able to reliably give us is punishment over and over again, or criminalization, or unaffordability, high bills. But our candidates have been showing that government can work for you, and it's bringing more people in, and yeah.
And I also want to really pause for station ID real quick. WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3 is Good Morning Comrade. On that as well, the things that you're describing, the support for Palestinian humanity and the end of the genocide, the end of the Iran war, the abolition of ICE, or even if it's defunding of ICE, or just like anti-ICE, whatever, if it's Medicare for all, these are all positions that are extremely popular that mainstream Democrats cannot even consider. So much so that it's super telling that it's not Democrat-aligned media that's having grace from New York City DSA or a Sheik or anybody else from DSA on, but it's the right-wing media trying to bring it on to start crap, and it's just like a really interesting thing to see, because it is an opportunity for an organization like DSA to get its message out, but it is also this is a civil war, because what's going on right now on the sort of on the establishment American quote unquote, it's not a left, but it's sort of like the relative left of establishment Democrats, is they've been peddling no hope since Jimmy Carter. They've been peddling this idea that the world can't get better. You have to just deal with it. Eat the turd and just sort of swallow it and like it, because otherwise you're going to get nothing. And what we're bringing here is an actual affirmative politics that they must stomp it out as best they can, because it, one, refutes their entire perspective, and two, it gives people the idea, the recognition that people have the power to actually change things. It doesn't have to be this way. The world can be better, and the only thing that's standing in the way are these MFers that are trying to stomp it all out.
Yeah, I think that reminds me, a shout out to Marissa Roy, who's a cadre member here in Los Angeles and is running for city attorney, and is completely endorsed by a chapter. She's just incredible. I remember the first time I heard her speak, I was like, damn, we asked her what we had a forum, and we were asking, when we were figuring out who we're going to endorse, and we're like, what's the thing you're most proud of in your career? And she said, there was wage theft that was happening with carguacheros. For those who don't know, there's a lot of these workers are immigrants. So a lot of these workers tend to be undocumented, and so we see a lot of these raids. And she said that one of the most proudest moments for her was that he was actually able to successfully sue these employers and got $2 million back in wage in stolen wages for these workers. So these are actual material conditions that are changing, that it can change. And of course, little behold, all these corporations are throwing so much money right at her opponents, because this is someone that is actually she has sued Meta, for example, for the dangers for children, and the social media, and how they're what's the word? Using these algorithms to make people even more addicted. She's sued the Trump administration. She's saying about holding ICE accountable, holding, LAPD accountable. And they don't want to hear that, right? They don't want to hear that, because then it's going to demonstrate. So Mamdani's demonstrating this, so much, right? The fact that he even came out was just no, I'm not going to take an increase, because nobody that I'm talking to in New York cares about the salary. Yeah. And if we continue to demonstrate that through our DSA politics, right, when we really are talking about real working class issues that are driven, right, we're member-led, member-funded, something that Ashik told me when I first met him. I was like, yeah, I love that saying. I know he didn't say it, but I love it. It's capitalist, socialist cash beats capitalist trash, right? So it's it is an opportunity for us to really build something out of, and not be constrained by, funders, or constrained by you don't want to piss off, whatever, the boss or whatever. This is a space where you can do this external organizing that is so important as well. This is why for me, I'm build your union in your workplace and join DSA, and those are the two things that are just that for me since I joined in 2020, that I was wow, this is a political home for me. And it's it's not perfect. I'm mad.
Of course not.
like 99% of the time. But you know, but I'm also just mad. You know what I mean? Because how would I not be? So I think there's just like a lot of things that people are like listening, like I'm not sure, you know, like there's a space for you, and you know, and there's other comrades in this space that want to see you succeed, that want to see you be part of something, so we can literally just, so we don't have to keep, like Lexi said, living in this like reactionary way, but actually think proactively. Like I think oftentimes we don't even have an opportunity to think of what a future would look like. Like if we take a time to actually just sit down and be like, what is your ideal future? And I think it's just like, you know, because the other side is constantly just like boom, boom, boom. So I think we need to do much more creativity, much more imagination of like what is the kind of future we want to live in and building it.
You're right. We have to be clear-eyed about that. And you are so right to point out DSA as a political home, because what we create together is, is co-created. And as like you say, like, don't other yourself in the union, you like don't other yourself in DSA either. You are DSA, and the organizers around you want to build you up, and everything tangible and like effective that I've learned has come from being in DSA. And this is just after my day job, stealing a little time here and there. Yeah. But like really,
I didn't hear you say that.
Really spending the time in figuring out how a Google Sheet works, and learning some tricks, knowing how to cut a list, how to build a list. All these things are tactful things that regular working people can learn how to do to affect change and like be a there's a lot of different ways to be a DSA member. I know I'm not luring you in with like a Google Sheet, but
some people are really into Google Sheets though.
Yeah. That's where I found my home. So yeah, you're so right that we're all here to like build up new members, and there's no prerequisite, like you are a member of the working class.
There's it was a joke on social media for like the longest time, where I think it was even like a Twitter account back in the day where it was like DSA should, and it was just a bot that would just say like random stuff. And like it's a joke because people will often just say like DSA should do X, Y, and Z. And like that's probably a great idea. Whatever that idea is, probably a great idea. You know how you get that idea enacted in a democratic organization? You have to organize with people to move that idea, not just to get it passed as like a resolution at a general meeting or at DSA convention or whatever the hell. You need to have a plan to actually implement that, have people who are going to take ownership and responsibility for bottom lining this thing. That's how you make something successful. That's how you get from DSA should to DSA is going to do that thing. So I think that's really important, that if you're a member of DSA and there's a lot of like hand wringing internally about like paper members and all this other stuff. I think it's great that we have like tons of members of DSA, and it's great that they have opinions. If you're so worried about engaging them, you have to build those relationships, and one way to do that is if somebody does say DSA should X, come to the general meeting. We'll talk about it. We'll find people. We'll try and like figure out how we can actually implement this, as opposed to just like posting on social media on Elon Musk's website or whatever it is. I mean, like, and I'm not against posting. I don't think either of y'all are either. But like, it's just like it's not a healthy it's not a healthy outlet for your like there's different kinds of posting. There's the angry posting, but there's also the promoting cool stuff posting, and I think I prefer the latter.
What is a post if not a posture?
A promotion post.
I actually just jumped on a call with some workers here in LA. I'm not going to give too much information because they're still on bargaining right now, but they had reached out to me on social media like, hey, can we jump on a call? And I was like, yes, of course. And, a lot of flashbacks to when me and my coworkers were unionizing the second time, and just like, dang, like this, the union busting just like so it's like so
disgusting.
It's disgusting. Exactly. Union busting is disgusting, but I feel like so much of that, experience really helped also really mold the way that I see myself as an organizer inside of my workplace and outside, and even with DSA as well. So when we talk about, when you said like, we have so many paper members, I don't even know if I like that term, to be honest. Like that
They're
term,
dues payers. They're dues payers. Like that's what they are.
You're paying your dues.
They're members.
I think I don't have the book, I'll have the book over there, but the Labor Notes book, Secrets of a Successful Organizer, it's a bullseye. You have different people, the core folks like this. It's just like, yes, everyone has a role to play. And you're like, so if we're dismissing or like diminishing people who, who are parents who may not be able to go to every single meeting, but have an opinion and are doing something in their community, like then their vote matters. Right. So I want to say that we have over 120,000 members nationwide. We have become the largest democratic socialist organization in the history of this country. That is huge, right? That is huge. And let's talk about it. Let's talk about what happened, recently with the National Political Committee, because I think it makes me think of, when I in my union, right? Like we think of, we're so critical, especially in DSA, and like these leftist spaces of like these bureaucratic unions that don't care about their members. Exactly. Yeah. So like it is important to get the input of your members. Like, what are you if not the members, right? Even like I'm in a position of leadership right now. I'm an elected position and I'm on steering for my chapter, right? Also for national and like for communications. At the end of the day, like the closer that you are to the membership, the more you're going to understand. And if you're going to say like, well, I disagree with what the majority of the membership wants, then that's on you, boo. That's on you to do some internal organizing for like the ideas that you want, like we were talking about right now. It's like then you need to organize. I'll give you guys an example. There was something in my last union where,
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of Pep After Dark, otherwise known as Late Night Pepaganda, Primetime Pepaganda. I don't know anymore. Actually, I really like the Pep After Dark. We're going to go with that. All right. Well, as I said, welcome to the show. Just came fresh off the heels of a fine stream over on my own channel. Quick, shameless plug at Pep Talks TV on YouTube and on Twitch. We have a good old time over there. You know what? We were watching some Piers Morgan content. He was coping pretty hard with like this whole, Abdul Al-Sayed win and the DSA, which is fun to watch. Gonna be real, like watching the centrists kind of freak out has been nice, but also watching a lot of people step up to the moment where they're just like, no, you're misidentifying what socialism is in the context of this race. I love that Abdul, like, as much as some people hated the fact that he just said, no, I'm technically a Catholic. Like, hey, you know what? If he's doing sock dem stuff, let him. It's better than dem stuff. Like, we just have, I know that incrementalism is not something that a lot of people like want to talk about or like they want to acknowledge, but I do think that like we do have to kind of take like step by step, and obviously don't be too cautious. Don't be, like we do want to upset, we want to rock the boat. We want to upset people, but you don't want to go too far, So I think that that's something that we could definitely benefit from. But either way, welcome, like I said, to this space and Pep After Dark. If you guys are just joining us from my channel, this space is a shared space where we have a bunch of other creators with all types of different content, where we have a very similar political background, but we have the same belief in the message, and just in general, like we want the same things. So this space is a very good, just alternative space to kind of, tune in, tune out, tune in, zone out is another one where I'll even admit it. There are days that I do that where I'll just turn on this space and I'll just kind of zone out on some stuff, because unfortunately, once things get a little too, technical, I do kind of do it's like I have school brain, man, where like you guys remember this shit, where you'd be sitting in the middle of a class and they'd be talking about some shit that you just do not care about. And you just be like, Charlie Brown, you just do like, that's exactly how it goes sometimes, where I'm just, and it's through no fault of their own. A lot of times I just, sometimes it's just how my brain works. But like last night, if you guys were not able to join us here on this space, we were doing our election coverage. Had a great time. Shout out to Forrest and Christina for hanging, and then Jeff also for hanging. I came in late, so I know that Alex was there and a few other people were hanging, and I did not catch them. But yeah, I had a good time. We were able to make the call at the very end, and then kind of file off for the evening. But we had some interesting discussions. Like, I recommend going watching the VOD. It was a good time. Shout out to Christina for also interviewing Taylor Lorenz. You guys should really go check out the VOD for that as well. I have different opinions about Taylor Lorenz than some of y'all or some of the creators, but it's okay. Some of it comes from personal grievances, I will admit. Some of it also comes from, I think that sometimes she does she's a little irresponsible in the way that she frames things, but realistically, at the end of the day, she does do good work. And if you like her, you like her. That's how this should go. Like, you shouldn't have to feel forced to enjoy somebody because I do, or, vice versa, where it's like, you do if I don't like somebody and you guys do, then you shouldn't feel pressured to not like them. I don't like that in content creation. I'm going to be real. Like, that stuff really, really bugs me. I wish less of that, more focus on, broader coalition type of shit. But Taylor does come across as a Valley girl, but hey, whatevs. It's not even the Valley girl. It has nothing to do with her cadence, even though that does annoy me. No, there's just, I don't know, man. She can never admit that she's wrong, which is a problem. Have you ever seen her like challenged? Yeah. Like it gets a little testy. But hey, it's, as I said, it's okay. If you like her, you like her. And honestly, there are times that I've watched some of her content. Like, I think that her whole thing with like, not Citizens United, but the online bill, where, we have our, online protection thing. I keep forgetting what it is, but yeah, I like what she does for that. We should have online protections, but also, like, I know it's weird to say this, but I kind of like how it is right now, where that you can't really sue, because, like, you do understand how that's going to shut down all of our free speech, right? So I don't know. Debate Taylor on this space, if she wants to, cool. But yeah, yes, Pep, you're right. She will never admit an error, and that's also why I would not want to debate her. I'll be completely real. Section 230. Section 230. Section 230. That's it. Yeah. Sesta, Fosta, and Casa are her main beats. There we go. Yes. Section 230. That was it. That was the one I was talking about that I so, expertly articulated. Welcome to Pep Talks, by the way. Yeah. If you guys don't know, I do a pretty chill show over on my channel. We're definitely in chill mode. Late night with Pep is I do another show here called PEPAGANDA on Tuesdays. I like to orient like that around the news and stuff. This is more just it's a chill hang. So if you guys are joining us in chat, don't be afraid to chime on in. I can read all your chats. You may not be able to see them on screen, but I can see all of them. Also, if you guys have not already, hit the subscribe button and like the stream. I would really appreciate that. Specifically, the like. Liking the stream really does help. So she did say some pretty good work on the police state stuff. That's what I'm saying. No. Like I can see where she's done good work. The problem, like I said, is the fact that, God forbid, you bring up some of the less than correct stuff on that end. Then, yeah, I don't know. She's not good at being challenged. I'll say that much. But it's okay. Whatever, man. I'm sure that she would take umbrage with this, but it's okay, guys. I'm also trying not to if you're a Taylor Lorenz fan, I don't want you to hate me and I don't want you to hate her because I'm not. Like I was saying, that stuff that's complete BS. Let's not do that. Let's not play those games. Also, another thing that we should all be better about is learning to listen to somebody that we may disagree with in the short term. So, for instance, I have a few creators that I don't necessarily like to listen to a lot, but I've gotten better at going back and kind of taking, their opinions and going okay, well, yeah, that's right. That's wrong. Brian Tyler Cohen's a good one. Where, yeah, he's very corporate shilly and DNC shilly, but every once in a while, man, he does some really, really good coverage. So, that's what I don't want to be lost in this. Actually, TYT, I kind of did this on PEPAGANDA the other day where I was covering a TYT piece and I kind of realized I'm like, not being able to just admit that this was good coverage because I have beef with them, that's not okay. I need to be able to just be like, okay, so they got this one right. Not the biggest fan, but, when it comes to Israel and Palestine, TYT does good work. Not a big fan. I just look at her as the same as I look at her as the same as I do many that I may not be as big of a fan, but I have nothing against her. No. Now, yeah, I have nothing against her personally, but there are a few things that she has done that, I felt like some of her coverage on Chorus was a little disingenuous, and I covered that yesterday. I'm not going to relitigate it, but that is my opinion. Anyway. Alrighty. I do have something fun that I wanted to watch with y'all. Check this out. So, kind of found this literally in the minute that I had between this show and my last show. So apparently a congressional candidate for Congress was knocked out after playing loud music at a beach.
Oh, chair thrower.
Oh, damn, he did get laid out.
Oh, chair thrower.
Oh, that was a light. That was like a little. Dude, that. Ooh, he got a glass jaw.
We go. Hey, put your bag
He has a glass jaw.
Put your bag away. I told him if he wants to go to the hospital, come here.
Oh, he challenged him.
It is over.
It's over. You go home, man. All right? You go home.
Hey. You.
Hey. Not my drone.
You.
Not my drone, right? You're not talking about my dog, right?
I don't care.
Don't do that, dude.
Oh, he was challenging.
Don't do that.
Yeah, he was stepping up.
Go ahead. Just go. Good work, guys. Don, go ahead.
Am
Go
I?
ahead.
I didn't put him in the ground. I didn't put him in the ground. I have to put you in the ground. I can't. All right.
Oh, you're gonna
Let's go.
hit women now.
Let's go, bro.
Go ahead.
I'm good.
Let him
Let's
have
do
it.
it, mother.
I just said it's over.
All right, good. It's over.
He's gonna hit him.
It's over.
He's a child.
Oh, so is he just like standing in his underwear? Because that doesn't look like swim trunks.
I'm a child. I'm 40 years old.
Damn, I feel good about like how I look compared to this guy.
Act like it then.
He deserves it. Oh yeah.
Doei.
Yeah, this is a guy that kind of deserves what he's about to get. Oh, he put hands on you. Yeah, you get lit. You get licked. He hit twice. He gets up again. He thinks he's a... I mean, damn, dude, he deserved that way more than I thought he did. The fact that he picked up the chair. Oh, man. He got laid the fuck out. Here, one more time. Damn, he goes up lipping off to the fucking to the ladies in the bunch. What a coward, man.
Doei.
Damn. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that you got got. Like this is what we call life lesson. His little bitch ass is probably trying to press charges. Oh. I mean, he threw dude, the thing is, good luck. Good luck pressing charges because you threw hands first. All right, I love how he gets up and then he tries to grab the chair. He's just like, wait, I got a chair. Clack! Oh! One.
Chair thrower.
1, 2, 3. Ding, ding, ding. Call it.
We go.
Call it.
We go. We go.
And that right there, that's how you do it. You ever knock anybody out, you gotta do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you make sure they're breathing.
What you know, Ollie boy?
Yeah, but then you fucking let them know that they just got knocked the fuck out.
Yeah. Trey, stay right there. You don't?
Do you think if we got a two-sided suction cup and put it on both their heads that they would be stuck like Chinese finger cuffs?
You don't?
I mean, dude, he got knocked the fuck out. He really did. Oh, and he kept going? He kept going. No. That guy's got a mean belly.
I'm good. 200 kale.
Unfortunately, I share a body type with this motherfucker. He can't get in. No, he's confused. Damn, dude, he might actually need to go to a doctor. That swimsuit is too tight. I don't think that's a swimsuit. I think my guy's actually wearing like boxers or like, the boxer briefs or whatever. And he just like didn't put his pants on. Oh, he's going back for more. This guy's standing there like fucking Leonidas. Brain damage? Yeah. I mean, dude, the way that he fell backwards is the thing that I think got him.
I started recording it.
Like, he got clipped. Like, he's got a glass jaw like a mofo.
Just in case. Just in case, yeah.
Where'd this happen? I don't even know.
He was here the other day, too.
Oh, just ends like that, eh? Down goes APEC. When smart cop turns the tables on disrespectful cop.
Hey, I can do that. I can tell you that's the First Amendment.
Oh, that was total AI. I fell for AI. I don't like that I fell for AI. Now I feel dumb. That's not cool. Nah, it's not in Houston. I think that's the where he's from is Houston. I don't know though. Oh no, that was in Maui. Maui, Hawaii. Live Madison protests. Ooh, really? A socialist appears on Fox. I did not see this.
In that I was recently on the right-wing cable channel News Nation to defend socialism.
It is creepy how much this guy looks like one of my best friends.
I think it went rather well, but that
Wow.
appearance evidently came to the attention of the booking producers at the king of the right-wing propaganda networks, Fox News. So got the call from Fox that they wanted a socialist to come on and be assaulted
So glad
with
it was you.
questions by one of their hosts. And so I recently went on the Will Kane show and we discussed Mamdani, 2028, socialist beliefs. It's very short as these things are, but take a look at it. I'm pretty pleased with how it went. I think that socialism came out looking okay.
Also, follow Current Affairs, guys, if you don't already. I'm gonna post this in the chat.
Joining me now is Nathan Robinson, editor-in-chief of Current Affairs magazine and author of Why You
Well, that is some awful audio.
Should Be a Socialist. Nathan, good to have you on the program. Thank you.
Hello, Will. Good to be with you.
So, Nathan, look, I know because I've got notes here that say you don't want to endorse a candidate. But look, you're a socialist. You've got a fancy accent, which suggests you're not necessarily,
You have a
at
fancy
least originally,
accent.
an American.
I knew that was going to come back
You
to haunt him one day.
are also ascendant. The socialist, you're ascendant. How would you feel about Kamala leading the party in 2028?
Yeah, not good. You're not going to find much support for Kamala Harris or Pete Buttigieg or Hillary Clinton
he's
among
right.
the Democratic Socialists because these politicians represent exactly the tendencies within the Democratic Party that since Bernie Sanders ran in 2016, Democrats have been arguing against, right? They're associated with the deeply unpopular Biden administration.
Wait.
The Biden
I don't mean to
administration's
cut you off.
line was...
What about they're coming to you, though? They're moving towards you. So like Pete Buttigieg talking about doing away with the Electoral College and packing the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
You're just saying it's just not enough?
Well, Pete Buttigieg is a former McKinsey consultant who adjusts everything he says on the basis of what his poll numbers are telling him. What the Democratic Socialists have said since 2016 is that mainstream Democrats have neglected working people's needs, that they have said things like the economy is good, but you just don't appreciate it. The Democratic Socialists say, no, actually, you're right about your economic frustrations. Let's talk about the cost of childcare. Let's talk about the health care. Let's talk about getting you into a union so you're better bargaining.
He was expecting some Russian or Eastern European accent
with your boss.
I'll be honest, the transatlantic accent, it is kind of a choice, right?
Talk about kitchen table issues.
I can't imagine that his dad was just like, "Hey there, son. Hey, Nathan, why don't we go and have ourselves a little bit of a boondoggle down at the docks today?"
Matter to working people.
Okay, so no Pete Buttigieg, no Kamala Harris. No,
we'll play a little bit of the handball. Some of them call it basketball.
Hillary Clinton. Not everybody who's even a
transatlantic accent, I'm sorry, is such bullshit. It was like a way where like you had a bunch of these rich fucking assholes that, they lamented losing their English accent throughout the, decades that we were here. So they're just like, we need to find a way where we can prove that we're not like these ne'er-do-wells.
Ascendant right now is at least in name a democratic socialist. So like Abdul al-Sayed, he's rejecting the socialism part. We played that clip earlier. He says that's at least what he says. I mean, I think you and I might agree. His actions and policies suggest something else. So could you get behind a guy like Abdul al-Sayed, who's today in a primary in Michigan?
Well, I think he's pretty sincere about not being a socialist. He just doesn't believe in the kind of public control, level of public control of the economy that socialists do. But I think the real question for Democratic Socialists in 2028 is who aligns best.
It's not about not liking how it sounds necessarily, but I'm more so just wondering like how much of it was like he learned about it from like a video or like he watched some old ass movie and he's just like, you know what? This is how I'm going to speak.
With the priorities that we're talking about. And Abdul is running on Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All. Abdul wrote the book on Medicare for All. And that's what socialists care about, right?
Because from my understanding, he's from Louisiana.
They care about getting people affordable health care. They care about strengthening unions. They care about tackling the climate crisis. So the things that Abdul is prioritizing are the things that socialists value, which is why I think he'll be a very strong contender.
But I hear you. I don't know. Putting on a performative accent in any way, shape, or form, and then just making it your voice, I'm just going to call it out. That's a little weird.
I hear you being a practical political.
It's like just kind of choosing to have a British accent one day and just be like, I mean, you guys remember when Madonna did that? That shit was weird.
Commentator there. You're basically saying he may not be a socialist, but he's closer to a socialist than is Haley Stevens. And so I would have to assume as well that if you got to it in a presidential election, then if it were Pete Buttigieg versus Hillary Clinton, you'd do the same thing. You'd say, I guess I'm behind Pete Buttigieg. He's more socialist.
Well, I don't know. Pete Buttigieg versus Hillary Clinton. I would plead that that's not how things came out. That we had someone better than those two choices. I've written very critically about both of those politicians, but it would depend on who.
It's interesting. It's interesting to hear you be practical in your politics, Nathan. When so many of the
keep forgetting that Will Cain and a whole bunch of these Fox News shows are on Sirius XM as radio shows.
Policies of the Democratic Socialist of America are patently impractical. I mean, this is my editorialization here, Nathan, but you're promising pie in the sky, ridiculous concepts like abolishing prisons, abolishing the police. There's no, not only is there no reality of you implementing these policies, but there's no, I don't even know that you really want them. You say them out of one side of your mouth to one audience, and you say something else to another audience. So it's like, it feels like you're running for student council in middle school.
Well, no, I think actually...
You don't know his background? So I looked into it because I was curious. I know he's from Louisiana. I know that, like, he even said that he picked up this transatlantic accent around high school because he thought that it was a different way to broadcast type of thing. And great.
Will, you just misunderstand how it works, right?
Doesn't make it any less weird. I'm gonna be real.
So, like, every socialist,
but the thing is, I'm not judging necessarily. It is weird. I love his content. I watch him, but I can judge this as just being like, you do talk like this now. That's a choice.
As a dream, and the dream is that eventually we don't have crimes. You don't have to have prisons, right? You deal with crimes before they happen, rather than after they happen by throwing people in cages.
Actually, random question, and this has nothing to do with like the topic at hand here. When a white person starts speaking Spanish and like using it phonetically, is that like something to cheer for, or is it douchey?
And then we have a practical
when they're just like, I would like a quesadilla.
Which is you run for mayor. You have to fix potholes. And I think what you see in Mamdani, right, is that when socialists are actually elected, they fill potholes. They improve bus speeds. He's building rest
stops. So you don't really want to abolish prisons.
He's expanding free preschool. It's very, very practical things. When Bernie was the mayor of Burlington, right, he sort of focused on building affordable housing, on protecting the waterfront.
But I'm saying, so why are you saying these things like abolish prisons and defund the police? If you don't really plan on doing it, why say it? Why lie to your voters?
Because nobody's lying.
Depends on the facial expressions when they speak it. Oh,
running on the exact kind of things that they're going.
So, like, if they do the self-congratulatory thing,
to do, right? Mamdani ran on the things he was going to do, and now he's
mi perro es en una piscina.
Doing them. But socialism does have a utopian component that dreams that someday, we're not going to have prisons.
But I would be careful, Nathan, because what you begin to sound like there is the very thing that you criticized at the outset of our interview. You sound like a Democrat who makes big promises that somebody else will come along in 5 to 10 years and say you never fulfilled those promises. You sound like the exact same thing that you accused Hillary Clinton of being. And I'm saying the difference between you and Hillary Clinton is 10 years, Nathan. In the next 10 years,
Maria y Francisco, mi amigo. Porque
more radical than you will come along.
Francisco es muy grande y tú es muy pequeño.
Criticize your practicality.
Mamdani ran on a series of promises, right? Freeze the rent, free childcare. He's fulfilling the promises. So there's no broken promise. He's telling voters exactly what he's going to do. He gets into office, and now that's why you're seeing he has a very high approval rating, and most people in New York think the city is finally going in the right direction.
And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, right? like every other experiment in socialism. We'll see how that public-run grocery store goes.
I'm pretty confident.
Me too. Me too. Love to have you back along the way. Thank you, Nathan.
Thanks, Will.
Oh, no follow-up?
Thanks for watching. Just as
No follow-up. I still can't believe they do a printed version of the magazine. I will admit that that's a little... in the age of our Lord 2026 seems not... Yeah. Who changed Pep's language settings? Por qué? I always forget like the basic words, like why. Pep wait, not espique. Pep es habla español. ¿Por qué? There we go. Alrighty. Let's play a little bit of roulette. What do we got? Trump claims Abdul al-Sayed hates Jews and hates Israel. Might as well bring this to your attention.
And the polls were wrong again last night when they thought it would be a landslide victory for a hater of Jews.
Did he not even react to his own clip? No.
And a hater of Israel. This guy hates Jews. Somebody said, oh, that's a little strong. No, he hates Jews and he hates Israel. Abdul al-Sayed. Can you believe this?
Can you believe this? Sounds so un-American. Wow.
This could only happen to me. Abdul al-Sayed, lovely gentleman. He's a man of hate. And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves. He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love
I'm telling you right now, it was all a lie. The fact that the Republicans wanted him, like, that was such a bluff.
Jewish people.
They're panicking their fucking asses off.
He hates them.
Hey, Sylvie, he was in your neck of the woods.
He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it.
The campaign that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and their GOP MAGA allies are launching is already more bitter. All you got to do is look at the ads you're already watching on TV, started today. You know, they think they want to use my whole name against me. And to all of my sisters and brothers of the Jewish faith, or any faith at all, or no faith at all, I want you to know that my commitment to your safety, my commitment to Jewish safety, is the same commitment that I have to the safety of my own daughters.
I'm glad that the AP did that little bit of legwork at the end there. Like, for real, that was nice. They don't usually do that. So, good on the AP for just being like, nah. All right, so I was saving this from my last stream. I've been saving this since yesterday. Afro Man. Apparently, Afro Man is suing, and I'm interested in hearing what is happening here. I have no idea. So, is he suing Pound Cake, or who is he suing? The entire police force? I don't know. But you know what? This story's hilarious.
We watched a rapper in an American flag suit beat 7 police officers in their own county.
Yeah, and you know what? He's an American fucking hero for it.
This time, he's the one doing the suing. And he announced it in exactly the way you would expect.
Oh, God. Did he actually? He made a song. He made a song! He made a song! No! Oh my God!
The flag. On July 27th, 2026.
I fucking love him. He's the best.
4 months after the verdict,
he made another fucking song about how he's suing the cops before he sued the cops. This man is a legend.
And one day after his birthday, Joseph Foreman filed a brand new lawsuit in Adams County. He's suing one of the men who executed the search warrant on his house.
He's just so
Most
funny.
people expected Afro Man to sue the cops. But today, I want to answer an overlooked question. Does this thing actually work under
Let's
Ohio
see.
law? And is there a version of this story where Afroman, who just won the most quotable free speech trial in years, talks himself straight into being the defendant again?
Oh, God.
Hold on to your pound cake, people, because this one's coming in hot. On August 21st, 2022, deputies from the Adams
All right,
County,
appreciate
Ohio
that.
Sheriff's Office kicked in the front door of a house belonging to Joseph Foreman, better known as Afroman, the man who gave us the world Because I Got High.
I was gonna clean my room until I got high.
Afroman lives in Winchester, a town of about 1,000 people, located roughly 50 miles east of Cincinnati. Now, the warrant accused Afroman of serious charges: drug trafficking and kidnapping. The source of these accusations was a confidential informant who told them there was a torture dungeon in the basement. And it should be pointed out that Afroman's house does not have a basement. On the day of the search warrant, Afroman wasn't home. His then wife and their two kids, 10 and 12, came over when they saw the police. The deputies broke down the front gate, destroyed a door, cut the wiring on the security camera system, went through his closet, flipped through his CDs, handled a pile of cash, and memorably walked past a lemon pound cake baked by his mother. They didn't find any of the things listed on the warrant: no drugs, no kidnapping victims, no evidence of any crime, no basement torture dungeon. They never filed any charges against Afroman, but they left behind something priceless. The security cameras were cut, not destroyed.
The footage was
and the
incredible.
survived. Afroman asked the sheriff's office to pay for the door. He said their response was basically, "That's not our problem."
That's not
he
our
also
problem,
said
yeah.
about $5,000 in cash was seized, and about $400 of it never
Long
came
test.
back. The sheriff's office
You guys
says
don't know
a
I do this on my own
deputy
stream.
miscounted. So in December 2022,
got this little fancy
he did the only thing
lung
he could
capacity
do.
tester.
He made a song, then an album, then merchandise with the deputies' faces on it. He nicknamed one of them Officer Poundcake. He compared another to Gomer Pyle. He recorded a song implying he slept with the deputy's wife. In March 2023, 7 of the deputies sued him for defamation, false light, invasion of privacy, and misappropriation of likeness. They asked for roughly $3.9 million. The ACLU of Ohio filed an amicus brief calling it exactly what it looks like: a slap suit, a meritless lawsuit filed by government actors in order to silence criticism. The court threw out 6 of the 8 claims, but the defamation and false light counts survived. Then in February 2026, something happened that nobody covered much at the time, and that turns out to matter enormously. The court granted summary judgment against Afroman's own counterclaims, the ones he brought against the cops for trespass and destruction of property. Remember that, because we're going to come back to it. In March 2026, there was a 3-day jury trial, and it was all captured
I was gonna sue the government until I got high.
gloriously on video. Afroman's lawyer got a deputy to admit he's the guy in the video walking past the pound cake. He got another to concede that calling someone a son of a bitch is an opinion.
How does he look more? How does he look like Chuck Liddell, just more bulldogish?
Not a fact you can prove. And the defense called exactly one witness, a deputy's ex-wife, a school teacher, who explains that her students all know the Cardi B song WAP, and none of them think it's a documentary. The jury sided with Afroman on everything. And the reason is simple. Nothing he said
You heard that right.
about the officers was provably false. Defamation and false light both require falsity. Giving someone a nickname, not a fact. An insult, not a fact. Oh, and real footage of a real cop looking at a real pound cake is not false. Afroman was completely exonerated. But remember, they sued him, and that meant that after the trial, he got the bill. It costs a lot to defend yourself in a defamation trial. Unfortunately, Ohio didn't have an anti-slap law when the deputies filed in 2023. It passed one in January 2025, 22 months too late to help Afroman. As we've talked about many times, anti-slap laws are important because they allow the court to dismiss meritless lawsuits at an early stage. They're meant to prevent cases like this from ever going to trial. They also force the person who filed the bogus suit to pay the fees of the person who had to defend himself. This means Afroman got a raw deal. He won the free speech case of the year, but he wound up paying attorney's fees over $20,000 for the privilege. And that explains what he did next. The new complaint is 8 pages long. It was filed in the Adams County Court of Common Pleas, this time in front of Judge Brett Spencer. The first thing worth noticing about this paper—
why do they all look the same?
—is that even though 7 deputies sued Afroman, he sued exactly
bald goatee,
one of them back. His name is Brian K. Newland. Why Newland? We aren't totally sure. Newland is the money guy. He's the one who testified that he—
oh, he's the one who took Afroman's money.
Miscounted the
Yeah,
cash.
yeah.
That's the $400 Afroman has been
Who
calling
allegedly,
theft in song form for 3 straight years. One quick correction while we're
miscounted
here.
Afroman's
Afroman
money.
has said on Instagram that Newland sued him for $1.5 million, but the trial record doesn't appear to support that. The $1.5 million figure was Phillips's number. Newland claimed damages that were listed at $1 million. So why Newland? The strategic answer appears to be that Newland gives Afroman a story that goes beyond "you sued me and lost." Against the other deputies, the argument is primarily you brought a lawsuit that failed. Against Newland, Afterman can point to a second event.
Created a lab.
Found out the money, put it in an evidence bag, and then at the end of the search, I transported it back to the sheriff's office.
All right. Did you take any of the money?
No,
Did you ever take any money from the evidence bags?
no,
Did you ever take any of Mr. Foreman's money?
no.
Are you aware that the cash was ultimately returned to Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
And can you tell us why that was?
The prosecutor at the time decided that we're not going to pursue any criminal charges, and the property was released back to him.
Was an allegation made that there was less cash than there should have been?
Yes,
And who made that allegation?
I believe Mr. Foreman.
How did you learn about this discrepancy?
The evidence technician at releases property had called me and told me that the account was short.
During the raid, Newland allegedly handled seized cash, Afterman claims money went missing, and then Newland later sued him for publicly accusing the deputies of misconduct. That gives Afterman a theory of malice. In a malicious prosecution case, malice is often the hardest element to prove. A failed lawsuit alone does not prove someone acted maliciously. Afterman needs a reason why Newland allegedly pursued the case without proper justification. His argument will likely be that Newland had a personal reason to silence or counter the accusation that money disappeared. There's another strategic reason Newland may have been selected. Afterman's suit is not primarily about the raid, it's about the later civil lawsuit.
Yeah.
Police conduct during a search raises a completely different set of defenses involving official duties and government protections. But a personal defamation lawsuit brought over alleged
That's why, if you guys saw the streamer where he got swatted, and there's a cop that was just like, whoa, and he's just like, man, I wish I had that set up. Like he had a whole bunch of weapons that were in a nice, like a rack. That actually ended up turning into a lawsuit.
Reputational harm is easier to frame as a private legal decision by
all because the guy just made a comment.
An individual plaintiff.
Hey, Skell, sorry.
I don't know how that turned out, but I just do know that it turned into a lawsuit. So, okay, Eagle Team
twice. So click or scan or use my code LegalEagle to get an exclusive 15% off your first purchase of a Saley eSIM, or I'll see you.
These guys really do show the importance of having a well-tailored suit
in court.
Newland is also no longer a deputy. He resigned in December 2023.
I ended up leaving the sheriff's office just because of this.
See, that's the difference right there.
Because of being called a pedophile and a thief.
Whether that affects indemnification or who pays for his defense depends on the specific
Although that
circumstances.
small collar and the size of his head.
Practically speaking, suing one former officer is a very different litigation strategy than taking on 7 current or former officers at once. Of course, all of this is inference. The complaint itself does not actually explain why Afterman chose Newland and not the other deputies. There could be a settlement, a tolling agreement, strategic reasons not visible from the public filings, or facts we simply do not know. But from the outside, the selection makes one thing clear. This lawsuit appears designed around the allegation that Newland was not
Got the
just
same
someone who
suit for
sued
20 years,
Afterman.
probably wore it less than a dozen times.
He was someone,
I got 4 suits.
Whose own conduct gave Afterman a reason to believe the lawsuit was brought for a wrongful purpose. Afterman is seeking attorney's fees of over $25,000, lost wages over $25,000, plus compensation for emotional distress and lost business. Now, that $25,000 figure is not meant to be a valuation on his losses in total. It's the jurisdictional floor for Ohio's common pleas courts.
Right.
Now let's take the counts
I
apart.
did know that.
Because as it turns out, there might be a problem with count 1. Here's the core allegation of count 1. Defendant lacked probable cause to institute or continue the prior proceedings.
Seems
against
foolish to
plaintiff.
post pictures of how no. This happened during a raid. So he got swatted, and then the cop got caught coveting his weapons, and then it turned out that one of the guns was missing. Still not proven that the cop took it, but
defendant acted with malice or with a primary
it
purpose
ended
other
up
than
being
that of
used at the
securing the
trial,
proper
and
adjudication.
the
of
guy
claim
ended up
upon which the
getting some. He ended up getting a payout.
Proceedings were based. In most states, that would be enough to state a claim, but Ohio is not most states. To win malicious prosecution of a civil case in Ohio, you need 4 things. 1, malicious institution of the prior proceedings. 2, lack of probable cause for the prior lawsuit. 3, termination of the prior proceedings in your favor. And 4, seizure of your person or your property during the course of those proceedings. On those first 3 elements, Afterman has strong arguments.
Yeah.
The police never charged him
Yeah.
and seemingly never confirmed the authenticity and veracity of the confidential informant's claims. He has a jury verdict in his favor. He has a deputy on video conceding that son of a bitch is an opinion. But what he might not have is 4, a seizure. Ohio's seizure requirement is narrower than it might sound. The Ohio Supreme Court has explained that in malicious civil prosecution cases, the required seizure generally means a prejudgment seizure of property or person, such as through attachment, garnishment, receivership, or a similar deprivation before the defendant has had a chance to defend. Merely having to defend a meritless lawsuit, incur attorney's fees, or suffer reputational harm is not enough. So seizure means something very specific, something where the court reached out during the lawsuit and took hold of you or your property. The Ohio Supreme Court has thrown out malicious prosecution claims where no seizure was alleged or proved. Being sued for
That's kind of fucked up then.
$3.9 million.
That means that they can just essentially take what they want and just be like,
is
too bad.
Not a seizure. Spending $25,000 on lawyers is not a seizure. That's just the ordinary cost of litigation, which is one of the principal reasons Ohio retains that fourth element, to prevent every unsuccessful civil lawsuit from spawning a malicious prosecution action. If you search the complaint for the word seizure, it's not there. Now, that doesn't automatically mean Afroman is going to lose. Ohio is a notice pleading state. That means a complaint doesn't have to use magic words or perfectly track the language of the statute. It just has to allege enough facts to put the other side on notice of the claim. What matters is whether the facts he alleges
I didn't know other states could do it that way.
amount to a kind of prejudgment seizure of a person or property that Ohio law requires. If they don't, the claim can still be dismissed, even if the complaint is otherwise.
So based on that, so I'm guessing like Texas is literally where it's like the law is taking word for word verbatim.
Well written.
Whereas this, like he was just saying, it can
Unless
be kind
Afroman
of
can identify a
up to the
qualifying
interpretation.
seizure, Count 1 faces a significant hurdle under
That's
Ohio
all should have
law.
been a
Now,
cop
at
there.
first glance, the missing $400 seems like it ought to satisfy the seizure requirement. After all, deputies physically took Afroman's cash. But Ohio's malicious prosecution rule isn't asking whether the defendant ever seized your property.
I remember this. Like they said that they miscounted it at some point. Like this was during the original case. So
It's asking whether the prior civil proceedings
sure if that
resulted in a
matters.
seizure of your person or property. It's a much narrower question. Here, the money was seized on August 21st, 2022, during the execution of the criminal search warrant. The deputy's defamation lawsuit wasn't filed until March 31st, 2023, roughly 7 months later. Those are two different legal proceedings serving two different legal purposes. The search warrant authorized the temporary seizure of evidence in a criminal investigation. The later defamation lawsuit did not authorize the court to attach Afroman's property, garnish his accounts, appoint a receiver, or otherwise exercise control over his assets while the case was pending. That's important because the seizure element exists to identify a particular kind of abuse, using a civil lawsuit itself to invoke the court's coercive power over someone's person or property before liability has been established. The money was allegedly taken during a criminal process. Simply filing a lawsuit, even one that ultimately fails, is generally not enough. And a seizure that occurred months earlier in a separate criminal investigation is not obviously transformed into a seizure during the prior proceedings simply because the same deputy later became a plaintiff in a civil case.
Now, Scout Owl has a lot more to say about Afroman's lawsuit that you won't see in the YouTube version, but you can watch the full version by signing up for Nebula, who sponsored this.
The claim isn't dead on arrival. Afroman could argue that the raid, the allegedly missing $400, and the later defamation suit
another
were all
Patreon.
part of a single campaign against him by the same individuals, and that courts should view the events as one continuous course of conduct. That's not a frivolous argument. The question isn't whether Newland ever possessed Afroman's property. The question is whether the defamation lawsuit itself invoked the court's coercive power to seize Afroman's person or property during the course of those proceedings. Ohio cases describe the seizure element in exactly those terms. Based on that framework, the missing $400 appears to fit more naturally into a separate claim, such as conversion, than into the seizure element of a malicious prosecution claim. That doesn't mean the $400 is legally irrelevant. It means it may be relevant to a different cause of action than the one Afroman chose to plead. Count 2 alleges, quote, defendant made use of legal process, to it the filing and prosecution of a civil lawsuit against plaintiff. Defendant employed the legal process for an ulterior or improper purpose, including to harass, intimidate, and injure plaintiff. Abusive process in Ohio has 3 elements: a legal proceeding set in motion in proper form and with probable cause, the proceeding then perverted to accomplish an ulterior purpose it was not designed for, and direct damage from that perversion. Count 1 says Newland had no probable cause. Count 2 requires that he did. Now, before the comment section gets going, that alone is not fatal. These 2 torts can be pleaded in the alternative, and Ohio Civil Rule 8 lets you plead inconsistent theories. Lawyers do it all the time. The real problem with Count 2 is different. Abusive process is not a claim about filing a bad lawsuit. It's a claim about what you do with the lawsuit after it exists. Quoting Prosser, the
Yeah,
Ohio
there's a video platform like YouTube, but for educational content.
Supreme Court put it plainly. There is no liability where the defendant has done nothing more than carry out the process to its authorized conclusion, even though with bad intentions. The classic abusive process case is using the process to extract something the court could never have ordered. Signing over a deed, dropping an unrelated claim, handing over a business. So what does the complaint allege Newland perverted the process to accomplish? It alleges he filed a lawsuit, prosecuted it, and lost. So there's no allegation that he used an abusive subpoena or filed a coercive settlement demand tied to something outside the case or anything like that. It's the lawsuit itself. And he filed a baseless lawsuit is already the theory of count 1. As written, count 2 largely repackages that same allegation instead of identifying a separate misuse of judicial process after the case began. Abusive process asks, what did you do with the lawsuit after you filed it? Malicious prosecution asks, should you have filed it at all? Count 3 says, quote, defendant's conduct in filing and prosecuting a frivolous lawsuit against plaintiff was extreme and outrageous. Plaintiff suffered anxiety, sleeplessness, and other manifestations of severe emotional
makes
distress.
sense,
Ohio
like,
standard comes from
especially
Yeager
if
v.
they didn't
Local
fix the
Union
fucking
20.
door.
The conduct has to be so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree as to go beyond all possible bounds of decency and to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. Merely filing a lawsuit that ultimately fails will ordinarily not satisfy that demanding standard. If losing a lawsuit alone were enough, nearly every unsuccessful civil plaintiff would face an IIED claim. Then there's severity. Ohio requires to stress no reasonable man could be expected to endure. Allegations of anxiety and sleeplessness, standing alone, often are insufficient to establish the severe emotional distress required under Ohio law. But here's the part that should genuinely worry Afroman's side. Remember how he won the first case? A deputy claimed a song destroyed his life. His own ex-wife took the stand and testified that he laughed about it.
When they would play Mr.
This is hilarious.
Foreman's song Lemon Pound Cake, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations?
No.
Were they laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
He claimed he was devastated,
Oh,
while
yeah.
the record showed something else. And the jury ultimately rejected his claim. Now let's turn the chairs around. Afroman is going to have to
The entire
testify
time he's
that
watching
this
this,
lawsuit
"Shut
caused
up,
him
shut
severe
up."
emotional distress. But if this goes to trial, Newland's lawyer is going to stand up in
I
court
like how
and
he got
rattle off
burned by his
a list of
ex-wife too.
things
Like
that
they were just
undermine
like,
the claim,
"Oh, we got a character
such as
witness," and they were just
15-track
like, "Huh?"
album released on April 20th, most of it named after the plaintiffs, a national tour, a festival main stage in Fort Lauderdale, streams up roughly 500% after the verdict. The lawsuit may have been hard on Afroman, but 3 years of victory laps, merchandise, and press might lessen the sting. In fact, Newland's lawyer will argue that Afroman reveled in it, and a birthday Instagram post that reads like a man having the time of his life. So the exact cross-examination that won him the first trial is waiting for him in the second. Count 4 alleges Newland's lawsuit cost Afroman gigs. At all times relevant to this count, a valid and enforceable contract existed between plaintiff and various music venues. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's intentional procurement of contract's breach, various music venues failed to perform its obligations under the contract. Ohio requires 5 elements for tortious interference. 1, the existence of a contract. 2, the defendant's knowledge of that contract. 3, intentional procurement of its breach. 4, lack of justification. And 5, resulting damages. The complaint alleges contracts with
It's going to be a little bit harder to
various
prove.
music
I
venues,
hate to
but it
say.
doesn't identify a specific venue, a specific performance contract, a canceled show, or any facts explaining how Newland knew about those contracts or intentionally caused them to be breached. And that's fine at the pleading stage. Still, those missing specifics could become an issue if the defendants argue the allegations are too conclusory to plausibly establish intentional interference.
They're likely going to do that.
And even if the claim survives the pleadings, causation may be its biggest obstacle. Ohio doesn't simply ask whether someone suffered economic harm after another person filed a lawsuit. It asks whether the defendant intentionally caused a third party to breach an existing contract.
Yeah.
That's a much narrower question.
Yeah, all the publicity from the officers lawsuit me is running up my numbers.
According to Afroman, his streams rose about 500% after the verdict.
I was about to say, no,
he
he
announced an album,
gained.
expanded his tour, and
Nah,
played
he
the festival
definitely
main
gained
stage, all
notoriety
in the
and,
4
like-
months between the verdict and this filing. None of that necessarily defeats a tortious interference claim. A musician could lose some bookings while gaining publicity elsewhere, but it gives the defense a substantial argument that any economic losses were outweighed or caused by factors other than Newland's lawsuit. If this claim reaches discovery, expect the focus to shift quickly from legal theory to proof. Which venues were canceled? When? Why? Did anyone actually tell Afroman they were backing out because of Newland's lawsuit? Without evidence connecting a specific contract breach to Newland's conduct, proving intentional interference could be difficult. There's also one more thing that Newland's lawyers are almost certainly going to bring up again.
Yeah.
The songs. The
Yeah,
first
the
trial
actual
protected
song.
Afroman's right to mock the deputies, exaggerate, and turn the raid into satire. However, the jury that cleared Afroman in March considered whether the things he said in 2022 and 2023 were defamatory. It said nothing at all about the song Brian Newland is a Flag, because in 2025 that song did not exist yet. It now does.
I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Newland is a flag.
This new material says Newland is a pedophile. A jury could decide the new material is different from giving someone the officer pound cake or calling someone a son of a bitch. Afroman won because a jury cannot be asked to fact check either one. He had sex with a minor is not a nickname. It's a specific crime alleged against a specific man. So it's possible that Newland will sue him for defamation again. But given this saga, Afroman probably likes his chances. The law protects parody, ridicule, and even outrageous criticism of public officials. Would a reasonable person think that Newland really commits crimes against children? Or would a reasonable listener hear that statement as artistic exaggeration and retaliation? So the Afroman lawsuit actually looks fairly weak, but that might not be the point, because there's a version of this filing that's not really about winning. It's about making a former deputy sit for a deposition. It's about discovery into a $400 discrepancy that a sheriff's office has always called a miscount. It's about being the plaintiff for once after 4 years of being the target. And it's about a man who has figured out that every legal document filed in this saga eventually becomes a track. The deputy sued him for $3.9 million and made him famous again. If Newland now countersues over the pedophile song,
especially because you know that like you're gonna go like he had to figure that he was gonna go into litigation again.
We get a third trial, which brings us back to the only question that has ever mattered in this case. 4 years later, 3 lawsuits, 1 jury verdict, and a 15-track concept album later, has anybody fixed the door?
Will you
No.
help me repair my door?
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case.
Dude, they knocked that door off. All right. We're gonna hang for a few more minutes and then gonna call it an evening because I unfortunately do have a few things I need to take care of tonight. So no 2-hour show tonight, but still got live Pepaganda or late night with Pep or whatever this is. I think we'll do Pep at late nights. What was it? Because who even came up with that? I got to give you like some credit. Like I appreciate it. I think late night with Pep, which I'm fine with. I just hope that we can, like I'm gonna start reaching out, see if I can get, Sandee to, pop on, maybe give you guys a little bit of that left past 10 nostalgia feel. Yeah, like one of my favorite parts about this space is how we can collab, just drop of a dime. Speaking of, tomorrow, we have a fun show lined up for you guys. We're going to be doing the panel show. We got some returning faces. We also have some fun topics lined up. So, Pep, anytime is a good time. Hell yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, tonight is one of those, like, unfortunately, it's boring shit. It's really boring. Like, I got to feed myself and I got to do some chores. It's just how it is. Oh, it's Pep After Dark. Pep Talks After Dark. Yeah. Well, Pep Talks After Dark is that's a little that's a mouthful. I think that Pep After Dark works. There we go. Pep After Dark. Boom. Oh, dude, I should do like a love line. I should figure out how like I can connect my Discord to this so we can just like have a conversation. I don't know. Did you guys watch Loveline or like listen to Loveline? Like I listened to it. It used to be on Q101, and then they started airing it, I think, on MTV, like late nights, Pepper PM. Oh, Oh, I like that. I like that. War of the Roses. I think that Pepper PM ain't bad by any means. Also, just so you guys know, I have a few videos coming out. Got a members only video coming out of my trip to Ren Fair. Finally got that put together. Also, you guys will be able to watch. I did like a whole review on Spider-Man. I was even wearing a Spider-Man onesie. It was pretty cool. I'd watch you do a call-in show. Might even call in. See, there we go. Yeah, figuring that one out. I know that I'm gonna like kind of do a beta test on my side of things, but yeah, we're gonna figure this out because I think that a call-in show on this space is something that should happen. I think that like this space, like, dude, we're right there. Like we're like this close. We just have to figure out how to like mesh our audiences at one time. And there are a few things where I'm just like, hey, even if you don't necessarily vibe with the content, follow. Like let's grow this space and the content creators because then we will all be bigger, which is great. I used to listen to it on radio 97.5. Nice. Out here in Oregon. 97.5 FM. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah. So syndicated content does have its place. That's kind of crazy. Like we listen to the same syndicated show Sunday night. Yeah, S show. Yep. Yes, dude. Yeah. Terrestrial radio, like it had its wild times. I mean, George Norrie, like that's where he got his start. He did AM coast, the coast to coast. With Art Bell and George Norrie. That's where like Alex Jones essentially, Alex Jones would not be able to exist without that. Jake showed a call screener as a requirement. Yeah, that's unfortunate because yes, that's a commitment. Like, and volunteer stuff is great, but if you're doing a call-in show and your volunteer don't show up, then that becomes a whole thing. But I did not know that. I'll get the full details of that tomorrow. We'll be able to go into some lore there. Nothing like the of late night radio. Yeah. Skew. What's wrong with that? Late night radio was the shit, though. Like, late night radio, man, like, that's what partially would inspire me to do all this. So, welcome to Pepper PM, the capsation station for your nation. The capsation station. All righty, folks. Well, here's the deal. As I said, I'm not going to be able to do the 2 hours. I do have to go and eat some dinner and do some chores because I kind of negated to do that today. So, wish me luck in my endeavors. I'll probably do a little research, which means listen to some political programming that I was not listening to today to see if it is worth listening to tomorrow. So, wish me luck in that. But I appreciate you guys being here tonight. This has been fun. This is what the show was supposed to be. Just come over, have some fun. We chill. But that being said, I have got to go. Love y'all. Really appreciate you guys checking out the show. Please leave a like on your way out. Subscribe to @Pep Talks TV on YouTube. And Twitch. I am getting very close to hitting my goal of 3,000 followers. If you guys didn't know, it's a major milestone over here on the YouTubes. I appreciate everybody that has supported my show and everybody that has supported this space. You guys, you're the real heroes. Ew, you really are though. as much as douchey as it sounds, you really are. You're the ones who like keep this going. So never forget that. All right, folks. I will catch you on the next one. Have yourselves a good evening. I will see you all later. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.